earlier in the year? And the answer is emphatically yes. In fact, they've improved on it. I mean, they started at, what, 14 runs and over, just nailed it back to 7 runs and over for the rest of the day. Yeah, 6.5, 7 runs and over. It was extraordinary, but it is a very benign pitch, to use a slightly different word. So a very, very good batting pitch. And we'll have to see what happens next.
What about, we look at, we saw the T20 World Cup, Vakar Bhai, and 7.68 was the run rate that we saw yesterday. That was pretty much the run rate during the World Cup as well, the average run rate that we saw in the T20 World Cup. It just speaks about the kind of mindset that England has come here in Pakistan with.
Not only this test match, they said it, that's the brand of cricket they are going to play, and they're really proving it, right? Yes, the wicket really suited to play that sort of cricket, but Pakistani bowlers were all over the place. They were clueless yesterday, and I mean, credit should be given to England that the way they batted, they hammered anything loose, or even to something sort of given a good delivery, and they were just outstanding. I mean, 4 centuries in a day, 500 plus runs in a day. I mean, Pakistan had nothing going their way. There was not a single chance created. Sometimes you feel, okay, there's one chance going down, or maybe a good catch was taken. Nothing went in Pakistan's way. Pakistan's got to really come with different plans and stay positive. The key word is to stay positive, because if you, in the first half an hour, if you go back into the same zone which was yesterday, they're going to be out there for a long period.
One point, when you're comparing yesterday to that World T20 in Australia, the pitches in Australia would have been brilliant test match pitches, because they had more pace, more bounce, there's much more movement. If you looked at the way that ball behaved in Australia, it was a very, very different story to what we saw yesterday.
Well, we're talking about the pitch. It was an absolute belter yesterday. Is it going to break up a little bit? Is it going to change? Let's find out from Bazil Khan.
Pitch Report brought to you by Invirex.
Well, after that extraordinary first day, all eyes on the 22 yards yet again. I can tell you, nothing really has changed. Talk about the pitch developing or this little bit of patches, I don't think there's anything to worry about. Just a few foot marks, which is normal, but in terms of anything to work with, I don't think so. The pitch played quite slow, and when we saw the England batters tackle, spin especially, it was easy for them to actually intercept the ball right in front or go back. Brooks was generally back foot, and he let the ball come to him, and it was so easy because of the pace of the pitch. He could almost sit on that back foot and then go, and then went forward, went in front, and that was easy as well, because he could adjust even with that short leg. The only thing that Pakistan did not try, which I thought they should have, because nothing else worked. The fast bowlers bowled into the stumps. Easy to work the ball leg side on a slow pitch, easy to drag it leg side. Maybe they should have hit the ball outside off stump for a few overs. Try that. Try something, because the way things went yesterday, it wasn't great. And Pakistan need to just think out of the box when they come in today.
Pitch Report brought to you by Invirex.
When Bazil Khan says that Pakistan needs to think out of the box, Vakar Bhai, I mean, what does that mean? What do they need to do?
They're going to come out with different plans, I guess. That's what he meant. And he's right. I mean, this pitch is going to play really well today also, I feel. I think it's going to not really do much, especially with this cooler weather. It's going to stay as it is, what we saw yesterday. They have to either bowl one side of the pitch. They cannot really afford to just keep bowling those full-length deliveries. They have to really control the run rate, because, it's the run rate which is really, causing more issues, the damage, those boundaries. They have to sort of bowl better today. Yes, they do need wickets, but the wickets are only going to come if they bowl good overs, they bowl maiden overs, and that's not been happening.
I mean, that's what we saw from Pakistan yesterday. Hardly any maiden overs, lots of runs being leaked. So as Vakar Bhai is saying, that they perhaps need to contain and bowl more disciplined lines. Now we'll take a short break and we'll be back just in a bit. Back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Now, we saw a lot of runs being scored yesterday, and one of the most effective shots that we saw from England against Pakistan was the sweep shot. More on that with Arooj Mumtaz and Nasser Hussain.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex.
England making a sweeping statement yesterday with literally a huge number of sweeps and reverse sweeps played, yielding a staggering amount of runs. I've been joined by Nasser Hussain in the middle here. Nas, just on the effectiveness and runs getting from the sweeps and reverse sweeps on England yesterday, quite remarkable.
Well, it's such a vital asset for a batter because a spinner will bowl his best or her best delivery and bowl it on a length, and then you get swept for 4 or even just swept for a single. I looked at all the overs yesterday bowled, and only one maiden was bowled by a spinner. Now, I was lucky enough to play and work with the great Shane Warne. He wanted 6 deliveries at one batter. If you're constantly being swept for one, he's constantly having to bowl, a spinner's constantly having to bowl to different batters. So it just messes up the length and the mind thinking of a spinner.
Just as younger players watch as well, and back in my playing, I used to struggle with the sweep. Now, what are the key areas that you look at when you're playing the seed? I'm guessing length is ideally one.
And
what else are you
up,
looking at?
And picking up of length. And if you look at good players of spin, a lot of them are short. Wicket keepers in particular play the sweep shot well because you don't have tall wicket keepers, they're short. So when you're lower, you pick up the length of the ball a lot better. So if you look at Joe Root batting against seam, he's often very upright. But when you look at Joe Root batting against spin, he's a little bit more crouched in his stance, and he has a little forward press that gets him even lower. Someone like Ben Duckett is short anyway, so because he's short, he's immediately picking up the length of the ball. When you're tall, it's quite difficult. And also when you're tall, Kevin Peterson's a good example. He was a good slog sweeper, but he wouldn't be going down to play these paddle sweeps and things because he was almost too big a unit. It was too far to go down.
And not just the sweeps, reverse sweep. I mean, it's the England mindset that's evolved around that. We can have a look at some of the footage from yesterday, especially Ben Duckett. He was remarkable with those reverse.
Yeah, I mean, Root and Duckett were fabulous with that shot. It's almost like in our era, you used to play the forward defence. These guys now, this for them is like a cover drive or a forward defence. It is not an unusual shot for them. I go back to a World Cup where Mike Gatting was out reverse sweeping in a World Cup, and the whole of England went mad. Why is he reverse sweeping in a big World Cup game? Nowadays, it's just a shot they play. I coach in schoolboy, schoolgirl cricket at the age of 11. They are all coming out and playing these shots as if it's just a normal shot. They are not unusual shots anymore. If I advise any youngster out there, get your reverse sweeps out. And any coaches out there, don't knock them for playing the reverse sweeps. That's the way the game's going.
Just one more thing. It is slightly higher risk than playing with the conventional straighter bat, and we saw Root and Duckett both lose their wickets to the reverse sweep as well, or the sweep.
Yeah.
It does come into play when you sort of put slightly higher risk out there with
It
that.
is, but it is risk reward. If you're getting a lot of runs off it, you're going to occasionally get out. The thing Root did wrong there, not wrong, he didn't quite get right, was the length was fuller. So he got tucked up for room because it was too full. He didn't have a release shot, so he could have gone down to reverse and then just played a little paddle. So there were times where, you know, the sweep and the reverse sweep do get you in trouble. That's a bit too full to sweep. He should have maybe just paddled that one away down. So when you get down, the coaches call it a release shot. So you're going for the big sweep, then it's really full, and then you just tap it. Root just went on with the big sweep, and it was too close to him, and it sort of tucked him up for him.
Right, Nas, how about we just throw a couple of balls at you and show us exactly how that's
make
done.
Me look silly now, yeah. Wasn't one of my great shots, to be honest.
Right, here we go.
Just give me one for reverse. I've nailed that, and another one for reverse.
Oh,
good with
fantastic.
your wrist. I would generally get down a bit lower, but the wrists as well, you know, get your wrists. These fast hands that they have nowadays, that's what enables you to open up areas.
That's fantastic. That's lovely exhibition in the end, and perfectly exhibited reverse sweeps in particular. Hope you've enjoyed that.
Expert advice brought to you by Inverex.
We certainly did, Arooj. I've got David Gower here next to me. Sweep shots, were they played in your era as well at the time that you were playing? Was it an effective shot? Because like Nas rightly pointed out, nowadays it's like the forward defense or more like the cover drive. It's that often that England use it.
Yeah, the answer is yes. The sweep shot existed. I mean, I'm not that old. It's only the sort of the 1980s we have to talk about. But people actually, but the old pros would say, don't play it until you've got lots of runs on the board because it's risky. Nasser's point is a very good one. That nowadays it is as much a viable shot as a cover drive or a cut or any of the shots that batsmen play, and it is about risk reward. So I mean, for instance, if you play a bad cover drive, if you play it the wrong ball, you can get caught in the slips. If you play a bad cut shot, you can get caught. So all the same things apply. And if you see the number of runs they score nowadays by playing these shots and what it does to bowlers to dent their confidence and ruin their plans, then it becomes a very important shot. And because they practice it, then they play it well. And I only played it once, no, twice actually. Played the reverse sweep. I told the story yesterday.
30 years, 40 years?
Well, in 10 minutes, but yeah. But I played in what they call a Sunday league game back in the UK, county game. And if I confess again, I mean, please just keep this to yourselves. It was after a long session in a tent, having a little drink or two before they said we could actually play the game. So it took a bit of Dutch courage to play the shot.
It definitely takes a lot of courage. But back in your time as well, Waqar bhai, I remember, Moin Khan, somebody like him, he was particularly good at it. Especially we saw him play those kind of shots against fast bowlers. So, I mean, it was existing at that time. I mean, who are some of the players that you've seen in your time who you thought mastered the sweep shot really well?
I think one big name comes into my mind is great Javed Miandad. He was brilliant when it comes to sweeping the shot. He was outstanding otherwise also, but when it comes to sweeping, he used to sweep from the top. He used to when he wants to hit finer, he'll go from the top and hit it sort of finer. And Azharuddin was another one. I mean, there's so many of them at the time, but then again, they were ahead of their time. You know, they were thinking. Even you talk to Javed Miandad now about sweeping and all sorts of shots, he will give you an answer. He'll have a really good answer. So I mean, for me, I think Javed Miandad one who really played that shot really well.
Again, just very briefly, if you go back even further, so people older than me, if you remember, there's a guy called Colin Cowdrey, who invented what they call the paddle sweep, or play the paddle sweep. So he got it really fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically, what it proves is that through the ages, people invent shots to cope with the circumstances that prevail at the time. And some things come into fashion, stay there, some things go out of fashion.
All right. You've heard from the best who some of the best players of sweep shots were, but let's hear their thoughts on what they're going to think, how today is going to proceed. It's time for expert predictions.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
Right, DG, do you think England's going to score 1,000 runs or Pakistan's going to get them all out in the first session? I mean, anything can happen in cricket. That's the best cliche that they use, right? So I want to know your thoughts on how we're going to...
Yeah, that is the best defence, trying to predict the unpredictable. But I'm going to go bullish again because I know that England will want to play exactly the same way. We've got a long first session for the Friday. So we have a long first session. I mean, they could be 700 by lunchtime.
Quick thoughts, Waqar bhai.
Look, I want to be optimistic. It's a 7 minutes early start, so that 7 minutes are crucial. You know, with this overcast condition, ball might seam around a little bit, and we might pick up early wickets.
It's basically the fast bowler's perspective. Eternal optimist sitting here, Waqar bhai. That was the expert predictions for you.
Expert prediction brought to you by Invirex.
Right, thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. It certainly was an eventful day for England yesterday. Pakistan would be looking to redeem themselves today. They have an opportunity. Like Waqar bhai said, that first session, if they can get a couple of wickets, of course, the damage can be controlled. They need to be bowling better lines. That's what's expected of them. Because one of the things that was spoken about yesterday was that they're bowling on both sides of the wicket. And perhaps that accuracy was missing from the bowlers as well. England, on the other hand, they've got a long batting lineup, so they'll be looking to score more runs and pile on that score as well. Now, we'll be taking a short break, but when we do come back, we'll be bringing you all the live action from here in Pindi, so don't go anywhere.
been 17 long years since England toured Pakistan for a test series. They are here, they are ready to go, they are well enough to start this test match. We don't have to wait one day longer. Nicely played.
An 86-ball test match 100 for Zach Crawley.
There he goes with a reverse sweep.
His maiden test match century. Loves playing against Pakistan, whatever the format, but he's batted beautifully.
Oh, close. Very close. Yeah, given.
Third test match century for Ollie Pope. He's taken to number 3. He's batted beautifully today.
A day that Harry Brook will never forget. You dream of playing Test cricket for England. If you're a batter, you dream of scoring a Test match 100.
Well, if you're going to wait 17 years to play test match cricket back in Pakistan, you better make it a good day, and that is exactly what England did yesterday. A record-breaking day for Stokes and his men. It's day 2 of the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Conditions out in the middle haven't changed much, but the playing conditions have, because it is a Friday and also because we are making up time from yesterday. The first session is longer, starting at 9:53 till 12:30, then the hour for lunch, then the tea session finishes at 3:15. I doubt we will get to 5:35 because of the light, and we will probably be making up time tomorrow morning. We shall see, but it's cool. It is ideal conditions for cricket. And it was certainly ideal conditions for batting yesterday. You'd have lost a lot of money if you'd bet on 4 England hundreds in the top 5 and Joe Root not being one of those hundreds. But that was exactly what happened. Crawley, Duckett, Pope and Brook with test match hundreds. Remarkably, 506 for 4. .400s yesterday started with Zach Crawley with an 86-ball 100. He was the fastest away from home from England. Brook went past him. David Gower, it was an excellent day to be a batter yesterday.
Yeah, certainly not a great day to be a bowler, and that is real understatement. No, it's lovely batting on a very lovely batting pitch, but there is always the golden rule. You've still got to make the runs. And 1 or 2 missed out, of course. But yes, the timing was good throughout. I thought both the openers played really well. Duckett, on his return to Test match cricket, didn't look as though he's ever had a problem with Test match cricket, but he played seriously well. A full array of strokes. So a big, big day for him. Ollie Pope is the man who, in the summer in the UK, seemed to grow in confidence, seemed to establish himself at number 3, a role that he'd never played before for either his county or his country. So he has grown up a long, long way in the course of the last 6-7 months or so. And again, despite a couple of early scares, a couple of misjudgments very early on, he looked very composed and judged everything perfectly during his 100. Now, Harry Brook, of course, is one of this up-and-coming seam of young English batsmen who has made headlines in one-day cricket before. We've seen him here in Pakistan playing PSL. We've seen him here in Pakistan playing international T20s. And now the Pakistan Test team knows what he's all about as well. But a very dedicated cricketer. And again, a very, very big and very good day for him.
Patrick Khan, what do you make of those bowling figures, and what do you make of the bowling yesterday? Yeah, they'll put under pressure. Every time didn't have it easy, but the good thing is that they got off the ball in terms of wickets. Otherwise, they have to forget quickly. Before sitting through a day where 500 runs are scored. Mazhar got to work. He works early morning. He says 19 years since 500 are scored in a day. So that is really tough. They say Test cricket is tough, but those debutants were thinking it's really tough.
Yeah, because of the cool conditions here in Rawalpindi, the pitch hasn't changed at all. It's not that searing heat you may get down in Karachi or in parts of India and Sri Lanka where the moisture's sucked out of the surface. The cooler conditions means that pitch has hardly changed at all. Maybe a few more cracks. Maybe as the game progresses, some uneven bounce, especially low bounce off the seamers. Great thing about Test match cricket, it tests you for 5 days. You have to go again. Whatever happened the day before, you have to strap the boots on, put the Pakistan cap on, and go again. And the leader has to find a way of convincing his troops that they can do something special still in this Test match. England fans will be thrilled with what they watched yesterday. And there will be no let-up, there will be no change from England's method. Not with Stokes in the middle, not with Brooke and the likes of Livingston and Jacks to come. They all hit the ball and hit the ball hard.
Yeah, there were all those records that fell yesterday. Ben Stokes, I wonder if anyone's told Ben Stokes that he is beautifully positioned to make the fastest ever 50 for England in Test matches. He's 34 not out of 15 balls. The fastest ever was a fellow called Botham. I'm remembering quite well, actually. 28 balls it took him in Delhi in 1981. So Ben Stokes has 12 balls to score 16 or more to break that record. And knowing Ben, if someone's told him, he will go all out to do that in the next 10-15 minutes.
Harry? He's right down over here.
Umpires are ready. Nazim Shah is ready. Morning after the day before, really. A record-breaking day for England. Can Pakistan try and fight back on day 2? Straight away, a little bit straight from Nazim Shah. They are 5 overs away, 4 overs and 5 balls now from a new ball. So it'll be interesting to see how Barber manages those 4 or 5 overs to the new ball.
Well, Vakar Yunus was slightly tongue-in-cheek, or in fact totally tongue-in-cheek, thinking that maybe the extra 7 minutes, the early start, would make a little difference to the pace bowlers, a little extra movement with that little early morning crispness, but obviously reality is going to be a little bit different to that.
I think it's game management now from Pakistan. 500 odd on the first day. They have to keep an eye on the run rate. They have to try and take time out of the game. And we know what Stokes is going to try and do. That is remarkable. His first ball of day 2. He has charged Nazim Shah and belted him back over his head for 6. Real intent from the England captain.
Extraordinary batting. First ball, new day. Well, what new day? Just smash it, trash it down the ground. 50 partnership of just 27 deliveries. And you know exactly what Stokes is thinking.
I think it's safe to say that he knows the record is available.
Leg out the way. He is on the charge here, Ben Stokes. Remember those stats that David Gower gave you. Ian Botham, the great IT Botham, 28 ball half century against India in Delhi. 21 balls, the world record for the fastest 50 by Misbah. You'd have had a few quid on that. Misbah, the quickest 50.
Yeah, there was a man whose reputation was made on batting long and at a pace that suited him. So yes, that was a revelation that day, wasn't it?
They're the stats for England. Johnny Bairstow in the summer against New Zealand, 30 ball 50. IT Botham 28 ball 50. Botham again. Flintoff, there's some all-rounders in there. Broad against the West Indies.
It's a bit dull, just a single. There was a mention on social media of Stuart Broad yesterday, which I found quite amusing as well. You see him up there in the list of fastest 50 scorers. And with all the hundreds being made yesterday, Stuart, of course, is back home, maternity or paternity leave, well, I guess paternity leave, to be honest. So unavailable for the tour. But the tweet was along the lines of, what a shame. You know, we should have seen Stuart Broad's second Test match 100 yesterday, had he been playing.
Oh, gone. Slower ball from Nazim Shah. And the England captain has missed it, and Pakistan have an early breakthrough on day 2.
Yeah, Stokes backing away as he does. Smiles as he walks off. But Naseem Shah changing pace. That little off-cutter hits top of middle. Showing all 3 stumps, and Naseem Shah struck middle. Means a lot to him, but Stokes misses out. 18 deliveries, 41. 5-15 for 5.
You mentioned it early on. He's gone. We built it up.
Assume nothing.
No way. I can't get the first mistake. What time? Oh, 37, 36. The big hitters keep coming for England. Liam Livingstone comes in at number 7 on a Test match debut for Livingstone. That's his first-class career. Hasn't played a first-class game for over a year. Something like 15 months since his last first-class game. Plays for Lancashire in county cricket. Not a bad scoreboard to come in on, 515 for 5. 36 overs it took Pakistan to get their first wicket yesterday. They have one in their first over today. Zahid Mahmood, who was expensive yesterday, but got a couple of wickets.
Yeah, people were talking about the options for Pakistan. There's no real turn, of course, on a day 1 pitch. Yeah, this wicket of Ben Stokes is clever from Nazim. Took all the pace off. There was a bit of turn for him. And all that space given by Ben Stokes, who was just trying to manoeuvre it away on the offside again. Shame that another record hasn't fallen. I dare say Lord Botham, Baron Botham of Ravensworth back home we won't be up yet, but will be relieved and proud still of his record. I'm not sure it's going to make an awful lot of difference to the tactics.
All those years ago when Gilchrist walked in at number 7 and you said now he'll take the game to the next level. But it's already England with 6.73. Can Livingstone now, how much more can he do? Can he get it to 7? Can he get it to 7.5?
Hit beautifully over wide mid-on. Is that a 6? I think it is all the way. He went with the drift of the ball. And that's 2 sixes in 2 overs now of the second day.
Well, you've got to say, this is the most beautiful cricket shot because it's gone for 6 with apparently no effort. So it is all timing. And he does have those good levers. But that was the most gorgeous shot.
Yeah, there was a hint of Kevin Peterson in that shot, really. The long levers that David Gower mentions, and a little bit of a flamingo with that back leg as well as it comes up there. Beautifully picked up. As it drifted in, he didn't bother, he just clipped it away for 6. Livingston with his first delivery in Test match cricket. 522 for 5.
Well, we know that Liam Livingstone has this enormous reputation in one-day cricket, and as Nas says, you know, his lack of cricket with the red ball is an extraordinary thing when you consider being picked for a Test match here in Pakistan. But it's just complete evidence, total evidence, the way that England think about their preferred players. He's got a role to play as a potential all-rounder as well. But just privately and selfishly, and there's nothing wrong with that, he'll be hoping his Test career gets off to a good start. Just enough room on one page for all the records that fell on day one.
And the extraordinary thing about yesterday, the way that England did bat, was only Stokes who forced the pace. Otherwise, it's just normal batting, and you score 500 plus on the opening day. 4 batters getting hundreds, just kept on going. But it wasn't as if you thought that England were actually going after the game. It was just hitting some absolutely exquisite shots throughout.
Well, in the pre-show here in Pakistan, we were talking about the comparison between this game and the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, that's relatively recently concluded in Australia. NASA was down there, of course. The pitches there would have been great Test match pitches. I mean, they were brilliant for the one-day game, but they had pace and bounce, carry, there was movement, and obviously weather was appalling in Melbourne, wasn't it? But even rained in Perth. You know, very, very different conditions.
So similar pitch to this one?
Well, similar in one respect only, the length. So yeah, the only rule that applies to each and every pitch in world cricket is the length, the dimensions of said pitch. The construction thereof, as we well know, can vary a lot around the world. But I keep using the word benign about this one. There are other words we're trying to avoid.
Last Test match that was played here was against Australia, and just thinking back, and you can't really say that this pitch is slower or slightly better, because England are on a different level the way that they bat. Australia got a lot of, Pakistan got a lot of runs, Australia got a lot of runs, but the pace of the game was nowhere near what England have provided here.
Yeah, not surprisingly, the way they played their cricket in the summer back in the UK and the way they've started here in Pakistan. England topped the list for run rates in Test matches this year. They know, I mean, the one thing about it is they know that it comes with a risk. So if we think back to the summer, they lost the one against South Africa at Lord's, where it just unravelled. But they knew that could happen at some stage. And they're prepared to take that risk. I mean, the risk reward was very much in their favour. They won the other 6. So it's a style of cricket which we know they are going to back themselves to play. So yeah, we're using the word Bazball. I know Baz doesn't like that. He's denied any relevance at all to Bazball, but it's an easy way of explaining what's happened since Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes took over control of the England cricket team. So the strike rates, yeah, England are just outstanding in that particular sphere, ahead of Australia.
Yeah, polar opposites really. England at the top and Pakistan at the bottom, which is, shows the different styles of batting and the different pace of cricket between what England are trying to do and what Pakistan have done in the last few years. These sides have always got on. In the last few years there's been good camaraderie between these two sides, helped by obviously players playing the PSL. Noticeable in the last few years how players, because they play franchise cricket, just get on so well nowadays. That World Cup you spoke about, they'd all be gathered at the end chatting with their own franchise teammates. Harry Brook obviously has played a lot over here, which has helped him, as you can see from the scoreboard. Down the pitch this time, long on is back.
Yeah, Nas, just clear that up. There was a Pakistani batting coach and New Zealand head coach, was it?
It was Brendan McCullum, head coach of England.
Yeah, so you said these sides get along. It was Yusuf and McCullum getting along.
Yeah, but just general, coaches get on, everyone gets on. Commentators, me and you, Baz, have got on over the years. Shared that cab to the MCG for the final.
That's why I'm sitting between you.
Is he off the mark yet? No. Desperate. Whoever you are, you want that first Test match run. Needs to get on with it, doesn't he? 2 balls, Livingston.
Ah, finally, some real Test cricket.
How long can he hold himself back? By now in one-day cricket he's belting it over the top. And he's off the mark in Test match cricket.
It must be a fascinating psychology though, because as we say, and as you know, his reputation is for big hitting, and yet the fear at the back of a batsman's mind, especially on debut in a Test match, is you don't want it to be a failure.
Misfield. They'll go away for at least 2. Yeah, they settle on 2. Keep an eye on Pakistan's fielding. At times they were ragged yesterday. 5:27 for 5. Yeah, it's a good point, Dave, about, I know you're making the specific point about Livingston and being on debut, but actually, and we saw the shot of McCullum there, what McCullum and Stokes have done with this side is take away that fear of failure. It's easier said than done. Go out there and don't worry about it when you know it's your career. But that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, there are 2 aspects. One is the fear of being dropped because you haven't got runs, which they've taken away. So yeah, 2 aspects. If you fear failure and you fear being dropped, that's one thing. But whatever your reassurance from a coach and the management, you just want to get runs. You know, you want to play a game, you want to succeed. So I mean, there is that human element. You want it to be your day, having seen especially lots of other people having good days before you. And there is also the other thing, which is, you know, despite the style we saw yesterday and despite the apparent ease of making runs that England displayed, there is a strong case for just getting settled at the start of an innings, knowing you've still got 4 days of a game to go. Get settled at the start of an innings, get used to the pace of this pitch that you haven't played on before. And then when you're used to it, then you can unleash the shots for which you're famous.
Shan Masood on the field for Haris Rauf. Bowled 13 overs yesterday, Haris Rauf, and there was always that topic of how he'll get from bowling 4 overs to bowling in a Test match, how he'll pull up. At the moment, he's not on the field. Maybe He's thought that maybe just a bit of a rest. It's not a pitch that I want to bowl on, but yeah, it is a concern with somebody who's in his first game.
Yeah, the problem is there is no official word on that, so it's all speculation as to whether he might suddenly appear or...
That's all we do, speculate, don't we?
Speculate to accumulate.
There you go.
My guess, I'm going to speculate here that we're not going to see him on the field soon.
Yeah, news from the dressing room is that Haris Rauf has a strained right quad. We saw it yesterday, dive on a ball, landed on the ball and hurt himself. Whether he strained it after that by bowling, which he could well have done, might have a bearing on the new ball as well, which is now available. 529 for 5.
Yeah, it might be available. I mean, the evidence yesterday morning, first thing yesterday morning, was the new ball did basically nothing. It seemed to come on very nicely with Zach Crawley in that first over. Just reminded that one 14. And he left the first ball. So it's a perfectly strong case for
not rushing into using it for Babar Azam.
Lower, isn't it? This pitch is getting lower as we progress through this test match. Slips off the seamer are going to go out of play. It's going to be very much LBWs and bowls with the low skiddy bowling stump to stump. And that's the reason you may not take the new ball at this stage if you're Pakistan. You're worried about the run rate, and the newer ball will bounce onto the middle of the bat, whereas the older ball keeps low and is slightly harder. I repeat, slightly, with this England batting lineup. Slightly harder to hit for boundaries every ball. I knew that was coming after saying that. I knew that was coming. He had to hold himself back for just a few deliveries. Livingston, with his 7th delivery in Test match cricket, has just belted it for a massive 6.
I wasn't happy with just blocking it back. And that's what he's known for. That's one of his smaller 6s, though. He likes to go really big, so if he gets his bearings right, which he does pretty quickly, I think there's a few balls that are going to fly out of the stadium, even if he gets it absolutely right.
Babar's kept mid-on hovering, and mid-off has gone back. Reaction of Livingston at that 6 was almost like he was disappointed that it didn't go out the ground.
How long did it take you to hit your first 6 in Test cricket, Nas?
Probably a decade, Dave lad, if not longer. Well, Michael Atherton was asked to present Liam Livingstone with his first cap yesterday, and it was part of his speech that Ath said that in his whole career he'd hit 4 sixes. Liam Livingstone has 1 after 7 deliveries. Slightly different Lancashire players.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Although big controversy yesterday because Ath, I think, claimed 5 sixes. Mazza downgraded him to 4.
Yeah, he added a bit of VAT to his 6 count there, Michael Atherton.
I think it must. I think it was an 2 plus overthrows, wasn't it, somewhere?
So 6 years, Nas. 1990 debut.
I wasn't playing all those games. I can't hit 6s if I've been left out by David Gower and Graham Gooch.
Apparently been
I can't hit 6s from Chelmsford, can I?
Informed that it was the top edge.
Oh,
5.39 for 5.
Yeah, if only you'd shown a more positive approach early in your career, you see. I remember you hitting, hooking Dale Steyn for 6 in Port Elizabeth.
I don't like talking about it, Dave.
Sorry, you won't have to talk about it for long, rest assured.
Haris Rauf playing his first test match. This is when he fell on the ball. And often with a bowler, when you get a bruised area like that and then you bowl, then that bruised area will just, maybe you can tweak it. And I think that's exactly what Haris Rauf has done. Down the pitch and picked up nicely. There's a man out there. Has he found it? He has. Straight to deep square leg. Pakistan have 2 wickets. Nazim Shah has 2 wickets on day 2. Livingstone goes.
Well, it's risk reward. The man was out there. I mean, Livingstone will have mixed emotions. He seems to have timed it pretty well, but man was there, as it turns out, perfectly placed. So disappointment for Liam Livingstone. Just 9 runs in his first ever Test match innings. He's out for that, and it's 6 down for 539.
One debutant replaces another, and he found out a couple of minutes before the huddle that he was playing Will Jacks because of the illness to Ben Folkes. His Surrey teammate Will Jacks comes in again on debut, again with some first-class cricket behind him. Best way for Pakistan to get back into this game, get wickets, get on with batting, keep an eye on the follow-on. Every day of cricket, there's something you can get out of it, and so far Pakistan have 2 wickets. Oh, close, maybe just sneaking down on the angle. He went for the Yorker first ball, and I reckon it was going down. They still have 3 reviews Rizwan the key here. I don't think Rizwan's convinced at all. He thinks it's going down. They are going to review.
I see it's a fair delivery. Can we go to spin vision front on? Can I check with Ultra Edge, please?
Stand by, the ring. We'll be with you in about 20 seconds.
No problem.
Can we do Ultra Edge, wide Ultra Edge, please? Ball tracking is available.
Okay, no bat involved. It hit the shoe, thank you. And ball tracking, please. Joe, impact is outside and it's going down leg, so you can stay with your original decision. You're on screen now, signal. Signal now.
Yeah, not a lot going for that one with the angle and the reverse swing, but a good delivery. It was full, it was straight to the new batter. Goes for it again. This time it's a full toss. Fielding's good.
Yeah, quickly into the run. The key here is for Azza to release the ball as quickly as possible, off balance and a power in the throw. Because Harry Brook had gone instantly, no problems completing the single. But it's interesting watching Nazim this morning, because there is that reverse swing, and Vaka Yunus's point yesterday is you've got to direct it absolutely correctly. Then it becomes, you know, if you are of Vaka Yunus quality, then you can put pressure on batsmen because they now have to watch the ball. If you can just tail it in to off stump, unlike the one we saw, the review we saw, which is tailing past leg stump, then you've got a chance. This dismissal of Livingston's, I mean, it's just pure instinct from him. You might say, actually, to give credit, it's quite clever in this case, or lucky, take your pick, that it was tailing again just past leg stump because he couldn't control the shot. So actually the line that time meant that the shot had to go to square as opposed to going maybe in front of square.
He had his head in his hands, Nazim Shah, as if to say, well, I've got one caught deep square leg, but on this surface you will just take it, to be honest. You'll take any wicket almost as if like that doesn't count. Well, it does count, Nazim, at the end of your career. It doesn't say where the wicket was. Even that's why Ben Stokes was smirking with Nazim Shah's celebration when he got him out. There are wickets to be had on a day like this. He has two. 541 for 6.
Yeah, it's done exactly what Pakistan needed, which is just start to give an element of, I'm not sure it's quite control, but it's just pegging things back a bit. I mean, England would have started the day with this long first session thinking, well, at lunchtime, if they'd carried on in the same fashion as yesterday, there could have been 700. That puts you into a very strong position with lots of time left in the game, however good a pitch it is. But now, you know, thoughts will be revised because now someone's got to bat really well. Brook is maybe the key here because he's beautifully set. He's hungry for runs. We know that, Harry Brook. He loves making big scores. Jacks, well, we've got to see what he does as what, the number 8 with talent for sure. He's not a number 8 in county cricket by any stretch of the imagination. This is just a long England batting lineup. But if they're going to keep the pressure on, you know, the scoreboard pressure on, then this partnership really does need to work.
We haven't seen much of this. Slightly defensive tactics, but it's going to be the leg spinner bowling round the wicket into a little bit of rough there. Shane Warne used to do this a lot in an aggressive way. This is a slightly more defensive, bowl it into the rough, hide it out there. It's very hard to hide it when you have batters who can play shots like that, because right-handers become left-handers nowadays. That is nailed from Brook. I think that's gone all the way, actually. It has gone all the way in front of square, and it's gone for 6.
How do you describe that? A switch hit, and it's gone over extra cover. So even with that man placed at deep point to save that reverse sweep, you can play it everywhere. The conventional sweep, and that goes for 4 as well.
Well, Nazim doing his best to, well, let's take out the ball. He's taken out the boundary. Yeah, this is just supreme confidence from Brook. This is way outside leg stump, so it's a counter to the reverse. But he's hit that just as hard. And I've been watching the World Cup. That could have been a yellow card there. He's just taken out the boundary. He's not got the ball at all.
And again the reverse. And again it's going to be a boundary. Man is behind square, which I'm not sure is the right place for him if he's bowling it so far outside leg stump. It's got to go in front of square. Tactics not working, bowling round the wicket.
Yeah, worth a go. I mean, when you're faced with batsmen piling on runs, as we saw yesterday, and now Harry Brook doing the same again this morning, just repeating the same thing time and time again is basically foolish. So it's certainly worth a go. Okay, the experiment hasn't worked, but no harm in trying. And now let's just see. The field remains much the same, though he's gone back over the wicket. So let's see what Harry Brook does this time.
He leans back and he pulls it away. This is going to be another boundary. It is 4. It's not a 6, it's 4.
I'm in two minds as to whether to preempt things again here, because yesterday we saw him hit 6 4s in the over off Shakil. First time an England batsman ever done that in Test matches. So that was 24 off the over. Probably best I keep quiet now. 2 balls left, 6 4 4 4 so far.
Down the pitch. And he's going to hit that again for a boundary. Is it all the way? You bet it is. He's gone for a double ton here, Mahmood. He's gone for 205. And Brook isn't finished yet.
Yeah, 24 off the over so far. 1 delivery remaining. The reverse sweep, the switch hit, down the ground now, off the back foot. We've seen it all. He made sure that he got the 6th delivery to the boundary of South Shakil yesterday. What is he thinking now?
Up in the air, but safe. And I reckon that could run away. No, the fielder might well get there. They come back for 3, and that is the best over for a batting side in Test match cricket for England. Going past his own record that he set yesterday. A record-breaking Test match, and he's happy with it. 568 for 6.
Oh yeah, off about a 14 ball over. Am I next time?
Are we on? Well, it's been a It's been a quite staggering start again to this game. Harry Brook is having the time of his life out there. He's just taken 27 off the over from Zahid. That's the most conceded by a Pakistan bowler in Test cricket, the most hit by an England batsman in Test cricket, and now he's getting stuck into Naseem Shah, pulling him away over mid-wicket.
It's very painful to see what's happening out there. Bowlers are getting smashed everywhere. Only Naseem Shah probably is the one who is just controlled a little bit, but the spinners from the other end, Zahid just went all over the park. Did not allow him to settle yesterday, and same today.
This is a real illustration of how the game has changed, because once upon a time a spinner could come on, bowl round the wicket into a bit of rough outside leg stump and shut down the game, whereas now batters have so many options. Oh, that's gone between keeper and slip, and it is 150 for Harry Brook. A maiden 100 yesterday. He's moved on to 150 this morning, and he's set for a few more. What a player this young man is.
Pure domination. Brilliant knock. Keeping the run rate up there near 7. Scoring his first 150. And he's looking at double, maybe triple. Who knows? What a player. And he guided that one, maybe not where he wanted to. He probably wanted a little bit wider from that first slip fielder, but he'll take it.
Should be out. Yeah, simple catch out into the deep. So Harry Brook's fun has come to an end. It's how he got out actually in his first Test match at the Oval, just flicking one in the air to the leg side. It's another wicket for Naseem, who now has 3, and Pakistan will be very happy to see the back of Harry Brook, who's played in destructive fashion this morning. He's played some incredible shots. He was looking to try and sweep another 6 away to the leg side, didn't quite have the legs on it, and a simple catch in the end to deep square leg. Congratulations to Harry Brook. What an innings in just his second Test match. 153 from just 116 balls. A fine knock. Oh, what a nice feeling that is when you've done your bit. You walk up into the steps, into the dressing room, and take the congratulations of your teammates. Just his second Test match. What an innings that was from Harry Brook. He's going to be around for a long time in all formats, one suspects. And at least Pakistan now have got through to what they think is the tail. I mean, Ollie Robinson can bat, others can hang around, but at least some wickets have tumbled this morning. So 576 for 7 as Robinson comes to the crease.
2 balls left, I can't move.
Price one of those in-swinging Yorkers. First up to Ollie Robinson. Ooh, he tried it. He tried it, didn't he? Bowled a good one actually to Will Jacks first up. That was just a little leg side.
Yeah, Brook normally plays this shot in T20 cricket. We've seen it before. We've seen it here when he played for Lahore Qalandars. But because of the softness of the ball, couldn't really clear the boundary. He meant to hit 6 and didn't go far enough he wanted. This is some card. 576 for 7. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. 400 yesterday on the opening day of a Test match. That's the first time that that has been done in Test match cricket. Harry Brook, the fourth of those century makers, out moments ago to Naseem Shah, who now has 3 for 116. Some sickly figures there, though. 2 for 208 for Zahid, the leg spinner.
He's got the ball talking now. Big turn. Yeah, not quite sure if Jax is going to hang around either. I think he's going to continue playing their shots and try and get as many. He's known for his T20 game. Has 100 in the 100 back in England.
He sure is, Arouge, yes. He plays for Surrey down at the Oval, and he's a real dasher. Enjoys nice batting conditions down there. He plays all formats. But you'd say he's known for his ball striking ability, and he's tried to work on his off spin, which is one of those things that got him a selection in the first place. Both he and Liam Livingstone are kind of part-time spinners, I suppose, and they'll be called upon here on this surface, no doubt, later on. It's a good stop at mid-on because it was firmly hit by Robinson. Shan Masood is on as a substitute right now. Five, 7 for 7.
Naseem Shah has already bowled 5 overs this morning. Not sure if he's going to continue. Just coming off the World Cup, hasn't really played any longer versions. Got to be a little bit careful with his fitness. He's been the most impressive so far in this bowling lineup, Naseem Shah.
What about that challenge, Waqar, for Naseem and Haris Rauf, who coming out of the World T20, as you say? I mean, is that down to them to just kind of manage their workloads? Is it down to fitness staff to determine how much work they should do between World T20 and the first Test match? How do you go about building up your loads in such a short period?
Look, normally is the fast bowler who tells the guys who are, or management who are responsible for the workload. That's beautifully struck. Beautiful shot. It was there to be hit and it's been dealt beautifully. So I feel because Pakistan don't have too much option in the first class cricket, or the best option was Muhammad Ali, That's why they played him. Shaheen is out. Hassan Ali is not at his best. So they had very little choice to pick. So Naseem Shah was probably the one they had to play him. Yes, it must have been very hard for him coming from the World Cup, bowling 4 overs a day, and coming and bowling the second day. It gets really, really tough at times. There's a big team there who manage the workload, the physio, the trainers. There's a doctor there, so they all look after these boys. But it all comes down to the individual, Naseem Shah, how he's feeling. If he's ready, you know, they'll probably give him a chance. And I think he's done well coming from the World Cup. And today he's found his right length. He's back of the length a little bit. He's trying to swing the ball, coming into the batsman. A very rare full length delivery, which I think is the right way to go on this pitch.
Yeah, that Hawkeye was a good illustration of what Naseem Shah has been trying to do this morning, which is basically plug away on a good length and then the odd effort ball, you know, a full pitch Yorker that he's looking to swing in right onto the batsman's toe and make sure that's the effort ball, maybe give it an extra yard quicker, but plug away on a good length. Just shy of deep square leg. That's where Harry Brook pulled out moments ago. Jack's trying to repeat a similar shot. Played a beautiful cover drive moments ago.
You see him hiding the ball again, ball doing a little bit of reverse again. The problem yesterday was, yes, the ball was reversing, but they weren't, the lengths weren't correct. Either it was too short or it was just not enough air on it to get the ball to reverse. So he does that quite often when he starts hiding the ball. To take away any sort of sight from the batter, but the pitch map earlier, good reflection of his grouping today and the hint of moving, yielding those wickets.
.584 for 7.
Another worry for Pakistan is this delivery. Have a look at this delivery, because that one kept really, really low. And I'm sure the guys sitting in the dressing room, the England dressing room, they'll be keeping very close eyes on it, that what length needs to be bowled and what do they target. And for me, I feel that this is the pitch where you just got to hit back of the length and target the stumps. Don't go anywhere. Don't look for the ball going in the slips, because it is not going to carry unless you're a 150 Ks. But what you need to do on this pitch is just keep targeting that middle off. Don't go even toward middle leg, because that will be clipped away.
Yeah, you might get a slip catch with the brand new ball, I guess, at best, but once that ball starts to get a little old, the chances of slip catches completely disappear on this surface. So it's a matter of being a little bit more inventive as a captain, getting your bowlers to bowl straight, giving them plenty of cover on the leg side. Oh yeah. The spinners clearly will have a lot of work to do, Leach and then the part-time spinners Jackson, Livingston, and there'll be small windows where the ball starts to reverse a little bit, and you try and take advantage of those as best you can, but it's going to be hard work for any bowling side on here. As Robinson slogs away into the leg side, it's another boundary. Zahid stands there with his hands on his hips. He has really leaked some runs in this innings. 2 for 214 now.
Yeah, it's a debut that he might want to forget very quickly. Again, staying in line, it is now the third most expensive spell on debut in the history of Test cricket.
Oh, yeah.
The worst being 222 runs conceded by Suraj Randeep on Test debut. Just a few more left between that.
Oh, yes.
Well, sadly, I'd suggest he's on course to break that. It's going to be an unwanted record he'll carry around with him.
Unless he stops bowling after this over or after this delivery.
The captain looks after him, but I don't think the captain would be aware of the grimness of the record. 589 for 7. Well, I was there in Birmingham when Jasprit Bumrah hit Stuart Broad for 35, but I reckon that was about an 11 ball over because he bowled 4 or 5 no balls. He kept overstepping. And yeah, Brian Lara took Peterson for 28. And Zahid Mahmood has just crept onto that unwanted list right at the bottom there.
Well, Stuart Broad has been outstanding over the years, and he's also been involved in some poor performances at times also. He went for 6 sixes also against Yuvraj Singh.
I mean,
and I wasn't expecting Bumrah to do that.
I was going to say, if you didn't know the record and you said who is going to have scored most runs in a Test match, I reckon Jasprit Bumrah would be like near the bottom of your list. Well, that looked a very laboured approach to the crease to me by Muhammad Ali, who went for 96 yesterday from 17 overs.
I'm sure there was a lot of conversation dressing room wise. I'm sure they might have pulled their pitch map up, and something where he can do is plug on one side of the wicket. Naseem Shah's done that really well come day 2.
Well, when you've gone for that many runs, he's gone for 96 in 17.1, and you have to come back in the morning when the score is 590 for 7. It is difficult to sort of motivate yourself, just get yourself going, and Muhammad Ali is facing that right now. Good to see kids coming in. I think they've been given half the day off. They should be in the school, but yeah, good to see them coming and watching Test match cricket here at Rawalpindi.
Talking about records, England's probably on their way to score their highest total against Pakistan in Test cricket. The previous one, 598 for 9 declare back in 2015. But one of the most recent ones is the one that Zach Crawley will remember. He got his double ton in that Southampton. England scored 583 2020. They're just 6 shy of the highest and 8 shy of 600 here now.
Yeah, I was there when Zach Crawley got that double ton, and ball was flying all over the place then also. But I don't think they got these many runs in 87.4 overs. There's a lot more overs were bowled. It was a spicy pace. The ball was hooving around too. But yeah, this is flat. This is not easy for the bowlers. I think they'll get a lot more than that.
Leg side, a little too much leg side.
Vakar, you happen to be a constant when Pakistan gets hit for many. Either in the commentary box or in the staff. What's going on?
I don't know, bad luck, I guess. Let's talk about Tapal tea.
Absolutely. Let's lively up the mood here a little bit with the Tapal tea movement and the Tapal tea lounge.
That's over and drinks.
Well, England 7 away from 600 there, 593 for 7. We've had 88 overs, just a couple shy of where we should have been last evening on the first day, but it was a shortened day, of course. An hour into play, England motoring along. Time for drinks.
Bowling, Sasik, wait!
Well, we've had an hour's play this morning. England have hurried their score along to 593, but they have lost some wickets. Stokes first of all, then Livingston, and then Brook for a brilliant 150. Harry Brook, that was his first 6 of the morning, just the easiest of 6s hit over long on. And then he took the leg spinner Zahid for 27 in an over, which is a record for an England batter in an over in Test cricket. Some astonishing shots in that over. The luckless Zahid is continuing. His figures are 2 for 214, the most expensive in Test history. 222, so he's not far away from that unwanted record, but the captain is keeping him going. It's a thankless task, it must be said, on this surface. We interrupted that package from Brook, who, as I said, took Zahid for 27. And even though Zahid came round the wicket to try and shut him off, his unbelievable ability to hit those reverse hits in front of square on the offside meant the leg spinner had nowhere to go. This time it's Jacks trying to reverse sweep. Imam does well at backward point.
What about those wrists coming into play? Yeah, good stop, very well done. Couple of good stops from Pakistani fielders, but really amazed the way these modern batsmen, not only they just switch hit, they just use their wrist. Watch this wrist coming into play. Wow.
No man in front of square on the leg side, so runs to be had. A couple of them. 596 for 7. So you did a masterclass before the start of play, Arouge, on reverse sweeping. I'm not quite sure what your guest knew about reverse sweeping. I never saw him play a reverse sweep.
Well, to his credit, he did admit that. But yeah, I think, and the one point he did mention was obviously picking up length and how relatively shorter players are, because of their height, and they pick up trajectory really good. And you see some of the better players of sweep slightly shorter. But the one thing that Nas did mention was obviously the ability of the movement of the wrists and how effective that is. Exactly what we saw Jacks do in the previous over. And obviously differences of hard sweep square and then the release short, which could be a slight paddle if you don't get into positions.
There's a slightly worrying sight there of Naseem throwing the ball in from the boundary edge. If you were listening to Waqar Younis moments ago, he was talking about how thin the stocks are for Pakistan's pace attack at the moment in the absence of Shaheen Shah Afridi and others, and the way Naseem threw that in, it looked as though he may have a slight shoulder concern of his own.
I don't think he will have much of a problem with the bowling action or when he was bowling. It's just when he throws it, because it gets so tired. And sometimes if you throw in a certain way, you can have those shoulders, you know, in pain, because they're very tired, they're very stiff. So it's got to be very careful, very careful about when he throws the ball, and that's what he's doing. He's been helped in the morning, but I think when it comes to bowling, I don't think he have much of an issue, but he's definitely in pain when he throws the ball.
The problem is there's just no respite. These test matches come thick and fast. We've got 3 days in between the end of this game here in Pindi, then we go to Multan. The test match comes around quickly there, then it's 3 days break, and then on to Karachi. So it's 3 test matches in the best part of what, 3.5, 4 weeks. So not much respite for the fast bowlers.
Just looking at the squad Pakistan have, they do have Wasim Jr. and Fahim Ashraf. And Fahim Ashraf is probably the only one who's been playing red ball cricket with the Quaid-e-Azam trophy recently. So again, limited stocks, not a lot of experience with the red ball. Met Naseem Shah with Wasim Jr. in the lobby last night, and he was talking about already being a bit sore with the shoulder. Not good signs if that is the case.
No, that's a real worry, just 1 day into the series.
Well, I spoke about the selection of the team yesterday also, and I'll say it again. You know, when you pick three fast bowlers, genuine fast bowler, and then you pick one spinner, and then you don't really have an opener. There's a lot of load on the faster bowlers, and that's what we're seeing right now. Naseem Shah has bowled 21 overs. Muhammad Ali is finishing his 20th, and Rauf is already gone. He's having issues. So if Pakistan would have played Fahim Ashraf and played another spinner on this surface, I think they would have been much better off.
598 for 7.
Who got runs in 2015? Nazar? 598 for 7. Robinson 9, Jacks 12. Mahmood continues 2 for 217. This now is England's highest record against Pakistan in Test match cricket, going past the 598 they made in Abu Dhabi in 2015. An innings of records. Down the pitch, and that will be 600 up for England. And it's gone all the way for 605 now they amass.
Yeah, those sixes now don't excite us as they were yesterday. We just kept on coming. Pops it down the ground, easy as you like, another one.
Now the reverse, good work from Barber at slip.
Well, even Ollie Robinson.
Zahid. Oh yes, Shahi. Morning, morning, Shabash.
Bit off the toe end of the bat. Outfield has been quick. And is it quick enough? Yeah, I think the fielder does well there. They may have a check whether his foot touched the rope, but I think it was okay. At the moment, it's 608 for 7. Just the right foot is fine, everything's fine, the knee's fine, and he does well. Yeah, Azhar Ali just saves that single, stops the boundary. It is 608 for 7.
Just previously, the discussion with Waqar Yunus and Michael Atherton about the test match as well. You guys leave before Christmas with Pakistan. Straight after that, have 2 more test matches against New Zealand. So almost 5 back-to-back test matches. And just thinking about these fast bowlers, Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's not fit yet. Hassan Ali slightly out of form, so he's not in the picture. You've got these guys who haven't got a lot of test match experience at all. And then you've got maybe Abbas. Abbas is not fully fit yet, but in the course of 5 test matches, coming back to back, you need plenty of fast bowlers. Now this man, he hasn't debuted either, so there's not a lot of experience to fall back on. I'm just thinking of people outside the squad, and you think, yeah, Mir Hamza only played 1 test. Abbas is the only one you can say that he's played a few test matches, and Hassan Ali. But otherwise, you still got to rely on really inexperienced fast bowlers over the course of the winter.
Well, the previous commentators were discussing it about Nazim Shah and his shoulder. At the end of the last over, Barber went over and had a long conversation with Nazim Shah. Now, whether that was about taking the new ball and who'd be able to take the new ball, Nazim sort of gave his shoulder a rub as if to say, skipper, if you want to take the new ball, I'll go for it. And in fact, I think at the moment the delay is because the third umpire is bringing on the new ball. And that's exactly what's happened. Barber's decided, having had a chat with Nazim, we will take the new ball. So this will come onto the bat a bit better, but Barber will hope also there may be a little bit of swing and he can get through Robinson and then the lower order. Jack's obviously a frontline batter, will be used to playing against the new ball. The Barber wants to get off the field, get wickets, but it does give you run scoring opportunities, the new ball as well. The other option, Basil, is with pitches, really. I'm not surprised that the bowlers are all going down with this pitch, but can you make pitches spin? You know, the other thing to take on England have brought 1 frontline spinner, they've backed it up now with Rayan Ahmed, would be to play on spinning pitches with no Shaheen Shah Afridi. Seamer's struggling with fitness. Take England on with spin or Pakistan pitches, which would be the pitch conducive to spin in Pakistan?
Well, I'll tell you one venue which is most conducive, but we don't play test match cricket, which is Faisalabad, where the ball does spin. Multan, Karachi, it will spin, but it'll be slow. And Pakistan, whatever the pitch looks like at the first day.
Past mid-off, yes, past mid-off. And that'll go away for 4.
Yeah, another boundary. Just going back to that, whatever the pitch looks at first day, it doesn't really break up. It's slightly different than sort of other pitches in the subcontinent. People think that subcontinent pitches are the same, but Pakistani pitches don't really crumble. So it's reverse swing and runs to play with on the final day that gets you through. So Rawalpindi, normally you get more moisture, more grass on this pitch, especially first class cricket. You want to bowl first because of that fact, and then it sort of variable bounce comes into play once that whole process goes through. But if you leave it dry, nothing really happens to it at all because there's no indentation by those bowling on the first day, and just sort of carries on slow and low throughout the game. Karachi develops a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit.
Long handle is out from Robinson. He's a very useful number 9, and the runs continue to flow for England. It's 616 for 7. There is one consolation, isn't there, for Pakistan in the field. Every batsman
will be planning how to make his own runs. One or two I can think of. I mean, obviously the big names will know that they have the ability, the experience, everything needed to make big runs. One or two, like, for instance, Saad Shakil will be rather hoping that his batting goes better than his bowling. But they need obviously to plan ahead, need to keep heads high. Obviously there's a way to go before this England innings finishes, but keep heads high and plan your way through the next couple of days.
Well, let's see how Nazim Shah goes here. They are like gold dust fast bowlers. You have to look after them. You cannot bowl them into the ground. Let's see if there's any reaction in this over after he's bowled it with that shoulder.
Yeah, before he gets unleashed here, I've had a word with the registrar of records. Another one's come through. A bit of sympathy for Zaid Mahmood on debut. He's the most expensive ever Test match debutant bowler. Current figures 2 for 227 from 31, beating the previous records, 222, the Benno, conceded by Suraj Randeep for Sri Lanka on his Test debut.
Up in the air, it could land safe. There is a man out there. Can he get there? No.
I did hang in the air for a while, and it just seemed that that deep point, Saad Shakil was in play. And trying to go straight down the ground. Nazim Shah thought he'd had another one. And just not there.
Well, he's had a couple caught at deep square legs, so deep cover would have added to the repertoire. In the end, actually, looking back at it, it wasn't that far away when it dropped from Saad Shakil. The only thing he could have done differently, which is always tough when you have to judge the flight of the ball in these clear skies, the only thing he could have done maybe is take a slightly more direct route towards the ball. You just see the angle of his run there.
Crunch through the offside. Saad Shakil is behind square. That goes in front of square.
Yeah, a bit of width. And he's almost flat batted it through the offside. Newer ball. Just skidding on slightly better.
Does he get that over mid-off? He does. The new ball comes onto the bat even better, and boundaries continue to flow. 50 partnership now between Robinson and Jacks.
Yes, this positive spirit goes all the way down the order. The 50 partnership from 54 balls.
Dafa News cricketing fact. Zaid Mahmood's figures in this innings are the most expensive in Test history by a debutant. Previous record 222 runs. Suraj Randeep. Suraj Randeep.
An expensive comeback over from Nazim Shah, 628 for 7.
Yeah, it's never easy, is it, the job of bowling quick on good pitches. And if you've got a shoulder problem as well, I mean, we talk a lot about psychology in this game. I've talked this morning about batting psychologies, but for a bowler, you want to feel as though your body is 100% or as close as possible to it, so that everything you want to do, the body will let you do. Tough times. Tough times. The shadow that he's practicing his shots as well.
It's going to go over mid-wicket, and I think it's going to land safely again. It does. Toe end of the bat from Robinson.
The way England have batted, there's so much time in the test match, they still have to bowl a lot of overs. Obviously the pitch not conducive to seam movement, so they'll have to work for their wickets if they want to win the test game. But say they'd batted a couple of days or 2 days, they'd give their bowlers a rest, but right now it's just 1 day or 1 day and a bit. You get this massive score and then you're in the field for quite Pakistan. We're hoping that they're in the field for quite long.
So they've worked hard on those banners there, haven't they?
Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. And the way England bat, well, they always rush for time.
Pulled away again. The sweepers have been very busy this morning. There's been a couple of catches out there, a couple that have fallen short. Good from Robinson, really. Lower order batter. Last thing you want in a game where time is going to be important. The bowlers just wasting time and using up deliveries. Just everyone now have some fun. Get up to 700 as quickly as you can. Get on with trying to get 20 wickets. That's where this game now hangs on. A docile pitch. Can England get 20 wickets? And they'll need time. Gives himself room. Toes it to mid-on. 6:32 for 7. Well, the carrot for Nazim Shah, of which there aren't many, but 2 more wickets here, a couple of tail-end wickets. Robinson slogs one up in the air, Leach or Anderson. You have a test fifer. Always something you can get out of the game on an individual basis. Just keep going for your skipper. You don't want to injure yourself, but something you got to work for. He has 3 wickets. Today, the first one was a slower ball, a cutter to Stokes, and then couple put out in the deep, one at deep square leg. And the other one in a very similar position, different shot though.
The close of play yesterday, he wasn't happy with the DRS not working.
Yeah, he had an early one against Crawley. The DRS wasn't available yesterday morning. Crawley was then saved later in the day on 99 when DRS was working. Beautifully played in front of square. Again, the sweeper in play, and he does well. Nice little innings this for Ollie Robinson. His bowling in Test match cricket has been outstanding. His batting hasn't been as good as it is for in county cricket when he plays, and very useful down the order in county cricket. Hasn't done that in Test match cricket yet. Has a first-class 100, Ollie Robinson. 637 for 7.
Yeah, if you think back to last winter in terms of English cricket, so down in Australia, where he was being accused of all things, lack of fitness. His batting in Hobart at the end of that series was ignominious. But he's come back, and they're giving him full credit in the England camp. Come back with a new attitude, fitter, stronger. For the record, yesterday he was one of those still feeling decidedly unwell when the start of play occurred. So actually lucky for him in England that toss has won. England batted first. Would have been maybe a little the worse for wear had he had to bowl first thing yesterday morning, but he seems okay.
Yeah, it's a good point, David, and it's what the England players talked about at the end of play yesterday about their bowlers. 2 of them in particular, Robinson and Leach, who are unwell, gave him an extra day. And also Ollie Pope with the gloves is going to have to keep. It's always best for him to bat first before spending 150 overs in the field. Driven on the up through the offside. Sweeper won't cut that off. He was behind square.
A lovely piece of timing. He just stroked it through the offside. It's on the up, but the timing's exquisite. Just a little push into the offside to the fence.
to mid-wicket, gone. Will Jack's debut innings comes to an end. Pakistan have their 8th wicket.
Trying to force the issue again. And this time didn't have that timing. Dragging it leg side. It'll just be a front foot check as Will Jacks. Yeah, that's fine. Will Jacks walks away. 30 of 29. As he tried to pull this away leg side, didn't get any timing on it, went straight to the man. Naseem Shah with the catch. Muhammad Ali with another wicket. In England now 6:41 for 8.
It's leg stump, Jack.
Jack Leach comes in at number 10. At 92 he made was as a night watchman against Ireland at Lord's. Famous partnership with Ben Stokes as well in an Ashes test at Headingley, so he can bat. Very useful number 10. Haven't seen many leaves in this test match so far. Yeah, that famous single that he got against Australia. 60 minutes he batted for 1 run while Ben Stokes smashed Australia all around the park at Headingley. This is why he's there. Jack's trying to get on with it. Toe end of the bat was low, just skidded, so it came off the toe end of the bat. Naseem Shah at mid-wicket. Well, run out chance, hits and he's gone, misses. And we have buzzers. That will go for 4. Leach is off the mark with a boundary.
That's how Michael Atherton gets his 6s. Yeah, Robinson was never coming. Never coming. And the throw, well, it's what, a foot away? Maybe slightly less. Side on, 1 stump to aim at. No, maybe not that close. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Barber was cross with the backing up, actually. He may have wanted it thrown to Rizwan, that they had the opportunity of getting it into Rizwan's gloves, but there was no one backing up. Zahid Mahmood was at a mid-wicket. Fine leg, could have got round maybe. No problem with the throw. Just no one backing up.
Look, at 645 for 8 after 96 overs. I'm not sure Fine Leg was too fussed about backing up 40 yards to his right.
.45 for 8.
645 on the card. There's still a couple of wickets left for England, and they've done it in quick fashion. That has been the highlight of this England innings. 4 centurions, the first time that has happened on day 1 of Test cricket. 500 as well the first time. Day 1 in Test cricket. And that's the session summary. Some concerns around his shoulder, especially when he was throwing. He looks all right when he's bowling, but it's been a hard toil for the Pakistan bowlers all around. But he's been the pick of the bowler so far. Has had a better day today with his length and his grouping, especially to the right-handers.
Well, my only issue with Naseem Shah is that he's been through a lot of injuries, a recent past, so is this the right way to go? I mean, 646 for 8 and still bowling. He's bowled 6 overs this morning and he's come back for his second spell. He's struggling with his shoulder. So just got to be a little watchful, a little careful. You don't want to lose him for the next 2 Test matches. He's still sort of running in hard and bowling at good clicks, good pace. He's picked up 3 wickets, went for a few runs, but is easily the pick of the bowlers in this match so far.
He's put a leg slip in as well for Leach. 2 men back on the rope. Will be some short bowling here, in line with the body, trying to get that leg slip in place. Once again, plenty of boundaries. The day got off to a start with Ben Stokes hitting 1 straight down for 6. In Osaka battery contest, every time a boundary is hit and the LED boards are displaying Osaka display signs, the batsman will get 10,000 Pakistan rupees. Just that.
Yeah, that's why that leg slip is in place in quite a fine position. It's hard to see it going there given the pace of the pitch. You've got to really bang it in to get it up around armpit height for the left-handed Leach.
It has been runs galore, records breaking left, right and centre, and England are on their way to another one. Their highest total in Test in the subcontinent came back in 1985 against India. 652 in Chennai, so 7 short of that to break that record, and it definitely looks on the cards at the moment. Wouldn't mind some of that as well. Lunch round the corner. .97 done. England 646 for 8.
Mentioned that game in Chennai in 1985 as a young man. I remember it well because there was a Lancastrian called Graham Fowler who made a double hundred in that game, along with Mike Gatting, who also made a double hundred. It was rare back then. There weren't many Lancashire players who were playing for England, so when Fowler got his double hundred at Chennai, it was a big thing in the county. I remember it well as a young man. I'm fairly certain Neil Foster got wickets in that game as well, which, in a high-scoring game, was a good effort. Famous series that David Gower captained England to in India.
Well, somebody must have bowled him a beamer there, because every time somebody bowls him a beamer, he gets the big one, Graham Fowler.
Yeah, it was a good player, highly respected coach for many years up at Durham University, and I think Shan Masood would have benefited from Graham Fowler's tutelage as well. He was up at Durham University for a short while, and lots of cricketers came through Durham under Fowler's tutelage. Andrew Strauss, Shan Masood, and many others.
Don't think he's into coaching anymore, is he?
No, he stepped away from the university. He was in charge of cricket there for many years once his first-class career finished, but I think he stepped away from that role, what, half a dozen years ago. But everybody who came through Durham under Graham Fowler spoke highly of his influence.
Short. Robinson still manages to put that away for one. Ali bowling with two fielders hovering on the leg side for Robinson. Obviously they walk up now for the left-handed Leach.
I think Pakistani bowlers should have used these tactics yesterday when the ball was new. They did not bowl too many short deliveries. They were just searching for swing most of the time, and it was never there. And leaked way too many runs in the first session. They could have easily gone short, and the reverse also would have come a lot earlier, and then things might have been a little different. At the moment, I feel the Pakistani bowlers, the team, the captain, they're all looking at the English dressing room, hoping that they will just declare soon.
I think they'll be looking all day. I don't think, Athers, you know better. I don't know. I don't think there's a declaration on the cards. They'll probably try and get as many.
I reckon they were looking at 700 just after lunch and then bring an end to the torture.
Why do you want to kill the game? You get to 700, it will take them at least a couple of hours.
Well, they started the day at 500, didn't they? If you give them a session's worth, 30 overs, at yesterday's rate, that's 200 more runs at 6.5 and over. I mean, it's incredible to say so, but I think that was what was in their minds, somewhere around 700, 750 just after lunch. They may not get there. They're 8 down now. Wickets have tumbled this morning, but I reckon at the start of the day, that was the plan.
End of the 98th over. England 647 for 8, as the players will take a break for drinks. Are we back?
हाँ फिर क्या होगा हाँ रख लो कि नया बॉल है शायद लग जाएगा
It's a scorecard England will be mighty happy with. 647 for 8. As we have a look at the wickets. First up, Naseem Shah bowls Ben Stokes, and he was the catalyst in all 4 dismissals this morning. Then he picked up Livingston, caught at the boundary by Saud Shakil. And then the Centurion, Harry Brook, lost his wicket in a similar fashion. Same duo with Saud Shakil at the boundary. The last one to fall, Will Jacks. Muhammad Ali picking up a wicket. Again, an easy catch to Naseem Shah. And those have been the 4 wickets to fall today. Couple of runs after the basket straight away.
पाया जाएगा बस ऐसा ऐसा पहुंच जाना
Looks like it was sliding down. Big shot, the finger goes up. And the review straight away.
TV Umpire 2 Director, we have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. Can you show me the front foot, please? Thank you, that's Fedlery, spin vision front on. I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm no bat. Okay. Just waiting for Ultra Assad. Keep rolling through. Okay, no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. It's pitching in line, impact is in line, and it's umpire's call on the wicket, so you can stay with your original. Hassan, I'll tell you when to signal. Signal now.
Confirmation there as the finger goes up. An excellent review in the end. Robinson makes his way back for a 37. 649 for 9.
मैच भी ढूंढा है हाँ हाँ ये कल वहाँ पे बैठा हुआ था ब्लू शर्ट में इसलिए नजर नहीं आ रहा था वो ब्लू उसमें बैठे हुए चेयर में
649 for 9 as the last man walks out for England. The only one who was back here in 2005, 17 years ago. Oh, what a phenomenal record that is. Well, with the ball, might just have some fun with the bat. He was out here in 2005, played the one-day game at this venue. First time playing Test cricket on Pakistan soil.
Says something, that, doesn't it, with 176 Test matches to his name, that this is the first in Pakistan. And this is a pleasant change for him. I always have an image of Jimmy Anderson in my mind when he walks out to bat, that he comes out as number 11 with England needing to save a game and a fast bowler bearing down on him, bowling bouncer after bounce. So well, this is a pleasant change. 649 for 9. He can have some fun.
A reverse sweep first up, sweep the second. Looks like it's exactly what he's going to do. Have some fun. It's a good review in the end here. Pitched in line, hit in line, and wickets clipping, hence why stuck with umpire's call.
Yeah, the ball just spun a little bit. Came back and hitting that leg stump. It was given out. If that wouldn't have been given out, it would have stayed not out. Oops. Is there an edge? Is there an edge? Well, umpire's quiet. It's been taken. Babar caught it. Is he going to review it? Waiting, waiting. Nope, I don't think so.
Well, at least Zahid has kept going. It's been an unbelievably difficult debut for him, conceding 230 runs, but he's got 3 wickets. He's a chance of ending with a 4th. Oh, and should have had a 4th, although it was a tough chance. Away to Slip's right, but it was put down.
Eventful over in the end. 99 overs done, 651 for 9 England.
It was a tough one. It was travelling very, very quickly. It was a googly, a little bit extra bounce. Was looking to cut, and Babar Azam preferred his right hand, and that one went on to his right, but it went very, very quickly. Hard to catch these, especially when you're been in the field for 99 overs and nothing went in the slip, and suddenly it comes. It just surprises you.
So having a look at the slip catch, which went down in last ball of the previous over. Zahid, the googly, got it to spin. Got a bit of the right hand off Babar, but it was dipping on him. Never easy, especially might have clipped Rizwan's gloves. He took a blinder during the World Cup against Zimbabwe with Shadab, and he stuck his right hand out to a right-hander. The difference there was I was about waist height and just put his hand out in time.
Well, this sort of situation really frustrates me. And that was just before that catch was dropped. There was a big appeal. I don't think he hit the bat. I think he just clipped the boot on the way before it landed. So that's what that was given not out. Normally playing against England, last man batting. Come on. Finish it off. It's not the case on this pitch.
Going back to Headingley, Leach batted for 60 minutes for that one run, helping Ben Stokes to record that historic chase. Just a reminder here for revised session timings. Another 37 minutes to be exact, being a Friday, time added on for yesterday. Lunch break will be an hour today. Pakistan looking to wrap things up here. Well, Waqar, something to take back from the Pakistan bowlers, especially who are on debut, Muhammad Ali and Zahid Mahmood. They have picked up 2 and 3 wickets apiece, which will be some sort of, well, respite or some sort of something to take back home. But it's been a difficult debut on a pitch which has offered absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Test match cricket is never easy, especially when you are playing for the first time on this sort of surface. There's not much for the pacers, not much for the spinners. It is very, very hard, and it's a better delivery from Muhammad Ali, who's picked up 2 wickets. Been very, very expensive, but at times I've seen him just getting the line and lengths right. But the way England batters, they batted, they put everyone under pressure. They just come at you at times, and then if you bowl a bad ball, they were putting it away anyway. So it is difficult. It's not easy on this surface, especially.
Got that one to bounce. Anderson has done well and will also pick up a single. 100 overs done. England 653 for 9. That bottom half at the moment is just staggering. 86 fours and 9 sixes. And Michael Atherton has just told me the total of that is somewhere beyond 400.
I was doing a very quick mental calculation. What I really needed was a proper calculator. Get the phone out, get the calculator up. But in the region of 400 runs in boundaries, which is incredible. 398, says Mazza. I wasn't far away.
And that has been the feature, the highlight, or something that has stood out, the way England has approached this first innings.
Catch it!
Call for catch. The only thing that will yield is a boundary to Jimmy Anderson.
There you go, Athers. You got it now. There's 402 runs being scored by boundaries in this game. That was easy picking, easy delivery. It was way too short, and he could have hit it anywhere he wanted.
It's interesting, isn't it? The definition of entertainment in cricket. Heard everybody yesterday and this morning as well talking about how entertaining the batting has been, and without question the batting has been entertaining. My own view of Test cricket is that the most entertaining Test matches I've seen is when there's been an absolute contest between bat and ball, and when first innings are, the totals are somewhere 250 to 350 in first innings, and you have a tight, tense game. It's been too one-sided for my liking in terms of bat against ball. I'm not talking about, England against Pakistan. Just the battle between bat and ball has been too one-sided for my liking. Top edge, and this should end the pain for
Pakistan. It does. It's a good catch. Jimmy Anderson will go, and England's innings finally comes to an end. 657 is their total, and for Zahid, the leg spinner, the pain is over, but he has kept going, and he has just picked up his 4th wicket of the innings. Incredibly expensive figures, but 4 wickets for him, and England done now. 657.
Yeah, England were outstanding from the word go. This is how Zahid picked up his 4th wicket. Another googly, a top spinner, getting the edge. Imam was the man who picked up an easy catch. Yeah, the misery comes to an end for Pakistan. They've got to go out there and bat long and bat really well. Full marks to Englishmen. They batted outstandingly well. They were from the very first session yesterday, they were just on top of Pakistan, and they stayed on top of Pakistan throughout that time. 657, and they've lost all their wickets. The run rate is the most pleasing one. 6.5 run rate they scored throughout a day and a bit.
Surely has been the prominent feature of this England batting, the rate at which they've scored. Again, plenty of records. Zach Crawley again, once again impressive. 122, Duckett 107, Pope 108, and Brook 153. The only one to miss out was Joe Root. Look at the number of balls they've done that in. Brook 153 of 116. Stokes, as always, entertaining, and England end with 657. With big scores like that, you get plenty of runs in the runs column for bowlers. 6 bowlers used for Pakistan. Naseem Shah, the pick of them with 3 wickets. The economy rate there for him and Ali, but Zahid Mahmood on debut picking up 4. Muhammad Ali on debut picking up 2. Haris Rauf didn't take the field today, just bowled 13 for the 1 wicket, and Salman and Shakil, the 2 off-time spinners. Right, it's time for a break, and when we come back, we'll have the Pakistan reply.
So the roller is on this already very flat pitch here in Rawalpindi. Not sure if that's going to make any difference whatsoever to the state of the pitch. This is the scorecard then at the end of the first innings of this first test match. England 657 in 101 overs, 4 centurions, runs added at a pace throughout. So 6.5 runs per over throughout that innings. A frenetic pace set by England in this test match. Just run through the way the wickets eventually fell. And Duckett first to go. Scores a mere 235 at that stage. A rare miss with the reverse sweep for him. Bit of a review, but pitching on, just turning a wee bit and hitting the off stump. So that was that for Ben Duckett. Following over, Zach Crawley himself a century maker, 122. Beaten by that little bit of in-swing from Haris Rauf. Beautifully delivered through the defences, off the pad onto the stumps. That was 2 down, 235. Another sweep shot this time from Joe Root, just a little too full for him. Tired and mood with his second wicket, a little bit too full. Going on to hit middle and off. Fourth wicket that of yet another century maker, Ollie Pope. LBW this time to Muhammad Ali. First wicket for him in test matches. Again reviewed. Ben Stokes this morning, having blasted the ball very quickly to all parts at the end of the first day, gave himself a bit of space. Actually quite clever bowling from Nazim Shah. Took the pace off, cut his fingers across the top of the ball. Ben Stokes, of course, as you can see, giving himself plenty of room. And that was that. Liam Livingstone playing his first ever test match innings, timed it, but there was a man in the deep. Saud Shakil very safe with his hands there. Another wicket for Nazim Shah. Yeah, a bit of late swing in the air there. And then Harry Brook, 153, the highest score of this England innings. Again finding deep square leg. Those fast hands of his, not enough to carry the fielder. Again, it was Saud Shakil with safe hands, but a brilliant innings from Harry Brook. First test match 100 in his second test match. Down the order, Will Jacks, normally higher up the order in a different sort of team. It just clipped it straight to mid-wicket, didn't quite time it, came off the bottom part of the bat. Nazim Shah taking the catch. Reverse sweep from Ollie Robinson, enjoying himself this morning as well. 37 for him. Reviewed, it was close. But again, pitching on just enough turn to straighten it and just enough to clip the leg stump. So umpire's call upheld. And Jimmy Anderson, top edge from him, and now making a few yards rather to his right. And relief for Pakistan, as they were finally allowed to leave the field with England all out. And snap six. Jack Leach not out. 6 to his name as well. So the bowling, a number of overs, a number of runs, and a few wickets. 10 in all, of course. So Nazim, 24 overs, 3 for 140. The attention now turns to Pakistan's batsmen. Now, they've done this before. They've seen big scores made in Pakistan in test matches. The series against Australia early in the year saw 600 play 600 in the first test match. And that's what Pakistan will be hoping to do. Ben Stokes will know that wickets will not come easily. He has the experience of Jimmy Anderson with all those test match appearances, all those test match wickets. A visit here, he was the only man here 17 years ago when England last played a test match in Pakistan. To be honest, he says he can't really remember it. He's not sure that any information gathered then would actually be of much use right now. He's a different character, a different bowler. But obviously Ben Stokes in England will hope that something happens with this new ball. Time, as they say, will tell. So Basit and Nasser alongside. What do we think? Nas?
Well, as we look at Abdullah Shafiq's statistics, and they are excellent. Just starting off on his test match journey, a test average of nearly 67. It looks like the England analyst has been busy, because straight away in a game that's not had any slip catches off the seamers, there are 2 slips and a leg slip. So someone somewhere thinks that Shafiq can nurdle one down the leg side and get caught ducket leg slip.
Single from the first ball, so Pakistan off the mark. Abdullah Shafiq off the mark. Bit of catching practice in between innings. Not sure it's going to go that high, to be honest.
Well, Mazza, our statistician, has been on absolute fire these last 2 days after delivering 37,505 legal deliveries in Test cricket. That was Anderson's first ball in Pakistan ever. The 40-year-old has bowled everywhere. That was his first delivery in Pakistan.
That was all right. Right, left-hander now, of course, with Imam ul Haq. Again with, well, 3 slips this time, still with the leg slip.
It's an interesting one, because having watched however many overs, 90-odd overs of that England innings, there was not one stage where I thought, do you know what we're missing here is a leg slip? It just, but someone there thinks that both these openers are vulnerable there.
It'll be interesting what lengths England do bowl. We saw Pakistan going pretty straight after the first couple with the new ball, but they were put under pressure, and that's why they weren't able to apply any sort of pressure in terms of building up dot balls. Interesting where England think they'll work on a wicket. That tour 17 years ago, Anderson didn't play in the Test series, but he played in the ODI series and got wickets there. 4 wickets in the last ODI here, so he'll have, well, he says he doesn't remember it, but he should have some memories of bowling well.
Without looking, I would wager that the run rate in that ODI was below the run rate in this Test match so far. Mazza, as ever, on the ball. England's run rate in that ODI 17 years ago, 4.1. 1 without loss after the first over. Just to remind you, the run rate in this England innings in this Test match, 6.5. What a difference 17 years make. So Ollie Robinson will take the new ball. Robinson was one of those who yesterday morning was less than well, and probably, well, definitely very relieved that England won the toss and batted first to give himself another 24 hours. The bug that's been going around the England camp is, we're told, pretty much a 24-hour bug, maybe 48. Not the best thing to have at the start of a new Test series, but he was happy enough to make his 37 runs in brisk time, and let's see now what he can do with this new ball.
Well, you can see from a field setting crystal clear what the plans are. Immediately you can tell England are bowling for LBWs and bowls, even though we've highlighted the 2 slips and the leg slips. It's a split field. There's an extra fielder on the leg side, 5-4 and they're going to bowl straight, stump to stump.
Yeah, absolutely right. Bowl straight. Give your options. If one strays down the leg side and someone is helpful enough to just glide it to leg slip, that will be an absolute bonus. But the more interesting one for me is the short mid wicket. So no great pace from Robinson these opening couple of deliveries. So you've got the right-hander on strike, Abdullah Shafiq. As we just broaden the shot, into view comes that short mid-wicket. So that's for the one that's sort of clipped off the toes. So it allows both these opening bowlers to keep a slightly fuller length, which in turn, if they're feeling optimistic, allows them to see if there's any sort of movement in the air, which there wasn't with the new ball yesterday for Pakistan, and wasn't really there for Pakistan either with the second new ball this morning. But you have that fuller length, and you've covered the. It's quite a clever field, I think, actually, considering the conditions. That's the line. That's the line they're going to try and plug away at.
And it's twofold, really. Abdullah Shafiq in Pakistan terms, not baseball terms, is quite a free-flowing player. He likes to get bat on ball, likes to get his innings going, and likes to strike boundaries early on as well. So with this tight field, they're sort of challenging him to maybe make his move.
Well, that's a lovely shot. That is the first move, really, from Abdullah Shafiq. And the pattern remains the same, doesn't it? If there's a little bit of width on this sort of pitch, you can play through the line of the ball. That was just pure timing.
Well, the batters will hope that that's gone for 4, because the running was really poor from these two openers. Ball has gone all the way to the boundary. Did it go for 4? No, Leach does well, and that is poor running just to get 2. Should easily have come back for 3 there. Good work from Leach.
Little change in the field coming up. That leg slip we were wondering about now turns into short leg. So Duckett with the helmet moves into short leg. We saw that one early in the over, a little bit of inside edge onto pad. Two overs in then, 3 without loss. Looking at Jimmy Anderson's career record against all comers. As it happens, his best average is against Pakistan, just under 20.
Yeah, those stats include, I mean, people will look at that and say, well, he hasn't played in Pakistan, so all of those have to be in England. There was that, he's played against them in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and there was a tour in 2015 where he bowled brilliantly on absolutely dead pitches for the faster bowlers. He got 13 wickets. He went around about 1 and a bit and over, and he just showed his skills, really, not his pace. He's not high pace, but he's still got those skills.
And to be honest, that sort of experience applies pretty much to the conditions here.
Is there any struggle there at all? Maybe Australia with the Kookaburra ball away from home, South Africa averaging 30, but it has been a phenomenal career. Last summer, got his wickets at 17 apiece in England. Just gets better and better. That he hasn't diminished at all with his skills. But this will test him, that is for certain.
Little nudge forward. Easy two. Yeah, if you think about all those figures, I mean, stats are a mystery to most of us. You got to look behind the figures, haven't you? So in the course of his Test career, things like pitches, balls, so many things will have changed. There will have been better times to be bowling. Last summer in the UK, outstanding performances, but on interesting pitches with the Duke's ball. And he was seeing all sorts of different balls over his 20 years or so.
Yeah, stats for Prats.
Maz, you're an absolute genius. Let it not be said that there is value for stats.
But the question you want to ask Anderson is, yes, he's 40 years young. Nowadays, he'll know exactly what to bowl, how to prepare, how to bowl in a test match. Is it now... Is it easier playing test match cricket? Not body-wise, but mentally, is it easier for him now or 10 years ago?
I think that's the challenge mentally as a 40-year-old. Imagine coming back this week and sitting there and realising he's probably ill the day before the game, and then he sees this flat pitch and that hunger to go out and bowl on this surface. Since turning 35, he has the most wickets by a fast bowler. It's mentally, isn't it? As that age, you want to keep coming back for more. That's what Anderson does, 6 for none.
Yeah, two spinners ahead of him. One rather more recent than the other. Larry Grimmett. Infamous. Yeah, those are the days. You played till you were 50, 60, didn't you? But the thing about Anderson, actually, I mean, one of the interesting things for me is he's yet another player in this England squad who seems to have been re-enthused by the current era, by the current management of McCullum and Stokes and Key behind the scenes there. The other difference, apparently, is that he's been happier to bowl fuller. Anderson, for the last few years, up until last summer, would normally be short of a length, keeping things quiet. And between them, Anderson, Robinson, I mean, Robinson we know has a lot going for him now that he's stronger, fitter. Well, he was until yesterday anyway. Both of them prepared to pitch the ball up just that little bit further, and that was one of the faults I felt from even the Anderson-Broad combination. There were times where that desire just to keep things quiet and build pressure saw them keeping the ball just shorter of a length rather than the fuller length that sometimes brings you the wickets that actually are more valuable. Again, just looking at this field, I mean, the two slips are almost a token gesture. The men in play with this sort of angle and this direct line straight at the stumps, the short leg possibly, the short mid wicket. Even the square leg is not by the umpire saving run. The square leg is slightly deeper than the mid wicket by a couple of yards, shall we say. So those are all there for the clip. And if the clip isn't controlled and on the ground, then it becomes a chance. This one is controlled and is more of a deflection than a clip. picks up another 2.
Couple of things to look at just before lunch. One will be that I think Stokes might give an over to Leach. David Gower mentioning how well Stokes has captained Anderson and Broad, but also one of his main pluses is how he's handled Leach and back Leach. They've got on very well as captain and spin bowler. So he may have one over at Leach. The other thing, Root will be the man the ball goes to every delivery. He's going to be working on this ball, reverse swing.
Time for Tapal Tea Lounge just before lunch. Oh, cuppa. Pakistan will bat in their own way. They'll not replicate what England did. Well, it's very, very hard for anyone to replicate how England bat, but they know how to bat in these conditions, especially which that's not offering much. The real challenge will be once the spinner comes on, will they take him on or not? Will they let the spinner settle? 8 without loss.
Well, the thing for Pakistan really is they don't have to match England for run rate. All they have to do is bat long in terms of what they need from this game now. The fact that England batted at that rate gave them more time to get into this second phase of the game. It keeps things open. But the first thing for Pakistan to do is occupy the crease for as long as they can.
What did you say early at the start of the test match? Something on the terms of proper test match cricket?
Obviously your short-term memory is in perfect form. You're not letting this go, are you? I was interested as to whether...
So many boundaries you thought I'd forgotten about that. 95 boundaries that England hit, and it was all a haze, but I
was interested at the start of the game as to how the current approach would work here, and the fact that we've had this very good batting pitch provided for England, and the fact they won the toss gave them the perfect platform to prove that they can play this form of the game pretty much anywhere. Oh, it's clipped hard at Duckett at short leg. Only if we're being very, very harsh would you call that a chance. Not even a split second to react. That was hit hard. If it loops to you at short leg, you're in business. If it's hit hard like that, and the only way he got hands on this is because he went straight at him. At least he was still watching it, trying his best to react, but zero time to react. When I was talking about proper test cricket, maybe I was referring to this opening partnership we're watching at the moment. Little foretastes. I mean, look at that. That was the most solid forward defensive shot you will see anywhere in the world.
Not many people care for the forward defense anymore, do they, David?
I like to think this game is about variety.
Correct.
All things to all men.
Yeah, the one thing that England don't have at their disposal is Ollie Pope at short leg. Normally he's brilliant there. Yes, very, very tough chance, but he has to keep wickets. He's one of the best right now in terms of being at short leg, Ollie Pope.
We have a maiden over. 5th over of the innings, 8 without loss. A reminder from Mazza that it took Pakistan, what, 39 overs to bowl their first maiden yesterday? By which time the score must have been about 180, 190, if not. Let's check it out, Maz. I'm just multiplying by, yeah. I know, it must have been much more. My multiplication skills are rubbish. 247.
Anderson just checking which side of the ball there would be more scuffed up, either Robinson or Anderson, missing the seam and then working on the other side, shining it. Ball will go to the keeper. The keeper will throw it to Root. Slip. They'll look at it. Which side is the shiny side now? There's no orthodox swing, that is for certain. Going to be vital. Just getting some kind of lateral movement, because England don't have the pace. Remember, there is no Wood, there is no Archer. Overton ill and not selected. So they're going to need some kind of lateral movement.
Punched away, past mid-on. Chase is on, but the ball is going to win that one. Anderson would probably rather conserve his energies for the bowling part of his work today, but he gave good chase.
Just with the angle back and to leg side slightly, or straight enough, just punched it down the ground, and it is a boundary hitting ground, that's for sure.
Just had to adjust the shot slightly, didn't quite come on as he anticipated, but with the predominant leg side field, plenty of space there through cover. A reminder of that quirk for Jack Leach, left arm bowler, right arm thrower. A little clip. Nine from the over. One ball left then in this, the 6th over of this Pakistan first innings, and that one ball will take us to lunch. Long session on this Friday here in Rawalpindi. So the 6 overs safely negotiated by Abdullah Shafiq and Imam ul Haq. That's all they really wanted from the rest of that morning session, that long morning session. Juma prayers here today, so an hour off for lunch to respect that. And the session summary for you. 32 overs between the two batting sides. England finishing off their innings, Pakistan starting theirs. The bulk of those runs obviously scored by England. 168, losing their last 6 wickets in this morning session as well. The overall run rate brought down by those 6 overs from Pakistan at 2.83, England's at 6.5. But the ambition for Pakistan, of course, is to build on that. It'll start through the afternoon and the rest of the day. And their scorecards as it stands right now. 6 overs into this first innings, 17 without loss. 6 of those to Abdullah Shafiq, 11 to Imam ul Haq. Although Nasser Hussain was wondering whether Jack Leach might get the odd over in before lunch. No, it was just Anderson and Robinson. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. Anderson, number 13, Robinson. Long way still to go. So Pakistan still trail after England's 657. That's maybe fewer than England had in mind when they started play this morning. 700 would have been a viable target, but 657 it was. Pakistan trail now by 640.
They started off very first with that Stokes played, went over the fence. He was looking for that fastest 50. Naseem Shah with a slow one. Clever bowling. And Harry Brook carried on like yesterday, and it was again a 6-hitting display. Livingston clipped one to the leg side, and well taken by Shakil. Harry Brook, well, he took to the spinners throughout his innings. A reverse sweep is slammed down the ground. And in the end, he holed out to the leg side, went to the fence a couple of times. It's a great display of stroke play, and then got out deep square leg trying to pull one over the fence, but it was a fantastic innings. Ollie Robinson, well, he came in and didn't mess about for too long, smashed it down the ground, runs the boundaries, kept flowing. Will Jacks with one through the covers, and one lofted over the top, and the intent from England throughout that innings was exceptional. Muhammad Ali got rid of Will Jacks. Naseem Shah with the catch. And Pakistan then got through the England innings. Ollie Robinson reverse sweeping, got LBW to Zaid Mahmood, and a sweep top edge. Imam ul Haq took the catch, and finally England were bowled out for 657. Well, the openers are a pretty good session to come out and bat, but no dramas at all. Not even a half chance, because it's clipped straight away to that short leg. Imam with a boundary, but it was comfortably dealt with by the openers. So Pakistan 17 without loss, trailed by 640, and we'll be back after lunch in about 50 minutes.
Rory, I've got you.
So it's lunch on day 2 of the first test match between Pakistan and England, and they left off at 506 yesterday, and they posted 657 all out. And to reply of that, Pakistan are 17 for now. Let's have a look at the match summary. 400s from England. They won the toss, decided to bat first, and it's all about really the scoring rate. It took less than 4 sessions to score 657. Pakistan 17 after facing 6 overs trailed by 640. Hello and welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We'll talk about session 4, or overall, we say the first session of second day. I've got Michael Atherton and David Gower alongside me. I'll start with you, Michael. When you really look at the two teams, and from here on, when Pakistan is out there to bat, it will really be the intent, because the highlight is 657 in less than 4 sessions, and can Pakistan combat that and score, well, as fast as they can and try to make sense of it?
Well, I think their initial aim will be to just get fast, follow on if they can. I don't think they'll be thinking about how quickly they can score, but how long they can bat. And for England, it's just whether you can prize out 20 wickets on a pitch that is still offering absolutely nothing, any ball of any type, and it's probably unlikely to
be the next day or so. It looked very flat there in that mini session that Pakistan's openers had to face before lunch. The key for England will be when the ball starts to reverse swing. There'll be small windows there for the quicker bowlers. Can they take advantage of that? And can Jack Leach find any purchase from the surface? But it's going to be hard work.
When you really talk about the viewer's point of view and their thinking, what is England thinking from here? It's just the start of the second day. They've already posted 657. You think that they're looking to make Pakistan bat twice, or that's too far away right now?
Well, I mean, Mike's right. I mean, the pace of the game will be dictated by basically how long Pakistan can bat at whatever pace. They've got to take time out of the game. England, I think, will try some funky tactics. I mean, I thought the field set for those first few overs there before this lunch break were good, because they weren't trying to get catches at slip particularly. It was bowl straight. If a mistimed clip went leg side, there were men there to catch. So they're already thinking that they need to do different things compared to, say, the things they would do at Lord's or the Oval or Trent Bridge back in the summer. But everyone knows it's going to be a patience game. Everyone knows it's going to be attritional just because of the situation in the game. There's nothing, as Mike says, nothing in the pitch for anyone yet. So any wickets are going to be hard to come by orthodox means.
Now, we all know, we've seen 400s from the England side, 657 posted. If you look at the first session on day 2, our top performer of the day would be Harry Brook for sure, the way he batted and took the side to 657.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
Well, it's a wonderful maiden 100 yesterday from Harry Brook, and he took that on this morning to post a score of 150 plus, the highlight of which was the 1 over off Zahid that he took for 27. He'd already set a record yesterday, hitting 6 fours in the over, and he went one better this morning against the poor leg spinner who took some more punishment, but Harry Brook showed all his quality and all his class this morning.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
All right. Of course, it's there's so many different performances coming in from England batters. I mean, 400s, as you just rightly mentioned. Just a little bit of look at the bowlers over here. Tough day. 4 wickets for the leg spinner. He's gone for 200 plus runs, and not the ideal match to make your debut in as a bowler.
Well, not the ideal match, pitch, or whatever conditions. Whether you've played 100 Test matches plus or plus many for Jimmy Anderson, or for someone like Zaid Mahmood coming in for his first game. I mean, yes, he's got the unfortunate record of going for the most runs as a debutant in Test match history, but he has at least got 4 wickets, so that is some consolation. And what I thought he did well, actually, was at least try flighting the ball. He's tried different angles, but on a pitch like this, it's very hard to get results. For Nazim Shah, I mentioned him because this morning he did what he could. For instance, deceiving Ben Stokes with a slow off-cutter, hoisting the deep square leg. I mean, this is a game where your dismissals will not be caught slip. Therefore, those men in the deep actually have a role to play. There's attacks everywhere. They have a role to play. So clever fields, clever thinking, will eventually bring results of some sort.
Michael, you look at Pakistan's bowling. When you look at the first session yesterday, 174 for no loss, did you feel that Babar Azam and men had a plan B, go on the defense, try to stop that run flow? Anything that they missed out as a bowling unit?
Well, I think it's really tough. This is a very flat pitch. Pakistan have a relatively inexperienced attack. There are 4 debutants in this side, so I have some sympathy for Babar Azam. Also, a couple of the bowlers, Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf, are on the back of T20 cricket and the World Cup. And I think you saw the physical effects of that and a demanding day yesterday. Haris Rauf not taking the field this morning and not bowling. Naseem Shah looking as though he had a bit of a shoulder injury. So I have some sympathy for Baba. And I don't think after one test match, you know, Zahid, the leg spinner, playing his first test match, Muhammad Ali playing his first test match, you can't be too critical when players are on debut. But I was surprised about Muhammad Ali, actually. He looked at an un-Pakistan-like bowler, I would say. He looked more like an English-style seamer, and of course on these pitches you need a bit of extra pace or a bit of devil to get rewards.
Like a boss.
Well, he's a little bit like Mohammad Abbas. I don't know whether he's quite as skillful as Mohammad Abbas, but that kind of English-style seamer, which on this pitch is going to struggle to take wickets. But I have sympathy for bowlers no matter how good you are here.
Speaking of Pakistan bowlers, let's have a look at the fall of wickets today on day 2, session 1.
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
So that's the leg spinner, of course, starting off. Oh, sorry, Naseem Shah.
Yeah, it was Naseem who changed the pace, cutting the fingers across, did the trick for Ben Stokes. The ones in the deep, let's face it, the ones in the deep are viable under these sort of conditions. You put the man out there, of course, for people like Livingston playing his first test innings. I mean, at least Shakil was catching the ball. We're going to not mention his bowling from yesterday, the 2 overs. At least he was confident with the catching in the deep. And they are ways of picking up wickets. Not orthodox, but they'll have to do.
4 wickets for them.
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
The game before.
Okay, yeah.
But he persevered, and I think sometimes that's all you can do. You never give up, you keep going, and he got some reward in the end.
Yesterday we were sitting on that show, the lunch show, when Nasir Hussain mentioned that Pakistan could probably go with 4 short balls in an over, spread the field out, and see if you can catch them in the deep if England is going on the offense all the time.
Well, the traditional way that Pakistan would try and work things out on a pitch like this would be to take the pitch out of the equation, anything off the seam. You kind of remove the pitch from the equation by bowling bouncers and Yorkers. That would be the traditional way that Pakistan's fast bowlers would look to do it. But of course, unless you are extra special, like a Wasim or a Waqar or a Shoaib, then it's going to be difficult on this surface.
We were talking about England coming and playing Test cricket after 17 years or so. These 2 gentlemen have toured Pakistan in their own time, 2000 Michael Atherton, 1984 if I'm not wrong, David Cowan. Have a look at those numbers. It'll be tough to see those in the sunlight, but it just tells us your performance is out. Just run us through, not those numbers, but one, starting off with you, Michael, 2000, your tour to Pakistan, memories?
Well, it was my last tour as an England player. I had been here before for the World Cup in 1996, but I was looking forward to playing a Test match series here, not least because as a batsman, these are the flattest pitches, I think, in world cricket. Wherever you go, you are challenged by the conditions, but I reckon if you come here, certainly my experience of the 3 games, Lahore, Karachi and Faisalabad, they were flat pitches. And it was a pleasure to play on them as an opener, having faced Wasim and Waqar on more spicy English pitches. So that was good fun, and we won a famous game in the dark in Karachi at the end of that game, a game that seemed to be slipping to a draw as the light closed in, and eventually we won a match. And it's very rare for England sides to win here. They've only ever won 2 Test matches in their entire history in Pakistan, of which that was one in Karachi, and a rare series win.
So not much has changed from then to now when you come in here.
I think you can put a little asterisk against batsmen who spent their entire careers in Pakistan. bridge, because these are batting-friendly conditions.
Do you remember the moment, the Karachi test? I remember it was almost dark, and the fielders were complaining. Of course, Pakistan was in the field; they can't sight the ball, but you wanted to go on with the game and win.
I remember it very well. Steve Buckner was the umpire, and he just kept us out there. And I think partly because Pakistan had been time wasting a little bit, trying to run the clock down. And I remember Moeen Khan was wicket keeping. And when I was batting, he kept saying, this game won't go the distance. It's going to be a draw. The light will come. We'll be off for bad light. And Steve Buckner, to his great credit, kept both teams out there. And in the end, we just had enough time to win.
You were in the comm box at that time, I think, calling those last moments of that game.
Couldn't see a thing. It is that trickery that the cameras, bless them. They have the skill to follow a ball in pitch black darkness and the technology to make it look as though it is a little lighter. But sitting in a commentary box 100 metres away, and looking out onto the field, we had as little clue from there as the Pakistan fielders had in the deep. It was quite funny to watch because the batsman at least knows where it's coming from. If you're at deep square leg and you see a bat doing something, you've no idea where the ball's gone. So on more than one occasion, the ball was sort of passing a fielder almost by his boots and going to the boundary. It was a famous victory because of so many things.
Yeah.
I mean, the history of some very, should we say, hard-fought contests between Pakistan and England. That England come to this part of the world. That series had been dominated by the bat again, dominated by the pitches that Mike was talking about, and it went down to the wire. I mean, just there weren't many balls left at the end of that, I was going to say day, but night, when the game finished. And you could see by the reaction of Graham Thorpe, Nasser Hussain, the England team, how much that meant to them, what a special moment it was.
Let's take us back to 1984, your playing days. And I'm sure you were not looking at scoring 6.5 runs and over back then on that baseball theory. Just tell us your tour, your experience, and then, of course, what you see today, where the game has gone.
Yeah. Well, I did have a piece of paper here where I'd researched some facts and figures.
Oh, I can.
The breeze has actually taken. No, the breeze has taken it back to Islamabad. I mean, of course, I can remember it clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, the run rates in those days were, in Faisalabad, for instance, it was something like 2.88. In Lahore, we upped it to 3.19, trying to set a total, set a declaration. But the outstanding memory for me of that tour was Abdul Qadir, because you talk about the great spinners of any time. And in terms of leg break bowling, obviously Shane Warne stands at the top of anyone's list. But I put Abdul Qadir right up there, pretty much alongside him. And for instance, in the first game in Karachi, slightly different actually. Karachi, the ball went through the new ball. Very fine exponent of new ball bowling and reverse swing, of course. Abdul then came on and bowled his varieties, including the straight honour, the equivalent of Shane Warne's Zuta, the flipper. So you look at these things for the first time, and you have to learn very quickly. And by the time we played at Faisalabad and Lahore on slightly slower pitches, less turn for Abdul, people had worked out a way of playing. And they played, some of them, like Vic Marks got 80 odd in Faisalabad, just playing off the back foot, and just whichever way it went, he followed it with the bat. Bless him. But they were, yes, again, they were good pitches for making runs on. That first test match at Karachi went from being a nice, good, bouncy, carry-through pitch to one that turned square. So the target for Pakistan on that final day, they got to 66, I think, what was it, for 7. Nick Cook, my colleague at Leicestershire all those years ago, playing his first tour as a slow left-arm spinner, picked up 5 for nothing. And so it could have been an interesting, well, it could have been an infamous victory had we just managed to find 3 more wickets quickly. But that was how quickly that game changed, whereas the others were just played on good batting pitches.
We stir your memory a little more. Would you remember who was the toughest to face on that tour from Pakistan?
Well, yeah, Abdul. I mean, Abdul's the most... I mean, I love playing against him because, apart from anything else, he had that sort of spirit about him. He was such a lovely man, too. If you... at least 2 of them. If you looked as though he picked it and he played it accordingly, you get the single to go down the other end, and he'd be asking you, did you pick it, did you pick it? Of course I did. A game of sort of bluff and all the rest of it.
Both of you played the game, both of you called the game. Now, if I was to ask you, Michael, you see the sort of graduation of Test cricket where it is today and when you guys played, dare I say, new brand of cricket, that the word people use. How do you see it progressing? Do you call it a graduation in terms of scoring rates, in terms of how Test cricket is approached today?
I think there's been a rapid change actually post. I know T20 has been in the game for quite a long time now. It was first played in England in 2003 and then IPL and beyond from 2007, 2008. But I think in the last 4 or 5 years, the effects of T20 have filtered into Test cricket, particularly from a batting perspective, of which England's play at the moment under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes is the classic example of that. I think this innings was the first time that the Test match innings has ended with the run rate at more than a run a ball. And even by their own expansive standards, scoring 500 a day, as they did yesterday, was incredible, really. So that's way beyond what has happened before. You know, England scoring their highest score against Pakistan here today. That previously their best was in Abu Dhabi when the run rate was 2.9 in 2015. So that is a very rapid change in such a short space of time. My own view is that Test cricket is at its best when there is a good balance between bat and ball. When the first innings scores, you know, end up somewhere between 250 and 350, and you have a nip and tuck game. So I hope, and usually over the history of the game, the balance between bat and ball has kind of recalibrated itself. Things like DRS have come in to help the bowlers now and again, and I hope that that balance remains. It's the key thing, really, and it's the only thing, to my mind, that keeps Test cricket absolutely at the top of the tree as the best product of the 3 formats. So I hope that doesn't change.
David's named Abdul Qadir back in 1984, a bowler who posed a challenge back in 2000. Of course, you mentioned Wasim Bakab. Anyone that put up in spinners, maybe?
Well, Sack Lane was the off spinner in that series, and it was a difficult series for spinners. There was a little bit of sharp turn at Faisalabad, but not much in Karachi and Lahore. Danesh Kanaria was the wrist spinner from memory on that tour, but previously had played against Mushtaq, who would be in that lineage of top-class wrist spinners along with Abdul and Shane Warne. Pakistan have always produced fantastic bowlers, in part because they've had to. Because to take wickets here in Pakistan on these flat pitches, you have to have a little bit of something special. So they've always produced top-class fast bowlers and top-class spinners.
Yeah. Well, it was amazing listening to the memories from 84 and 2000. We thank you, Michael Arthur, for joining us. We'll keep David with us, and we'll take a short break. When we come back, we've got Joe Root being interviewed by Zainab Abbas. Don't miss that. We'll be back soon.
Over the last couple of years, I've tried to really work hard on working out what areas I needed to develop, and then manipulate my practice and my play in game as well around that. I think when I look back at the best moments of my career, you know, I think they're the things that I will treasure long after I finish playing cricket.
Welcome back to Inveric Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. We're talking about day 2 of the first test match. First session has gone by. England have put 657 all out, Pakistan 17 for no loss, and this is where we stand. We are being joined by Bazid Khan, and I've heard that he's got a very good game reading capability. So I've been talking to Michael Arthur and David. I'm asking what, for a layman, someone watching at home, just tell them, where do you feel the game is heading? Is England looking not to bat again? And then, of course, what's Pakistan's strategy according to you?
Well, Pakistan will bat the way they do bat. I don't think that anybody can replicate what England does right now at this moment because they're far ahead in terms of boundary striking. I think Pakistan will like to bat long. I don't see England bowling twice. I see them, even if they get Pakistan out early, they will bat again because there's so much time. And you know, back-to-back test matches, they won't want to tire their bowlers out. I think Pakistan's strategy will just be bat as long as they can.
And as quick or as...
No, not as quick. They'll go at their own speed.
At their own speed. Okay, we were talking about Joe Root's interview with Zainab Abbas before the break, so let's join them. This was done just before the start of the test series.
Joe, thank you so much for joining us. England is coming at the back of some great form considering the summer was really good for you. One against New Zealand, that one-off test against India, and then beat South Africa as well. So it's been a good summer for you as a side, but what would you say is the biggest strength for your team?
If you look throughout the summer, I think we played in a variety of conditions throughout the different series that we had and showed that we were adaptable at different times. So this is another opportunity to see if we can manage to do that away from home in conditions that we've obviously not seen as a test team for, what would it be, nearly 20 years. So it's a great chance to come and sort of see where we're at in these conditions and see if we can keep developing and keep pushing all the hard work and good stuff that we've done till now.
Now we're talking about the England side. What about the Pakistan side? I mean, what do you think is the biggest challenge against them for you as a side?
I think they're a very well-rounded team, to be honest. I think they've got some high-quality fast bowlers. There's clearly a lot of talent within the spin department and some world-class batting in there too. So I think they've got all bases covered. They've obviously experienced playing at home again for the last couple of years, which must have been amazing for all the players, and it's been great to see as someone that loves Test cricket.
So a lot of talk around the Fab Four, Fab Five. You know, we keep hearing about that. You're certainly on top of the ranks when it comes to the Fab Four, Fab Five, but Babar is sort of part of that list now being spoken about. You just mentioned his name as well. I mean, how do you rate him? And you've played a lot against him as well in the last few months, in the last few years. What do you make of him as a player?
I think he's a wonderful player. I think he's got a very well-rounded game. I think he manages situations very well within the game, and you know his Test record's been very good all around the world. So I think he's a very well-rounded cricketer. He's gained a lot of confidence over the last couple of years, clearly, and he keeps going from strength to strength. So, you know, we all know how good a player he is. You don't do what he's achieved so far in the game without being a really talented player. And yeah, we're going to try really hard to keep him quiet this series, which we know will be hard work. But you know, when you come up against good players, you need to up your game, and hopefully we can do that.
You were scoring runs last year as well, 1,700 runs, and you keep on scoring so many runs. You know, you just keep adding on to that. But there have been moments in your career when it hasn't been that way. You know, every player sort of goes through that. How do you deal with failure? Is it something that you sort of go home and think about? How do you come out of it?
Over the last couple of years, I've tried to really work hard and working out what areas I needed to develop, what I needed to be slightly better at, and what were my real strengths within my game, and then manipulate my practice and my play in game as well around that. And I think, you know, sometimes you've got to be able to put your hands up and say well bowled to the opposition or to the teams you play against, but and be at peace with one mode of dismissal in extreme conditions. I think if you can limit your game to that, then it can make it easier. So it just comes with experience a little bit as well. I'm very fortunate. I've played a lot of cricket, especially in this format, and you know, I know that you know, I've got runs in the bank. I've done it here before, and yeah, just try and always fall back onto that and understand that you've got an opportunity every time you go out to bat. It's not will you make runs. It's an opportunity to go and help your team win a game, and keep that at the forefront of your mind. And generally, that's what helps me try and get the best out of it.
Now, you've crossed that important milestone of 10,000 test runs recently, which is quite incredible. And we heard Mark Waugh, he said that he's probably seeing you crossing that 15,000 runs mark as well. So is that something which is a personal goal of yours, that you want to score more runs in test matches? Do you have any such milestones, or is it more like, oh, I'm just going to play for the team and let things be as they are?
No, I think the biggest motivator for me, and the one thing that really drives me, is winning games of cricket and being part of something bigger than just yourself. And of course, to do that, you have a better chance if you're going out and you're delivering and you're scoring big runs. But that would be one thing I would love to say at the end of my career, is that I've won more games than anyone else playing Test cricket for England. I'm pretty sure that Jimmy's miles ahead of everyone at the moment. But that would be for me, that would be a massive thing. I think there's nothing better than sat at the end of 5 days of hard work with the group that you've experienced ups and downs and twists and turns throughout those 5 days, to come together and be able to really enjoy that as a squad is really special, and something that we missed for a long period at the back end of my captaincy. So this summer is really sort of relit that fire, and you just want more and more of it. So that would be a big driver for me. It's always great when you have personal milestones, but when I look back at the best moments of my career, they're not of me hitting a boundary somewhere, they're of me sharing it with the rest of the group, or celebrating someone else's success that I've been a part of. And I think they're the things that I will treasure long after I finish playing cricket.
What's the secret behind your consistency? How are you able to convert your starts every time? There's so many people, so many aspiring players that are going to be watching this. I mean, how are you able to convert those 50s into hundreds, and then those hundreds into double hundreds?
I think by not being able to do it for a period of time. There's a good chunk of my career where I really struggled getting between 50 and 100, and getting really frustrated that I wasn't converting, I wasn't making bigger scores. I was consistently getting in, but consistently not going on to make those big numbers that help you set up a game or win a game of cricket. So I think learning how to manage those different passages of play, understanding that when to sort of be slightly more aggressive, when to absorb a little bit more pressure on occasions as well. They're all things that come with experience and come with getting it wrong sometimes. And then just trying to stay as level as possible, not getting too frustrated when it's not working for you. Try and think at times a little bit less emotionally and slightly more logically, and on the same merit, not being too much either way, just trying to stay somewhere in the middle of it all, and nice and calm along with it.
Now, you've scored runs almost against all oppositions, and you faced different kinds of bowlers, but is there any bowler who you found to be the toughest when playing?
I don't want to say anyone that's currently playing. I don't think that would work in my favour, but certainly there's a number of players that I've played against, whether it be in county cricket, in international cricket, who I've got a huge amount of respect for, and that on occasions made me look silly. Remember facing Ryan Harris and Mitchell Johnson down in Australia. Ryan Harris I found really difficult. I think he was one of those guys that consistently bowled at high pace, hit good areas, and then clearly Mitchell Johnson got the headlines throughout that whole series and that tour that we had down there when we lost 5-0. From a spin's perspective, I faced a number of brilliant spinners. Syed Ajmal was very challenging when I played him in county cricket. So and clearly there's some high class spinners, especially in home conditions when you go to places like India and likes of Ashwin and stuff. So I've been very fortunate to play against some wonderful players, and thankfully there's been the odd occasion where I've had success against them. But they're just a few guys that I think had my badge on a couple of occasions, definitely.
I know it's unfair to make comparisons, and every player sort of has his own strengths. But where do you yourself see yourself in those 5-4? I mean,
I don't see it as a pecking order. I see it as like a
pack.
A circle, if you like. I think everyone, like you say, everyone has the strengths, everyone has the weaknesses. Look at someone like Kane, he's very technically gifted. Someone like Virat has an array of shots and an understanding that he can score anywhere around the wicket. I'd say Babar's very similar. And then Steve Smith, I think he just understands the game extremely well. He solves problems brilliantly, works things out on the field and delivers consistently under pressure. And that's the beauty of playing in an era with these guys, is you've got the opportunity to learn from them and pick different things from their game and add them to yours. And I feel very lucky to be able to have done that, come across them, have conversations with them, learn from them.
Parting thoughts? I mean, you're somebody who's done really well in Test cricket. What do you think is the future? I know that you spoke about it in one of your interviews that, we just want to entertain people and bring a new audience into this format. What do you personally think is now the future, especially with all the T20 leagues that are out there now?
I think that's just it. I think as players, you have a responsibility to play in a manner which does entertain, which makes people want to turn on the telly, makes people want to flood to the grounds and watch. And that's certainly how we'll go about our cricket for the foreseeable future. And I can promise you now, as a player, it makes it that much more entertaining to play and be a part of. So, of course, we've only seen the best of it so far. We've had a lot of success in a short period of time. Our challenge is to sustain that and keep pushing and keep driving and seeing where we can get to playing in this manner. But that's exciting, and we want everyone to come on that journey with us and enjoy, the cricket that's played when we try and play that way. And as I say, we're playing against a very talented Pakistan team and expect it to be a wonderful series. So, really excited to get going now and get into it.
Thank you so much for your time, and hope you enjoy your time here, and try and enjoy the cuisine as well.
We will, definitely. Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
Zach Crawley would have scored 100 during that time. But Joe, class act, quality unmatched. Let's ask a quick answer from both of you. Do you feel that this baseball theory and he finds himself a misfit? He's the only one didn't get runs.
Not really. It's the only time that he's missed out, really.
No, I'm talking about this style of cricket where you just...
Yeah, but they've been... The series that he played in England, he was probably their best batter again, and he batted really well. So he's enjoying baseball style. They don't like baseball.
If you go back to the start of baseball, we've got to stop saying this, but you go back to that first Test match against New Zealand, and it wasn't all baseball. So I've said it again, no. And he had to make 100 there, properly. He had to really work hard to make 100 and proved his class. I mean, he's done that for years. In the last, 24 months or so, he's made hundreds for fun against everyone, pretty much everyone anyway. And it's his consistency, his class, his ability that will always be valuable. He doesn't have the outright power of a Ben Stokes, but he doesn't need it. It's as simple as that. There is room for everyone in this team.
Shall I whisper it?
Yeah, go on.
Baseball.
No!
Okay, talking about cricket and talking about, of course, the time that we get off cricket. Zainab Abbas has been on a city trail, well, in fact, hiking trip, and we quickly join her. This was done a little earlier, I think yesterday.
City Trail, brought to you by Invirex.
Hi, I'm in Islamabad to explore a little bit more about the city, get some fresh air, and get those legs moving. It's time to experience the hiking trail number 5. Oops, watch your step because this route is extremely bumpy and you can sprain your ankle. But I don't want to scare you guys too much. I'm getting out there and getting right at the top. The best thing about this hiking experience is that if you are someone who needs a bit of a breather, then they've got these concrete benches all along the way to refuel your energies for the journey ahead. Coming down the slope is actually trickier because of all these rocks and stones that you've got here. So just make sure that you're very careful and you watch every step that you take. So it's been an hour since I've been on this trek, and I have to say it's a real test of fitness. However, it's just so nice to soak in a bit of the sun and all this beautiful nature around us. What a stunning view with all the greenery around. What a fabulous experience of trail number 5. While I enjoy my cup of coffee now, you can enjoy the breathtaking views of Islamabad.
City Trail, brought to you by Invirex.
Yeah, quite a few lovely places you can visit when you're in Islamabad or in Rawalpindi. That's one of them. Now, just quickly wrapping up before we get into session 2 on day 2. Starting with you, David. We've seen that bowling is not going to be that easy. If Pakistan had a bit of trouble, England might face that too. If you're the England bowling unit, what leaf would you pull out from Pakistan's bowling and say, this is not what we're going to do?
I would turn it round slightly and say that England already, we've seen in those few overs before lunch, have a plan which is to bowl straight. And they, by and large, kept to it. And they set the fields very differently. I mean, Pakistan set orthodox fields at the start of play yesterday while they tried to work out what was going on. England have had a good day to see what's going on. So they've set fields where the chip onto the onside is covered, where the slips are basically there for show and nothing much else. And they're going to bowl straight and full as best they can, I think, with the seam, with the seam bowlers, introduce spin as and when they can. But I mean, let's face it, you've got Jack Leach, who's not a big turn of the ball. You've got two guys in Livingston and Will Jacks who are spinners of a sort, who will bowl their share of overs at some stage. But it is really, it's a long-term plan of just chipping away as best you can.
Quick one from you, Baz. At Pakistan, time, of course, is on both sides. So basically, Pakistan just bats the way they do and try to tire them out in the field and score at their pace?
Yeah, bat as long as they can and get to the as close as possible, or if possible, get to that score of England and make sure that they don't get in a position where England are really ruling the game by taking wickets, applying pressure. But what I'm smiling about, that after that City Trail, you said that there's lots to do in Islam, but that's the first time that is acknowledged that.
I don't have a list, but I'm sure there is. I said I'm sure there is. David, Bazir, thank you so much. It's time for session 2 on day 2 with Pakistan 17 for no loss, and they face 6 overs. Let's see where this test match is heading. Enjoy some lovely cricket from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Thank you for joining us.
back to Rawalpindi, day 2, session 2. The DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series 2022. And so far, it has been better to be a batter than a bowler in this day and a bit of Test match cricket. As with the England openers, not a lot of movement when England went out to bowl. Shafiq has 6 and Imam has 11. It was seam up. I think we're going to see some spin pretty quickly after lunch. Robinson 3 overs for 13, and the veteran that is James Anderson, first time bowling in a Test match in Pakistan. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs. Already a maiden in there. Different pace of this innings compared to the England innings, and there is the England innings at the top. England won the toss, 657 they were bowled out for eventually. Hundreds for Brooke, Crawley, Pope and Duckett. 4 for Mahmood, expensive, and 3 for Nazim. 2 for Ali, 1 for Alf. Pakistan trail by 640 runs. A longer lunch break. It was an hour lunch break, and it was great to see a load of kids out there playing cricket. They were smashing it everywhere. The fielding was good, and there was a lot of energy. Lovely to see. Smiles on their faces, boys and girls out there playing. Hopefully inspired by what they see. For far too long there wasn't enough cricket in Pakistan of international standard, and now international cricket has returned. Hopefully the next generation will be inspired. And these two will need some inspiration. The target will be that follow-on target of 458. 657 seems a long way away, so first thing to bear in mind is the follow-on, and it looks like we are going to have spin straight away after lunch in Jack Leach. Got Aruj and Wakar with me. Aruj, how do you think Pakistan will play spin? Do you think they'll go after it? Because just remember, England only have 3 seamers. One of its Stokes has got a bad knee. Jimmy Anderson, age 40. Will they let Leach settle or go after him?
Well, what I'd like to see is for Pakistan batters to play their shots. It's something similar what we saw in England. The pitch obviously might not do too much. Leach not a big turner of the ball, and both Abdullah Shafiq and Imam like to use their feet and hit straight. So it'll be interesting to see. They'll probably obviously have to get a measure of what length Leach is bowling. It'll probably be in line with the stumps. But with a mammoth total like that, Pakistan should look to score and get as many at least to firstly avoid that full on.
Yeah, this is going to be a fascinating phase of play, because Stokes backs Leach more than any England captain has done, and he'll keep his fielders up for Leach. We've seen that on a number of occasions already. Go back to an Ashes series recently where Australia just went after Leach. They hit him out the attack. They hit him out the side, which meant that England and Root had to keep turning to his seamers. Fascinating, this battle ahead just after lunch. A slip, a short leg, and a short mid-wicket. Just the one man out for Leach after lunch.
Ideally, I think Pakistani batsmen should put him under pressure early on, as you mentioned, as the bowling attack with the age and the knees and all that. They should just try to just play some shots against him and put him under pressure. Don't let him settle, because once he gets settled, yes, he's not a big turner of the ball, but he'll just keep bowling those dot deliveries. He'll put pressure. He'll build pressure. And the history suggests that Pakistani openers in the past, they like to take time. They're not in any rush. Next to come is Azhar Ali, plays in a very similar fashion. But I think you've got to be a little bit aggressive. Yeah, good seam position, just on target. If you let him settle, he'll just keep bowling you there, and that short leg fielder will be in the play all the time.
Good night.
Subtle change in the field. Deep square leg comes up on the single. Fine leg goes a bit squarer and deeper. Oh. I don't think there was an outside edge. Keep an eye on Ollie Pope. Obviously no Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes, a great gloveman. He really has been brilliant with the gloves. Just keep an eye on Ollie Pope's keeping. Wondering if there was an edge or if it was bat hitting pad. Good start from Leach. A maiden, 17 for none.
A couple of deliveries ago, I think Imam was looking for that spin. Especially when you're playing from the back foot, it's a little easier because the pitch is slow. But as you go forward with this newish Kookaburra cricket ball, some will spin and some will just go straight. And that's what happened. I'm not sure if he did get the edge on it, but it was a beautiful delivery asking Imam to come on the front foot.
Well, nothing changed for Robinson. Those split fields, there's 3 catches on the leg side. There's a leg gully, a short square leg and a short mid-wicket. Stump to stump, try and get LBWs and bowls. And the ball just dined through to Ollie Pope.
Shaped away marginally. Lovely delivery to the right-hander first up.
Well, let's have a look at that delivery from Leach. Was there an outside edge? Yeah, just a little tickle on the outside edge. At the same time as the bat went past the pad. It would have been interesting on review.
I think you're right, Nas. As the ball was crossing the bat, was there a pad hitting the bat or was there an edge? There was definite movement there.
Yeah, it would have been a difficult one on review, wouldn't it?
And this is going to be a tough one for Pope because not regular wicketkeeper. And especially playing on a surface like this, or wicket keeping on this sort of surface, very, very tough.
Abdullah Shafiq is one who's really impressed. Had an excellent series against Australia. Got 100 in the second innings in the first game here at Rawalpindi. And he's compact, technically sound. And he likes to play through the V's. Also why the short man right in front of the bat.
Well, he's one of those batsmen who likes to bat long and doesn't really worry that how many deliveries he's faced or what sort of strike rate he's batting at. He'll bat and bat really, really long once he gets in. 450s, 200s, not a bad start for a youngster.
Just a word from the umpire to Ollie Robinson that he's encroaching the danger area in that last delivery. Try and stay off the pitch in your follow through. Classic cover drive. Classic cover drive. And that'll hurry away for 4.
Wonderful timing. Excellent shot. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball and just hit through the line. It's a kind of technique that allows him to do so repeatedly. We saw a lot of that in Australia, and he's continuing the same here. Gets into good positions and times the ball.
Bouncer to end the over, 21 for none.
Nutter.
So Leach trying to threaten both edges of the bat. Outside edge for one that just bounces, and the inside edge if there is any rough out there. Down the pitch. Root and Pope in play. Newer ball. When you play for the spin, it might just skid on and, as we've seen, tickle that outside edge.
Beautiful nut. Oh, nice spin, boy. Lovely spin, that nut.
Normally you see a left-hander batsman against a left-arm spinner pretty comfortable. They don't have much issues. But here we're seeing Imam having little difficulty.
Down the pitch, that's a bit of a hack. And this is the good thing about Stokes. Previous captains with Leach would maybe drop a man back now. On a number of occasions, Stokes has kept his field up and backed Leach and said, go on, go again. So mid-on stays up, mid-off stays up. Comes again. Good contest.
And the one thing that Imam does is he backs himself to use his feet as well. He might have lost a little bit of shape in the previous delivery. He's comfortable coming down the wicket because he backs his defense as well if he's not quite to the pitch of the ball. Another man comes up.
Oi, nice boy. Beautiful nut.
Stokes brings an extra fielder up. He had a man out on the sweep.
Beautiful nut.
And he wants Leach to bowl 6 deliveries at Imam. Yesterday, Pakistan spinners managed only 1 maiden in the day. And finally, he comes down. And does it go all the way? Umpire's having a look. Yes, it went all the way. 27 for none.
Well, Imam tried a couple of times coming down the pitch and looking to hit, and that was good. He was positive, came down the pitch, going very, very close to the pitch and didn't really hold himself back. He went with the stroke. The follow through was good.
So a good comeback from Imam after 11 dots against Leach. Zainab is pitch side. Zainab, who have you got with you?
Thanks, Nas. I've got British High Commissioner Christian Turner, who's a huge cricket fan, here with me. Christian, thank you for joining us first. It's taken 17 years for England to visit Pakistan. After the display that we saw yesterday from England, I think it's probably going to take them lesser than 17, hopefully.
Well, if we'd had to wait even longer, Zainab, think what would have happened. What an extraordinary day of cricket yesterday, a real festival. It's been a roller coaster getting here, a huge effort by everybody to make it happen.
Sorry, just going to use this mic because it's... Yeah, so...
So it's been absolutely fantastic to watch. I feel almost undiplomatic to have seen the score yesterday and what was achieved, see those records tumble. But I think the Pakistani is going to come out now and give everyone a good show of what can be done on this on this game.
Tell us what goes behind the scenes in organizing something like this. I know England came for the T20s and now the Test series. I mean, really, I'm sure it takes a lot of logistical arrangements and everything that goes on behind. Tell us a little more about that.
Yeah, look, it's about teamwork. You've got a lot of people in different places trying to work to make it happen. A lot of diplomacy. It's about trust. So you're trying to build the relationships. I should give a huge call out to Ramiz Raja, the PCB team, to all the team at the ECB. We've come a long way since the cancelled tour last year to make this happen, and then in autumn through the T20s, the World Cup, to bring us to this moment. So it's really about connecting people, listening to the concerns, putting the arrangements in place. Hard work, but this is the result, this amazing atmosphere in this festival we're seeing now.
You're talking about the atmosphere. Pakistan has been deprived of Test cricket for the longest time. Nice to see the Barmy Army here.
The Barmy Army are here. The trumpeter Finch playing the tunes. He had a few too many to play because he has to play every time there's a boundary. I was apologising to him last night, but it's wonderful to see the supporters. And my hope, there you hear another one there. My hope is that as we go forward, we maybe have 1,000 travelling fans now, more in the Multan game, more in Karachi. The next tour, that goes to 2,000 to 5,000. And that, for me, that starts bringing the people together. That's what my job is about. I love the game, I love the cricket, but this is about so much more than cricket.
Happy with the security arrangements?
Absolutely. Everyone has been professional, superb, fantastic. In the end, I have travel advice. That's a public record. What I say to the British public is what I say to the travelling fans. And thank you to everyone in the Pakistan system, the Pakistan government who's made this happen.
Lastly, on a personal note, we saw that rickshaw piece that you did, on social media. Your Urdu seems to be improving day by day. I mean, is that something that you've consciously taken upon? Certainly better than mine.
Maine Urdu bahut kharab hai. No, it's an important part of speaking the language, trying to understand. I've worked on it a bit, but it allows me to talk to people and to understand the wonderful country that is Pakistan.
Well, thank you so much for your time and all the best for the future.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Just a couple of runs down to third from that Ollie Robinson over, 31 for none. England continue to work hard on that ball. At the moment it is gun barrel straight. Leach, while bowling, will have to work on it to make sure that the spinner continues to realise which side they're shining. Communication between Anderson and Root. Anderson will go to his spinner and make sure that he knows exactly what's happening with that ball.
Lovely nutter, lovely nut.
So no change in the field. No one has gone back after that 6 that Imam hit from Leach over wide, long on.
Oh, nice boy. Lovely nut, lovely nut.
It's going to be exciting to watch Imam because he hasn't gone back. He's continuing to use his feet. He managed to get 1 over in the last over of his previous delivery against Leach. Plenty of men catching around the bat as well.
Oh! No. Beautiful, that nutter. Nice ducky, lovely ducky. Beautiful nut. Oh! Beautiful nut.
Let's keep an eye on Ben Duckett. It was something that Ollie Pope used to do really well. When the batter comes down the pitch, Ben Duckett there at short leg has to try and shimmy down with him. Ollie Pope used to do that really well at short leg. Stays back this time.
Nice time, boy.
Not the bounce yet on this surface to bring short leg into play. Could catch one off the face of the bat. There was a really tough chance just before lunch. Hardly a chance, to be honest. But Duckett has to stay low.
Nice ball,
I like
nice
the base
of Leach, the way he's bowling is pushing it in. Is not bowling like the Pakistani bowlers who were giving a lot more flight, a lot slower. They were bowling around 80 k's, 81. Leach is just pushing it to almost 90 k's an hour. I think that's the way to go on this slow pitch. Target the stumps and bowl a little bit quicker.
Anderson just goes out 20 yards deeper to long on. End of another over, 31 for none.
Well done, Robbo. Leachy. Yeah, that's perfect. That's leg there.
Looks like we're going to have spin at both ends. England have gone with just the one frontline spinner. They chose not to play Rayan Ahmed. They've gone for two part-timers in Will Jacks and Liam Livingston. Will Jacks bowls mainly off-spin. Livingston mixes it up between off-spin and leg spin. 21 wickets in first-class cricket, making his Test debut.
England have choice of three spinners: Livingston, Jacks, and of course Leach. But these two, Jacks and Livingston, a part-time bowler, not that regular. A lot more flighted delivery, giving a lot more air to it, asking Abdullah Shafiq to drive.
Gets through, past short mid-wicket, and goes away for four.
Another good shot here from Abdullah Shafiq. It was fuller this time round. Once again, a bit of air, and he's timed that really well. He waits for the ball. Very rarely have you seen him pushing at the ball, waits for the ball to get right close to him, plays it right under his eyes.
Full toss, he hasn't got his length right, that's hit him on the knee. Who's that? Big Ollie Robinson has just got one on the knee. I think he'll be all right. There's a few smiles and smirks from Anderson at mid-on.
Well, that's the last thing you want your faster bowler to just go down on this pitch. Hit him straight into the knee, or maybe it's just the ankle. Actually, I think the knee's okay. Bit of knee, bit of ankle.
I think it clipped both actually, which Anderson found hilarious at mid-on. I think Jacks would prefer to bowl to Imam, the left-hander, just outside that off stump. There's a little bit of rough. It just brings root into play at slip.
It's an area that Harry Brook in particular made good use of, where there was quite a few bad balls on off, and which he targeted and put them away. Now, someone like Will Jacks on debut, being used as a part-timer, Pakistan can look to cash in on those.
Nice boy.
First over in Test cricket done for Will Jacks, 37 for none.
That'll happen. Coming in, Natter.
A bit even in the strike there, 36 balls each, 19 plays 18, Shafiq. England also have Joe Root, remember, as an off-spinner, got some wickets, got a fifer in India the winters ago. Orfer in Port Elizabeth, so Joe Root is an option as well.
Yeah, this battle in the middle with Leach and Imam continue because now there's a long off. A few yards in on the boundary to cut that big shot. And he's been consistent with getting down the wicket, using his feet. But he'll just have to be careful of where he does play that big shot once he does get the ball in the arc. A few yards in there, Jimmy Anderson.
That man had just been brought up and it's just been tickled leg side for 4.
A very attacking field, and when you have such field and with a newish ball, all you need is just find a gap and it'll go and run for the boundary. It went very, very quickly. This field is very fast. Still persisting with the fine leg up.
Oh, you get on that, Ducky. Nice boy, lovely nut. Good watching, boy. Oh, nice boy. Really nice, this nut. Beautiful nut.
Well, Imam is a lot happier when he's on the back foot. He manages the ball a lot better than when he sort of come on the front foot or just lunges forward. He's just a little worried about that fielder on the onside, the short leg fielder.
Oh.
41 for none.
Nice, Jaxie.
Go on in, Jacko. Go on in, Jacko. Oi, rookie. Rookie.
Imam's been good with using his feet, and the one thing he's done in particular is come down in the line of the ball. He's looking to play with the turn as opposed to coming down leg side of the ball, opening up the offside field. In that way, he obviously takes the element of the stumping out of the equation. And that far down, he's still getting bat, trying to play with the bat. So that's a good technique he's employing at the moment, Imam.
Well, the only problem here is that he's damaging the pitch quite a bit because his front foot lands right in the middle. So with all those spikes in,
Oi, that's nice, boy.
every chance that it might get a little dusty later on.
A little bit of spin down the leg side there. Ollie Pope just lays a glove on it. Goes away for a couple of byes.
Yeah, that last delivery was a lot quicker than what he's been bowling. That delivery was 88.3 Ks. It did spin a bit. Well, yesterday we saw
when the ball was new, he was coming onto the bat nicely. The run scoring was quite easy. But once the ball get a little old, and this Kookaburra ball gets really soft and it's hard to score runs then. 14 overs been bowled, 43 without loss.
Yeah. Get it a tiny bit wider.
A spin from both ends with the England attack.
Stokes, you happy with that?
Imam will not be shy of trying to pop it down. You've seen it already that he wants to take left arm spin on, try and hit him straight. There's a deep mid wicket in place which is quite straight just to protect that stroke. But the option is to go down the ground.
Oh.
It's not been bad though as from England. It's been pretty attacking with the fields and the bowling's been decent.
Yeah, it's interesting how their tactics are rather upside down from what you'd normally see in England, where you use the quicker bowlers with the new ball and eventually turn to spin, whereas here you use spinners with the new ball and wait for it to start to reverse for the likes of Robinson and Anderson and Stokes later on in the innings. So it's a little bit reverse tactics from what you'd see England use at home.
Smashed through the offside, a little bit more air and just floated outside off stump. Imam very quick to pounce on that.
Well, with the exception of that possible chance through to Pope on 11, he's played Leach very well, used his feet nicely,
Very nice, boy.
given a bit of width on that occasion and driving with a bit of a flat bat technique.
Creating in Nutter. Oh, that's nice, boy.
He does also make sure that he goes right back when he defends. He does come at you, run at you, but the good thing is that he uses that back foot as well, doesn't predominantly just stay on the front foot.
Oh, nice, mate.
We talked about reverse swing, and well, Rob Key was in the Combox in that Australia series, and the discussion was really you have to have a lot of pace through the air. So Stark and Cummins, they used reverse swing quite a lot. At the moment, well, Wood obviously come into the side, but maybe you need somebody else to have that pace that gets to 90 or thereabouts to be effective with reverse swing, because the pitch not going to offer you much.
No, no. Nice,
47 without loss.
Well, if you haven't got pace, you have to do with what you've got. Wood is not fit for this game. They expect him to be fit for the second test match in Multan. Jamie Overton, I understand, would not have been available because of the bug and the virus. He was affected with that. So you've got Robinson and Anderson, Stokes. Stokes uses the old ball very well, actually. He was talking ahead of the game about his role in the team, and he said he's going to wait until the ball starts to reverse and then bring himself into the attack. Anderson has become a very skillful and adept bowler with the old ball. Robinson is skillful. They don't have that pace, but they do have the skill, and that's why they're using the spinners now while the ball is new. They're not going to put too many overs into the legs of Anderson, Robinson and Stokes and wait until the ball starts to reverse swing, whenever that may be.
Down the ground. That's gone high, wide and handsome. 6 for Abdullah Shafiq.
Well, equally, just proving that Pakistan batsmen can also clear the boundary. It's not just a preserve of English visitors. Equally, while the ball is in this sort of shape, it will travel just that bit further. And if anyone thinks it's a holding operation, then the best tactic as a batsman is to try and thwart the holding.
It's not often England would have come to the subcontinent with a spin attack that is so inexperienced. Obviously Leach, the main frontline spinner, is pretty experienced, but Jackson, Livingston, very much not so. But a real test and a challenge for them.
In all honesty, you'd imagine they come with limited expectations today as well.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Taxi. Very good, boy. That's that, Jacko.
Very comfortable playing spin. Abdullah Shafiq is one of those players who seems to have time, be it spin or be it fast bowling. Nazar Ali the other day, well, he was talking about Abdullah Shafiq, and they're playing a first-class game, and obviously watching him play, and he goes to his management, do I ever look as good as he does when he plays? And the management just sort of laughed and said nothing, but said everything. 54 without loss.
Well, early look at Will Jack suggests that he's not shy of giving the ball a bit of air. He really throws it up there and floats it down. Has turned one from a roundabout leg stump, but only one so far. Learning his trade, as so many are actually in the English game. Stocks of spin pretty thin on the ground, partly as a consequence of when the championship has been played, early and late season, and county championship dominated by seamers, which has left a shortfall of spin, which then gets exposed when you come to the subcontinent.
Come on, Nata. Just one, Creeps. Come on in, Nat. Oh, nice boy. Lovely Nut. Great start, Nutter. Oh, nice boy. Spin there, boy.
In the afternoon, you need cool drinks, but Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitive teeth. Jack Leach's trying to bowl as straight as possible. He's got protection leg side with short mid-wicket, a short leg, and a mid-on and a square leg. So he's wanting to be within those stumps as often as possible.
Oh!
Exactly there.
Nice ball, boy. That's nice, Nut.
Yeah, I watched a lot of this in the Caribbean around about March this year. Which is also a lot of cricket played on flattish, benign pitches. Very slow pitches there and not much turn for him. The one criticism I had there was that he didn't vary enough with his pace. There was so much concentration on keeping it tight.
Nothing about the leg slip they had placed there. 54 without loss.
I think that was one of the improvements actually though in the summer. The relationship between Leach and Stokes. Obviously you talked to the Caribbean, David, and Leach was operating under Joe Root's captaincy there, and Ben Stokes has talked at length about trying to drill into Jack Leach that it's about taking wickets, about trying to get into the battle with the batsman, not worrying about keeping it tight, not worrying about his feels so much, get into the contest. And I think there was a definite improvement in that attitude in the summer.
Cut into the gap, will sweeper come around, they'll come back for the second. Yeah, Imam does well.
That's 1,000 test runs for Imam ul Haq. Yeah, the relevance for me was the pitches in the Caribbean. And they had with them, of course, Jeetan Patel as the spinning coach, former off-spinner. And I was just frustrated that I thought between them, whatever the captain says, between a bowler and a spin coach, you've got to have your own ideas. You've got to work out what's best for you as much as you want to take or are prepared to take orders from a captain. I was disappointed that they didn't encourage him to experiment a bit more then. But yes, different managements have different views. The development has been there for us to see. But this, let's face it, this is a stern test here for anyone.
Oh, nice that boy. Very good, Jack.
As was mentioned, Stokes with the old ball. It's also with these games coming thick and fast. It's also how Stokes manages himself. He likes to bowl those hard overs. He likes to take the ball when nobody wants it, but especially in Rawalpindi, not many bowlers will want the ball too often. But he's been in the game, and that smile that has been at the forefront.
Oh, nice shape, boy.
Yeah, he does at least have the perfect excuse, doesn't he? I mean, this troublesome knee of his, which was in evidence during the World T20.
Peel, not out straight away. Not much interest. Imam had run down the wicket. Bit of a conversation. No. No, 56 without loss.
Yeah, he'd made a lot of progress down the pitch, hadn't he? Stokes was never entertaining it. That's as close as he got, just a virtual shrug.
You'd have to be umpires.
Yeah, Leach again now 2 catches on the offside. Stokes had a shot mid-off and a shot cover as well.
Oh, that's nice, boy.
This should be interesting now, though, with those 2 catches. Does he toss one up outside off stump, or does he just keep on attacking those stumps? He'll come at him, and he gets a good piece of it. Just over mid-off, didn't get all of it, but he'll come back for 2. So the carrot is dangled, and Abdullah Shafiq will take that carrot.
Well, Stokes will certainly keep the mid-off up. He might just dangle the carrot and drop him maybe 5 yards or so. He isn't going to push him back. He's going to say to Abdullah Shafiq, if you want to go over the top, be my guest.
Oi, get on that ducky.
Chatted to Abdullah Shafiq for the local broadcast, Bazid, before the start of this game, and he was saying, son of a first-class cricketer, of course, he was saying his dad gets very nervous watching him bat. I wonder if he's watching the live broadcast, or he might just wait till he's got to 20 or 30 and then tune in.
Just want to ask you, did your dad get nervous watching you bat?
I think he did, yeah. Not to the point that I was particularly aware of it, but he'd probably admit to it now. But maybe it's the perils of being in a cricketing family, eh, Bazid?
Yeah, the question stands.
Oi, get on it.
Yeah, I don't think my father was the one who'd get any sort of nervousness at all. He's just not that, that type of person. I was more nervous all the time.
Did he actually bother watching you?
Never.
Well, at least you get no criticism.
Correct.
Oi! Nice knot, overboard. Now.
60 without loss. Well, Abdullah Shafiq's dad sort of watched him play a little bit before he allowed him to actually start playing club cricket and the rest, because I think he spotted the talent first. He didn't want him to. I think he didn't want him to go into cricket knowing that maybe he'll not make it. He believed that he'd got the talent, and then he allowed him to actually go and start pursuing cricket.
Well, he looks a very good player to me, and I know he'll be challenged in years to come because he's only played Test cricket in Asia so far, where pitches obviously can be very different to Australia and England, and he'll have a whole range of challenges ahead of him. But his fundamentals look very sound to me, and he's obviously had an unbelievable start to his Test career, highly successful. Early days, but so far so good.
Do you know, when Joe Root was putting the protective kit on there, I thought he was taking over as a wicketkeeper. He needs to have a word with his tailor. There's no room underneath the current brand of strides to get what should be very effective protection. Keep goal in hockey.
Jacko. Catch that lucky boy. That's a concern. I didn't say we're going to do it.
Yeah, short and thumped away leg side. Very quickly onto that back foot, Imam ul Haq.
Yeah, by and large, as Mike was saying just now, Jax has done his best to keep it floated full. But this is just too short. It's not a way short, but on a pitch like this, it might as well be. There we go again with the flighted full delivery. I mean, the advantage of flight is supposed to be that it gives it more of a chance of biting into the pitch, more of a chance of turning. But chances here at the moment are 2. One of which is slim. I'll leave you to fill in the gaps, Baz.
Good Jacko.
Leg slip back in place. That short leg now moves to a fine-ish leg split. Beautiful shot. Just punched down the ground. Yes, over pitch, but classily done.
Yeah, the tempo of this reply from Pakistan very good so far, chasing a mammoth score, or in the face of a mammoth score. It would be easy just to go into a bit of a blockathon mode, or indeed get sucked into the way England played, but the tempo lovely so far.
69 without loss.
Yeah, there's been a good blend, hasn't there? The odd really aggressive shot over the top, especially from Abdullah Shafiq. But that last one, that last boundary straight down the ground, was just pure timing. And if you take lessons from the first day of this game, you looked at the way England made their runs, albeit there were more boundaries, the scoring rate was higher, but a lot of them were just from nicely timed cricket shots on a good pitch with a fast outfield.
Well, this is the conversation here. Anderson Stokes looking at this ball, trying to work out whether it's scuffed enough yet to reverse swing. Going to keep the quicker bowlers fresh for when it does. Not yet is the upshot of that conversation between Anderson and Stokes, but maybe not far away.
Oh, that's real nice, boy.
Again, slight tinkering off the field. Now there's a long on in place. That deep mid wicket has gone straighter to long on, so mid wicket halfway, a square leg halfway.
Oi, nice, boy.
Tempting him to go drag it a bit leg side.
Might just have Anderson there. You can see him bottom of screen taking a drink. I might just have him 10 or 15 yards further in, actually. Just try and tempt Imam. Basically, Anderson is virtually all the way back, and there are 2 men on the drive. Just prevent the easy single down the ground. Anderson goes to about halfway or 3/4. You're still offering the opportunity to Imam to go over the top.
Nice, boy.
He's listened.
Yeah,
it's like your phone picking up conversations and suddenly an advert appears.
Well, he's put a deep mid wicket in now, but Anderson, if he hovers just about halfway, you're at least just tempting the batsman still, and you have to tempt the batsman to play some shots on this pitch.
More changes off the field now. A leg gully in place. That's the battle now. Does Imam just... He's been very good with his defense. But can Jackley just lure him into playing a shot over the top? Imam does normally come down the track, and anywhere from long on through to wide mid-wicket he launches, especially with left arm spin. Works the leg side, acres of space. Two, maybe the third on offer, yes. There's a bit of an issue, he's just Livingston gingerly walking back.
Well, he pulled up very sharply here, Liam Livingston. He ran round, he had a long run round from deep square leg to deep mid-wicket. And the moment he picked up the ball, I thought he's gone. Either hamstring or calf. But then he made a bit of a recovery. He's just waving now as the players look to take drinks. Livingston waving to the physio. He'll go and get a bit of help, I think, as drinks are taken. 72 for none, 21 gone.
Welcome back to the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Day 2 as Pakistan steadily in this chase. 72 for no loss. Shafiq and Imam 33 and 37 apiece. They've had a good start. Wonderful drives. The ball coming onto the bat nicely. Imam in particular has been good with using his feet. Big shot over mid-on and then through cover. Abdullah Shafiq as well got into the attack. It's been good. They've scored at a good rate and they've played their shots. It's a good sign for Pakistan here. They have a 72 partnership, haven't lost a wicket yet.
Yeah, I reckon England will have a change of pace here now. They've been bowling spin just to wait for this ball to be roughed up. I reckon after this drinks break we'll see a bit of seam, or swing I should say. I think we'll see a lot of seam, but some swing just to see if what Root's work on the ball has got it reversing. It was around about 30 overs in that England innings that it reversed. Keaton Jennings, one of the fine short legs in the game, is on as a fielding sub. We'll try and find out who's gone off. I think it's Liam Livingstone. Just had a little tweak of something fielding, so he's off the field.
It was in that last over when he pulled up at the boundary, just felt like he pulled something. Just there, just as he went down to get the ball, he pulled something. Deliberately walked off then, and hence why Keaton Jennings. Will Jacks to continue after drinks.
Oi, get it. Nice boy. Nice boy. Catch it, Rick. Oh, Keaton boy.
It's good that Stokes has kept his faster men pretty fresh. Anderson only bowled 3 overs. Oh, he wasn't sure. He was not sure which way that ball was going to go. It was a little late, Imam.
Really the first time you've seen him a bit unsure. Inside edge of the bat. Will Jacks just asking Anderson there at mid-off to fall back a few steps.
Oh, just that one, Ducky boy.
He's just waiting for the ball to get a little bit more older, get that reverse going, and then he'll bring Anderson back.
Oh, like that boy.
He might himself come and bowl a couple somewhere.
It's time for some Tapal tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. He's got the full gear on. Nice cup of tea. It's getting a bit overcast, a bit chilly out there. Why not? Oh, looped up. Was in the air for a bit. 22 done, Pakistan 74 for no loss.
Come on then, Natta. Keep doing your thing there, boy.
The left arm spin from Jack Leach will continue. He's been economical, 21 from his 8 over so far. Both Pakistani openers have played him well. Another tinker in the field. Square leg now goes in front of the umpire on the leg side. Brings out the paddle. First time we've seen that. He's timed it really well. And it will roll into the fence. A wonderful stroke from Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, we were doing the sweep shot this morning about manoeuvring the field, and Stokes had just moved that man from there. And it just shows you don't need all the power, just a bit of touch and understanding of where the field is, especially on this quick outfield. Just guides it away for 4.
As you mentioned in that masterclass earlier in the day, that the great Shane Warne wanted to bowl 6 deliveries to 1 batter, and then how the modern day batters now manipulate that field with their sweep or the reverse.
Yeah, and it's a boundary option like we've just seen, but it's also an option to get off strike, and then the bowler has to change. There's a left-hander at the other end. You want 6 deliveries, keep a batter on strike, and that's where the sweep shot is very helpful.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq was good to recognize that field change and then sort of play with the field, but Ben Stokes has put himself in that position just there to block that shot off now. Just boundary off it. Pakistan 78 for no loss.
All these players know each other so well nowadays. We were talking about it yesterday with the likes of Duckett and Brooke, who have played PSL cricket, but also Imam has played for Somerset. Azhar Ali coming in next would have played for Somerset and Worcestershire. Barber played white ball cricket for Somerset. Hassan Ali, who's not playing in this series, Lancashire last year, has moved this season and signed for Warwickshire. Mohammed Abbas has been bowling beautifully for Hampshire for the last couple of seasons. He can't stop taking wickets. Shah Masood, brilliant for Derbyshire. So it's great to see so many Pakistan cricketers over playing domestic cricket in England. Rizwan did well at Sussex. And played a lot with Pujara down there, didn't he?
Down the wicket. Gun barrel straight and he gets up another boundary.
Yeah, he's been using his feet quite nicely, and he's eyeing that region that either over mid-off or goes straight. That was hit beautifully right on top of the delivery and made sure that he goes nice and straight. No danger in that shot. Beautifully played.
Both Pakistani batters have used their feet well, in particular Imam ul Haq. Have a look at that interception points again, spin. It's come down the wicket, played back in his crease as well. More importantly, has waited for the ball to get to him, played his right under his eyes, and has been in control.
And nothing in between, Ruji. They're just either fully back there, the red ones, or fully forward. What you don't want are those, like, there's 2 or 3 blue ones on that in-between length. It could get you out LBW if you miss it. So fully back, play late, or fully forward, use your feet. Very good.
I saw one of those in-between in Leach's previous over where he got the inside edge of the bat where he was sort of stuck in between.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Jacko.
Imam in particular did this well in the Australian series against Lyon, and Travis Head bowled off spin then.
Can't be far away from just seeing if there's anything, any kind of reverse swing for your seamers. Couple of overs maximum away from either Anderson or Stokes, just to see if there's some lateral movement in the air.
Oh, that's nice.
And Pakistan 83 for no loss.
And as you spoke about all these modern guys, they go and play in the county circuit. Back in the 90s was a different ball game, isn't it? You guys only used to sign up bowlers, come and do the hard work. It was me, Wasim, Mushi, all of us used to come. Aqib Javed played 1 season for Hampshire.
Saki
was a little later.
Yeah.
Yeah, do all the hard work, and you guys just enjoy it.
Contracts, so. Surrey, you were brilliant. The Surrey boys still talk about you. Then Glamorgan, you won the county championship.
I enjoyed my time there.
Those scuffed up squares at Glamorgan, getting it reverse swinging under Fletcher, Duncan Fletcher.
It was a hard work, wasn't it? Yes, we did earn a few dollars, but it was a tough gig. Even when I went to Surrey, normally Surrey pitch is quite spicy, you know, a lot more bounce. And I still remember back in 91, 92, and I heard a lot about oval pitch, that it's going to be just ball will fly all over the place. But I went there, and what I saw was totally opposite. There's no grass on the pitch, and they were just hoping that I will just reverse the ball and just keep going the entire day.
Which you did, running off the sight screen, steaming in, a batter's nightmare. 232 wickets, first-class wickets for Surrey. You took 25 wicket hauls for Surrey. They still talk about you with a lot of fondness down there.
Didn't win anything. Nothing. I felt actually sorry for Martin Bicknell from the other end. He didn't know what reverse swing was.
I know which end I'm batting. He was a very, very useful bowler for Surrey, Martin Bicknell. Better than useful.
Well, I don't think he enjoyed my time at Surrey, because he was a very good outswing bowler, conventional outswing bowler. And when the reverse comes, the reverse needs a lot of hard work. You need to really put in a lot of pace behind the ball. And he used to get, sometimes he used to get really angry at me. And what the hell is going on? Why this ball is going the opposite? I want to try to swing it away. Then a little later, once I got a little bit, my English got a little better, I had to really explain him, this is how you do it, mate.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Maiden over from Leach, 25 overs done. Pakistan 83 for no loss.
Nice boy. Top draw, boy.
Will Jacks to continue, probably a few more overs before we see pace back into the attack. Meticulously working on that ball. We saw around early 30 over mark where the ball tried to reverse for Pakistan. Yeah, Ben Stokes just has asked for square leg, which is on the boundary, to come into the 30-yard circle next to the umpire. So calling the fielder inside. Nicely timed. He is a sweet timer of the ball. A wonderful stroke again from Abdullah Shafiq. It was wide outside the off stump and he spurred away.
Yeah. Shafiq knows this pitch really, really well. He knows that it's not going to spin from there. That's why he just leaned on it and he made sure that he hits it through that gap. Front foot just coming down the pitch, although he was not close to the pitch of the ball, but he just played it beautifully. Played it late.
He's the kind of batter who likes to bat long and deep and likes to play his strokes as well. big shout, first for the caught behind, then for the stump. It was wide, he had a go at it. No review in the end, has a smile on his face in the middle, Stokes.
And front foot, please. Yeah. And thank you, fair delivery. Now I need the spin vision front on. I'm going to check front on for a catch first. Okay, that's fine, and then ultra edge after this, please.
Ultra edge coming down, next to ultra edge.
Okay, nothing there, and now back to your best side on for the stumping. Foot is grounded, down. Roll it forward, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep going. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Not out on that big screen on the ground. It was the umpires who reviewed the decision for stumping, and as it goes, you go through the process of checking all possible decisions there in the end. Nas with Pope behind the stumps and folks not in. Couple of chances we've seen just wobble around in his hands.
Yeah, he hasn't kept much, 87 for none after 26. He did a game in Hamilton for England, and then he did a couple of T20 games, blast games for Surrey, Ollie Pope. So he hasn't done much of late, and it is obviously a specialist skill. And he's also following his Surrey teammate, who's one of the best glovemen in the country, if not the world. I think Alex Stewart claimed he was the best in the world at one stage, folks, and he's done some brilliant things. So it is a miss, and Pope has just got to be as tidy as he can be, because there's going to be not the easiest of pitches to stand up on. It's going to keep low. We shall see. I think we're going to have a bit of Joe Root, who has had a lot of success with the ball. He's underbowled. He underbowled himself as a captain, maybe because he's got a few back issues. But he's got a fifer and a fourfer, definitely. Yeah, there is that 5-wicket haul. And a fourfer in Port Elizabeth as well, fifer in India.
While England still holding back on the pace, probably just a few more overs here. Off spin from Joe Root. It'll be interesting to see if he can extract a little bit more turn than Jacks.
5 for 8 he got in Ahmedabad. This was best bowling.
Nice boy.
That's not bad. Bowling for the first time here in Rawalpindi, and I think he will bowl better than Jacks, because he's got a lot more experience and he's seen a lot.
Oh, Joe, I like that boy.
Just a little round armour.
Fair for you, Joe.
Yeah, he does use that as his variation. He also has a leg break that he bowls, and all these batters, like I say, they've all played and watched videos and played with each other, so they'll know that Root has a leg break in there as well. But mainly he goes round arm from round the wicket.
Nice, Jim. Very good, Jim.
Well, I've just noticed in between the overs, they're keeping a really close eye on the ball and having a long meetings and looking at the ball right, left, centre. They're still not sure that this ball is going to reverse. I think they just still want to wait for a little longer. How about this man? Just struggled early on. He, with his knee, just went out. Is coming back on now. Might just see a little bit of Livingston also.
Well, the added advantage from Livingston, I know Root bowls the odd leg spinner, but Livingston could easily bowl off spin to the left-hander and leg spin to the right-hander.
And looks like he was all right on the boundary line, ready to come back in.
Oh, you just got to touch it, Joe.
The maiden over here from England. Pakistan 87 for no loss.
Go good, you two. Joe. Joe.
The guys in charge of looking after the ball route in particular, Anderson, just making sure they're shining the right side of the ball. Seems to be a duo going on in Test cricket who sort of keep an eye on the ball just to make sure the reverse kicks in as soon as this is there. So around Pakistan reversing around 32, 31 overs. Although there wasn't much of it.
See the way he's holding it there. He's trying to keep his sweaty palms. It's not that hot here in Rawalpindi, but you don't want any sweaty palms to get on that dry side.
Oh, very nice, Jaxie.
How are your spinners in your day at looking after the ball? Ricky, when you and Wazim had it reversing, was Mushy good at keeping his sweaty palms off it?
Yeah, that was his job, more than his bowling. That's beautifully played. Sorry, Aruz, that was a beautiful shot. I had to say it. Good use of the feet and just came down the pitch nicely on top of the ball. He looks so elegant when he plays that shot.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to let Jack settle. Every time he's pitched the ball up or is there for the offering, they've taken it. He's on 46 now, Abdullah Shafiq. Oh, lovely. Slightly more flight this time round.
Yeah, it's a good line as well. There was one that went past the edge for the stumping chance and a little bit of drift away. It makes him defend towards extra cover. And Stokes saying to his bowler now, I'm going to give you another man on the offside. I want you really to toss it up outside the off stump. Now, that does actually open up the leg side. I don't know if Shafiq's got it in his locker, but he could play the slog sweep leg side if he wants on line. It's too wide to play that shot, but you can see the plan here from Stokes and Jacks. Chuck it up wide outside off stump.
There's a man in the deep also, which is finer, a lot fine. It's not at point. He can maybe just go a touch squarer, come a little straighter, and ask Abdullah Shafiq to just drive. This is the one which didn't spin or spun very little.
That's the line. But he's done exceptionally well to drive that through the covers. And it will also bring up his 50. His fifth 50 to go with 2 centuries in a relatively new Test career.
Yeah, he's taken to Test match cricket like a duck to water, really. Not much first-class experience. I think he'd only played 1 game, which he got 100. Fast-tracked to Test match cricket. And he looks to the manner born, really. Absolutely. Look at the stats there. 8 matches, 71 an average. Absolutely ready for Test match cricket. And he's shown that in the last year.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to watch against Australia as well, against Sri Lanka and Gaul, where he actually played a phenomenal innings in the 4th innings to get Pakistan over the line, chasing 341. He got 160, batted for over 500 minutes. Goes to show a lot about his temperament, especially in Test career.
Oh, that's a nice ball, Joe. Nice, Joe. Nice, Joe.
Yeah, exceptional talent. Abdullah Shafiq has been picked by Miss Paul Huck. He thought from the very first look that he'll be a good test match player. Mohammad Hafiz really thinks highly of him. A very compact player, very good defensive player also at times. Started off his career with T20 cricket, played for Pakistan. Didn't really work for him. Then once he was given opportunity in test match, he took it with both hands. Yeah, champion batsman.
Down the wicket. Nicely timed through the covers, for this time from Imam ul Haq. He races into the boundary. He races to 47 as well.
Yeah, he's used his feet beautifully. Rouge spoke about it earlier, how he goes down the line, and just this time, because it's the off spinner, just opens up that offside and goes with the spin. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. With this outfield, you don't have to. You just have to get it past the inner ring, and it'll go away for 4.
99 this opening partnership. Imam on 47. Nicely driven again. There is a sweeper. Will pick up 1. Also brings up the 100 partnership for Pakistan. They've done well. Applause in the gallery as well.
Yeah, 100 came in a decent time. 3.47 the scoring rate. It's not like the England openers, but I think Pakistan will be happy with what they've done so far. Long way to go for Pakistan still in this game. Stroke looking for the first breakthrough.
Oh, that's a nice thing, Lovely that, Joe.
29 overs gone. Pakistan 100 for no loss.
Time for a change for England. Has to be time for a change. The spinners aren't doing much. There's been the odd one. They keep looking at that ball. Best way to find out if it's reversing, Ben, throw it to a seamer. Right now, get it reversing. Surely, either turn to Robinson, who's walking past him. Surely got to be a time just to have a look. A word with Anderson. What do you reckon? Is it ready? Find out. Have a look at it. And Anderson says, nope. I'm not bowling on here, Skip.
That's a perfect gesture is given there, isn't it? No, I'm not coming on. Just wait. You should have said, how long you want me to wait? Lovely.
And that's not going by your theory. Bowl it to check. Nope, doesn't look good enough.
Oh, nice. They're moving that. Oh, get on that nut, hit him.
Calls for a quick single. Easy in the end. Can't be too far now. Maybe next couple of overs.
Yeah, you give this as a skipper, you give your senior bowler the nod and you say, right, over to you, and he'll say, not yet, Skip. But within an over or two, you go, okay, I'm now captain, you're on. So you never overrule a 40-year-old genius that is Jimmy Anderson, but eventually you say, we need you, Jim. He's not far away. He knows it.
Oh, nice boy.
I think if England would have scored maybe 250, 230, 250, somewhere around there, I don't think he would have listened to me. He said, come and ball. We need you right now. Because he's got a luxury of so many runs, he can just say, okay, I'll wait whenever you're ready.
Oh, nice, mate.
There we go. Giving us a few hints there, Anderson. Just stretching a little bit.
Oh, nice.
There's a good line here from Jack. Slightly outside the off stump.
As a fast bowler, it takes a long time to sort of loosen those hamstrings, calves. He's given that hint that he's going to start warming up. Yeah, he's running, so that means he's about to come on. 101 without loss.
Yeah, he's just running off, maybe, I don't know, to get an ankle strapped or get some part of his body ready. Going to be either Anderson or Robinson pretty soon. Just a change of pace. It's no minefield, but just to see if there's a bit of reverse. And also it's low, this pitch, so bring LBW and bowled off the seamer.
Well, I'm not sure how he managed all these years. When I retired, I was so sore. My legs gave up on me. But this man, Anderson, is just going very strong. Yeah, playing for the first time here in Pakistan. If he bowls on these sort of pitches, few games, I'll ask him then.
Testament to the man, the longevity of his career. Still one of the best in the business in red ball cricket at the age of 40. Slightly slow, that one, round arm. It's a gentle nudge into the offside, which will also bring up Imamul Haq's 50. He's played really well, used his feet well. Fifth 50 in his Test career as well, along with the 2 centuries.
Well, he likes this ground, doesn't he? Those 2 centuries you talk about are both on this ground. So his last 3 innings here in Test match cricket, 100, 100, and now 50 not out.
Whoa, where did that come from?
We were going through his variations, off spin, leg spin. We didn't have bouncer in the repertoire. He has.
That was much better bouncer than what we have seen yesterday and this morning. That was quick.
What was that, 2 for the over?
Caught everyone by surprise. Let's have a look. That was quick.
I think Pope knew what he was going to do, because he was just right behind the ball. He was ready for it. The surprise would have been damaging, actually, because that was quick.
Yeah, you talk about Imamul Haq and how he likes this venue. In that first test against Australia, same venue, 157 in his first innings and 111 in the second. Usman Khwaja got runs, Babar Azhar Ali got 185. Abdullah Shafiq also in the second innings got 136. So it's a ground known to get runs, at least in the recent test matches being played here. It's been a hard toil for the quick bowlers.
Nice, Joe.
Nudged into the leg side. Single to finish off the 31st over. Pakistan 103 for no loss.
Oh, Jimmy Anderson's been off the field. He's been given the nod from the skipper. We've worked on this ball for 30 overs. Jimmy, come and see if there's any reverse swing. And stump to stump. Split field, LBWs and bowls.
Well, the length is going to be really crucial. Seen him bowl in India, and he's bowled beautifully, swung the ball, and when it reversed, the length was just perfect. Different cricket ball here, though. we play with Kookaburra cricket ball. It doesn't really leave the pitch that quickly, which what you see in India. India, they use that SG ball, which is a lot closer to the Duke cricket ball. It had a lot pronounced seam and it stays a lot harder. This one goes really soft, and if you don't have the right length, you will get punished.
It's a bad combination, Wakar. Kookaburra ball and this surface. A dead surface and a soft Kookaburra ball. Well, we'll see if anyone can. Jimmy can. He's done it over the years. He's got a big heart. He's got lots of skill. He's done it in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. He knows what he's doing. He's not going to blow him away. We shall see what he tries to do here.
He's going to be bowling with the one slip. One man catching just in front of the eye line. Short mid-wicket as a catcher in there as well. Sprays down leg side straight to the fielder.
Put that down the
First
line,
up.
mate, please. That ball definitely did reverse. Remember, reverse swing, shiny side, it goes towards the shiny side. Orthodox swing, it goes the other way. Problem is for Anderson, he's not quick through the air. Reverse swing and pace through the air is what you need.
That's a better line. Just coming back in again into the right-hander.
Yeah, keeping ball in his left hand is trying to hide the shiny side. Most of the batsmen nowadays, they look at the shine and decide beforehand what they're going to do, how they're going to play, which way the ball is going to swing. It's easy to manage as a batsman. Once you see the shine, struggle is when you just misread it, then the problem starts. He's got two men on the onside, so that means he's going to bring it in. Not doing much, especially off the surface. It's not doing anything. Maybe in the air, and with that kind of pace, around about 130, 135, I don't really see much of a harm. Just need this ball to get a little bit more older. See that off the pitch, nothing. Straight under the middle of the bat.
With the left-hander now on strike. Just discussing with Ben Stokes there, getting the fielders in the absolute right spots. One slip, the two men catching on the offside. And just as I say that, Ben Stokes walks across. Change of angle as well to the right-hander. Jimmy Anderson bowling round the wicket now. Two men catching on the leg side. Much straighter as deep point goes back to the boundary. Beautiful angle again. Outside half of the bat will pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, that deep point, we've seen Stokes do this before. It is not a defensive position. It's not because he's worried about the boundary. He wants Imam to try and run it down to third. Almost play a little soft, open the face shot on the offside, and you just nick him off. He's tempting him just to run it off the face down to that man you can see just about there. See if Liverman falls into that trap. No, just solid block. Wasn't trying anything cute to get the single.
It's very hard to make the ball go away from the left hander from around the wicket. Yes, from the over the wicket, you might be able to create a little bit of angle and push the ball and might go away from the left-hander. But going around the wicket and asking the ball to just sort of pitch and leave this pitch is not going to really help.
106 for none. Yeah, the one that did it famously all those years ago was his Lancashire teammate Andrew Flintoff in the Ashes series in 2005. Flintoff got the ball reverse swinging with the likes of Simon Jones. Adam Gilchrist, Flintoff had a few times from round the wicket, creating an angle and then moving it away late.
Spin continues from the other end. We saw a hint of reverse in Jimmy Anderson's over back. It was pretty much around the same time Pakistan got the ball to reverse. They didn't quite get the lengths right, and hence why any little bit of swing that was on offer wasn't effective. Lovely. A Sensodyne sensitivity free movement, because life is too short for sensitive teeth. Surely they'll need some of Sensodyne after that.
As a dentist, would you recommend all these ice cream in this weather?
100% not. Sensodyne 100% yes. Especially after those lollies, I'm sure they'll need some.
Nice, very nice. You're a true ambassador.
That's wide, fired in.
Good take from Ollie Pope. That'll just boost his confidence. Really good take down the leg side. He had to shimmy and take it way down the leg side. Excellent work.
Fired in, kept low as well.
Nice Rita.
With T around the corner, just 2 deliveries left in this 33rd over.
Stokes is tempting him before tea. Mid-off and mid-on are like a schoolboy or schoolgirl mid-off and mid-on, where they want to chat with the bowler. He's brought him in 20 and said, go on, hit over the top just before tea if you want.
Bounce, boy. Nice Joe.
One more here to go. Nothing fancy, just dabs it around his legs. He's timed that really well. Picks up 2. Keep an eye on the umpire. That just might be T. Yes. Bails are off. 33 overs done, Pakistan, 108 for no loss. Abdullah Shafiq and Imamul Haq have played brilliantly. 54 from 101 for him. 52 from 97 from Imam, and the session, both sessions, Pakistan will be very happy with this. Got off to a start. Run rate in the first session was 5.25, slightly slower this time round. Pakistan will be happy. They haven't lost a wicket, and they've looked in control when they've played their shots.
Yeah, good batting from both of them, especially after spending over 100 overs in the field. It's never easy to just go out there and bat with the confidence and discipline. And they love the pitch here at Rawalpindi Stadium. 3.27 the run rate they've scored with. I think they've done a wonderful job. But Pakistan will be feeling very happy. As you can see, the claps all over. Saklan's happy. Yusuf is over the moon. Tough job for the bowlers in England. They enjoyed their batting. Now they have to come out and work really hard to get those 10 wickets.
Yeah, always great when wickets haven't gone down, and they might have not have scored at the same rate as England, but they'll be happy with this. Shafiq 54, Imam-ul-Haq 52. Pakistan looking good, 108 for no loss. Jimmy Anderson, well, he's been by far the best. Just 7 runs off his 4 overs. Robinson with 21 off his 5. And then it was the spinners, Jack Leach, 25 of his 10. Root and Jack filling in as well. Will Jacks, the part-time off spinner, went for a few. With a few wedges flying here, Ollie Pope had a few fumbles. And had that been reviewed, it had some snick on it, but did not stay in the keeper's gloves. The rest was all about timing, and in particular using their feet, which both Imam and Abdullah Shafiq did in complete control. The lush green outfield favouring the timing. Even the Tickles raced to the fence. The off spinner came on and brought in the offside play for Imam. It was a mighty blow from Abdullah Shafiq. Rocking back into their crease, timing the ball. It's been a good observation of stroke making. Not a lot of sweeps, there was one paddle played and Imam then smacked one straight down. Good technique, skill, and temperament being exhibited by the Pakistan openers. It was Abdullah Shafiq's 50 in Test cricket. And that single brought up the same for Imam. Match summary so far for this first test. England with a mammoth 657 in their first innings. 4 centurions, the first time that has happened in Test cricket history. Pakistan in reply, 108 not out, 50 to both openers' names. Pakistan trailed by 549. It's time for a break. We will return in about 15 minutes' time for the post-tea session.
No, it's the same, but Well, it's tea on day 2, and clearly you could say that the session has gone to Pakistan. They've added 91 more runs without losing a wicket. So from 17 for no loss to 108 for no wicket at the end of the second session on day 2, with Imam and Abdullah Shafiq both with a 50 to their names. We'll also have a look at of course, match summary as to what has happened. England batted for a little less than 4 sessions and posted 657 400s in that batting card. Pakistan 108 for no loss. Pakistan still trail by 549. Hello and welcome to Inverix Solar Energy Pitchside Studio. I've got David Gower and Waqar Yunus alongside me. I'll start with you, David. It's all about winning sessions in a test match. So you'd clearly said that Pakistan, at their own pace, 3.5 or a little more runs per over, they're on their way.
Yeah, when we looked at the possibilities for them, that was the point we made. It is, all they have to do is they have to bat at their pace. All they have to do for now is think about occupying the crease, and they've done that very well. There was the odd sort of sniff of a chance. One of the things that England will be upset about is that Ollie Pope is not a proper keeper. Obviously, they were forced into that with Ben Foakes being unwell yesterday morning. But on pitches like this, if you have even half a chance, you need to try and take it.
Yeah. Waqar, if you look at this match, I mean, with lots of time available to Pakistan because batting conditions are good, you wouldn't really mind as to how Pakistan approaches in terms of pace, as long as they can keep the wickets intact and keep moving. If you get 100 a session, then you're pretty well getting 300 in a day.
Look, too much time is never good when the other team has scored 600 plus runs. You don't want to bat for too long, because test match cricket, we've all seen that things can change very, very quickly. So far, Pakistani batsmen, I think they've done extremely well. You know, they occupied the crease. They just, you know, they hit the boundaries if the ball was there. So they're being positive. The run rate is pretty good. I think they've done well so far. But there's so much time left in this game that they have to really do it for a long, long period.
Okay. Let's talk about top performers in the second session. We saw both the openers getting a 50, but Abdullah Shafiq stands out with 54 not out. Let's have a look.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
Yeah, he's had a very good start to his test career, averaging in the 70s. He has a style, a very naturally beautiful style. So when he times the ball, it goes well. And he's prepared to play the odd aggressive shot. So he's gone over the top. He's played that clever little paddle sweep. And it's been a very good innings so far. And I think he will have set his stall out. And I'm absolutely sure he'll have set his stall out just to carry on doing this for the rest of the day and in tomorrow.
Have a look at his scoring. He's got some in the cover region and some on the on drives, and he is a player who's technically sound. We've seen that he's done that before for Pakistan, and he looks pretty good at this moment. So he is your top performer.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
Yeah, a quick one from Waqar as well. You've seen Abdullah Shafiq. Of course, he wanted to make a point, and then Imam ul Haq as well.
Look, the strike rate is 53.5. I mean, if you look at this overall, what we have seen in Test match, it's been over 100. Everyone who's come in, who's been belting the ball. But yeah, they're going to play in their own pace. Imam, another very compact player. It makes very good combination with Asad Shafiq, because with left and right, it doesn't allow the bowlers to settle. And I think they both played extremely well. They've given Pakistan the platform where they can just sort of build on it and play really, really well from here on.
Okay. Time for David's special moment on the day, and that's the expert prediction. I'm gonna...
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex.
Yeah,
will we be as good as you ever?
Right, my tea time wild guess is based on the evidence we've seen before us in this last afternoon session. I think these two are playing very well. So I think they're very solid. They haven't tried to overdo it. They're not over-ambitious. I would back them to stay the rest of the day, unless someone can actually take a catch. I'm going to say another, 80... I mean, bearing in mind it's going to get dark at 4:38 again, as it did yesterday. Another maybe 80 runs. Maybe one wicket if someone's unlucky.
One wicket, and of course, 80 runs. We'll go with that.
Expert prediction brought to you by Inverex.
Okay, here we are. So what do we do now? I guess it's all about setting smaller goals and then winning
You're
them.
going to ask me to predict.
Well, I know, but he said I wanted to ask him how many wickets will fall and what will Pakistan score, but he said 80 runs and 1 wicket.
No, I'll take that. I think it's a fair call.
Okay, we just agree on that. Okay.
Well done. Yeah,
Well done.
good
Very good.
Okay. Okay, so here we are. We now moving into session 3 on day 2, and Pakistan are 108 without a wicket. Both the batsmen have got their 50, and let's hope that Pakistan can continue batting this way. England, of course, will look to get a wicket or two before the end of the day's play. Well, it's all to play for. Test match wide open. Let's enjoy some more cricket on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to Rawalpindi for this last session of day 2 of the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. Bat continues to dominate ball on this very flat Pindi surface. No wickets yet for England. An excellent opening partnership between two players who are in form and like this surface. Shafiq has 54, Imam has 52. Michael Atherton, the tempo of this partnership was just about spot on.
Yep, I thought it was. When you're responding to a score of over 650, it would be very easy to come out with a defensive attitude. And given the way England played, there was also a danger, I suppose, for Pakistan. They could get sucked into trying to match England's pyrotechnics, but they just found a lovely balance, actually. They defended nicely, but they were always looking to score, particularly when England's spinners bowled, and Stokes used his spinners for a lot of that session, waiting for the ball to get old. I'm sure we'll see a bit more from the seamers after tea, but that was an excellent response from Pakistan's openers. 108 for none. Long way to go, though.
There is a long way to go, and sometimes in this part of the world the game can move very slowly, and then suddenly on the last day or the last couple of days everything happens in a hurry. It didn't here against Australia, but England will hope that the pitch deteriorates, they get a bit of reverse swing and a bit of spin. They're in good spirits at the moment because they've got runs on the board. Just remember, this session usually is shorter because of the light situation. Yesterday we went off at 20 to 5 local time, which is what, an hour and 5 minutes away. So a combination of a flat pitch, a kookaburra ball and shortened days means results are hard work here in Pindi. But Pakistan's still a long way behind. 549 they trail. So a lot of work to do for these two and the rest of the batting lineup.
Just saw the camera panning in on Keaton Jennings walking out with the rest of England's fielders, which may suggest that Liam Livingstone is off the field again. We shall see. Jennings is a very good short leg, actually. He's England's best close-in fielder. So I expect to see him under the lid when the spinners bowl, but here come the openers. Left hand, right hand, good combination. There's Jennings. Yeah. Livingston had a long run round from deep mid-wicket in that afternoon session and looked as though he turned his ankle slightly. He's had an ankle issue ahead of the game.
Arujmo, the same from these two Pakistan openers. They like to bat long, don't they?
And they've got good records on this ground as well. We've all been talking about a placid pitch, and the two of them have chased this really well. They've played their strokes, they've manufactured some strokes as well, and they've used their feet well, and I don't think that should change. The one thing that is good, that they've come out with the intent to score. It might not have been at the same pace as England, but they are looking to get runs.
Anderson with the first ball after tea.
Yeah, and that hour before tea, there was occasions where the cameras panned to Anderson and Stokes together, looking at the ball, discussing the ball. So that's really the conversation. When is the time right for Anderson and Robinson and Stokes himself, actually, who is as good a bowler with the old ball as England have? When is the time right for them to bowl in those small windows of reverse swing? Thing is, when we've talked about reverse swing in this game, I mean, we're talking about a smidgen of reverse swing, maybe, you know, a millimetre or so. It's something, it's better than nothing, but it ain't Wasim Akram and Waqar Younis.
No, and it's at 80 mile an hour as well on a pitch that's just dying, so there's no zip to it. The mindset has to be the key. We've seen Anderson smirk and smile to Robinson and Stokes. You've got to enjoy these sort of things. If you get down about it and saying, I'm not bowling on here, why would you prepare this road, then it can really get on top of you. You've got to sort of see the funny side of it, enjoy the challenge and battle. But Jimmy Anderson, he hasn't played this long to give in. He'll be trying every single delivery.
Yeah, and he's improved in these conditions. Remember that he's the only survivor from England's last tour here in 2005, but he wasn't good enough to get in the first choice side then. And it took him a couple of tours of the subcontinent to develop, really, and learn how to bowl in these conditions. From being a very traditional English style swing bowler, he developed his full range of skills through coming to the subcontinent on a frequent basis.
Wonder how Stokes' body is, how Stokes' knee is really, because I reckon he's England's best reverse swing bowler. At times he's underbowled himself as captain. Oh, now, was there a glove on that? Was there a glove on that? It's a great catch if there was. They're going to have a look. That was a brilliant take from Ollie Pope.
The conversation will probably be whether Ollie Pope collected that clean. He just felt like as he came down with the ball, as he went up for the appeal, looked clean.
Copy that. TV umpire director, we have a umpire's review for a clear catch, fair catch. Can we start with the front foot, please? Thank you, fair delivery. Front on, please. I need ultra edge, please. Okay, that's glove. Your best angle for the catch, please. Simon, I need something maybe just from the side because I've got that ball touching the ground. Maybe try that side on, just maybe I can marry that. Yeah, they're nice and slow, that one. And then go back to that previous angle for me, please. Yeah, ball's touching them. Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
Well, fair enough. He had to overrule the on-field umpire's soft signal, and he had to make his own mind up about that, remember. He can make his own decision now, the third umpire, and he has, and he feels that that clearly bounced into Ollie Pope's hands, into his glove.
Yeah, the ball bounced into his gloves is what we saw on the replay. Nothing under the ball as Ollie Pope went down.
It's over.
109 for none.
Talking about that reverse swing just at the start of the over, and there is a hint there for Anderson. That's why he's been brought back by Stokes just before tea, 31st over, and he'll have a crack now. I think we'll see a bit more seam in this session from England. We're talking about Anderson's development as a bowler, and Mazhar, our statistician, helpfully has looked at his numbers. The last 10 years in Asia in test matches, he's averaged 21, which is an incredible return for a fast bowler, and before that his average was 35. So that is a measure of the improvement in Anderson as an all-round bowler, not just a bowler who excels in England, but a bowler who can excel in Asia as well.
Oh, nice turn, boy. Nice boy.
Ask a question. I didn't get that far. Make both my cut.
Running round.
No, you're busy.
Clip, there's no mid-wicket. This could well be a couple. I don't think they'll have time to come back for 3. Yeah, just going back to that catch down the leg side. And the recent change in the playing conditions a year or so ago, Murray Erasmus would have had to. It would have made no difference on this one, because I think it was fairly clear in the end. But Murray Erasmus would have had to have some clear indication to overrule. The change in playing conditions now is that soft signal's just there if technology fails, and Murray Erasmus, the third umpire, can make his own mind up, irrespective of the soft signal. So a slight, subtle change in the playing conditions from the ICC.
That's what was the term? Conclusive evidence.
That's what it used to be. And it was almost like you had to overrule by having real conclusive proof. Now Murray, or the third umpire, just looks at it and calls it as he sees it. And then you ask, why is there soft signal? Well, if the technology fails, then you use that.
And that will be partly because of how difficult it is for the on-field umpires to see. Of course, they may have got a nice view of that one to poke, but as we frequently discussed, if you're giving a soft signal to a boundary catch, for example, 40, 50, 60 yards away, it is impossible for the standing umpires to see that with any sense of certainty.
Oh, nice boy. Very good, Nat.
Short, and has just been hit into short leg. Keaton Jennings, who is out there, and he's up and standing. 112 for none.
Well, I mentioned that he's a brilliant short leg, Keaton Jennings, and we've seen him in the past take the odd catch like this. From memory, when he came into England's side on a tour of India, he got 100 in Mumbai, and he took a couple of excellent catches at short leg. I mean, that's nothing more than a quarter chance, really. It might just stick, but Jennings works very hard at his catching at short leg and has taken some stunners there.
He needed those extra large shirt that Russell Arnold used to wear all those years ago. Catch it in the shirt, Russ. We remember. England have had some good short legs, haven't they? There was James Taylor on a tour of South Africa. He was brilliant. Ollie Pope is brilliant. And Keaton Jennings just trying to maybe chest it down and catch the rebound. He couldn't.
You talk about how difficult the position is. One of the keys is staying low. And they practice that time and again. It was almost about the ball hitting him, really. He was out of the middle.
The other real key is protective equipment. You know you're not going to get seriously hurt or unlikely to, and second, having confidence in your bowler that there's not going to be a half tracker every over to duck out of the way of, and Jennings will have faith that Leach as a very accurate spinner, he's not going to be having to duck for cover every 2 minutes.
The other thing, Ath, is if you do that position a bit, is if you have someone who slog sweeps a lot, you know, if you're there to Matthew Hayden or Andy Flower or even some like Duckett now, you always feel like you're a bit of a target. So Aruja's point is a good one. When someone is sweeping a lot, you are a little bit up, almost to get out of the way. Very difficult to stay low.
Easier for Duckett than Jennings.
Know this from experience. Made my test debut in 2004 against the West Indies and played at the National Stadium in Karachi, and the skipper then, Shaiza Khan, leg spinner, used to give the ball a lot of air, and I was, well, unfortunately standing in that position. Took a couple, but it wasn't after I was battered and bruised pretty much all over.
So you were on debut, were you?
On debut.
It's always the way. Poor old debutant gets shoved in at Boot Hill.
I think those positions become useful, actually. The men on the drive, that's not too far from Duckett, and Anderson will start bowling a few cutters and wobble seam deliveries, and you'll get it as likely, if not more likely, to get your catch at short extra or short mid-wicket. Catchers in front of the wicket become much, much more useful than your slip catcher.
Over.
36 overs done, 113 for none.
Keats, go to leg snake. Go on then, Nat. Go on, Nat. Oh, nice boy. Lovely Nat.
Down the pitch and hits it over the top. Leach was interested for a while, but that's been nailed back over his head.
In the end, he hit it absolutely straight. Had Ehsan Raza ducking for cover. It looked like he was going to go over cover, but he's flat batted that across onto the ground, big Ehsan Raza.
Well, he's quite a hefty chap, Ehsan Raza, but self-preservation took over there.
Oh, nice boy.
Played beautifully, ducked out the way.
Bruce Oxenford, of course, has developed that arm shield, I suppose you'd call it, for exactly that eventuality.
Oh, nice boy.
Well, in the end, he's got all his teeth intact.
Lovely Nutter.
Good to see a smile on his face after as well.
Natter. Nice hold, boy. Nice pace. Oh, that's good, boy.
117 for none. Much happier now he's at square leg. Much safer position with Anderson bowling. Now, that is a little bit of Viv Richards about that. A little whip through the leg side. He likes to play his shots. He's been fairly orthodox up until that moment.
Yeah, Anderson just drifting into the pads, but it was a middle and off line really, and as Nasser was intimating, there's just a hint of Richards who would take deliveries from any line really through mid-wicket.
Well, it's been absolutely orthodox opening batting until that shot. Maybe he knew what was coming, premeditated, in swing. Whipped it beautifully.
Trust your eye and trust the pitch.
Nicely played, just guided, using the pace of Anderson, using the pace of the outfield. Just comes back for two.
Looking at Ben Stokes, who's one of the two fielders at short extra cover, going through a series of rather strenuous loosening exercises. I think he feels that it's time for a spell from himself.
Short ball, pull leg side, fine leg will pick that up. First hint of a word there from Jimmy Anderson, which usually gets him going, Anderson. Just as he went past Shafiq, there was a word. Trying to get himself into this battle now, Anderson.
And it's been a series of good shots from Abdullah Shafiq. First one, the whip through mid-wicket. Then he got on top of the bounce to guide it to third. And just there.
He's very experienced, Anderson, isn't he? He knew the director's camera was on him, front on, so he just waited until he turned his head away from the camera. We've got cameras from all angles, Jim. You can't get away with it.
Just a polite word in the end.
Good solid block to end the over. 124 for none. Ben Stokes has been loosening. It's not a day to be bowling Anderson a long spell. Not far away from the skipper himself. Trying to see if he can do anything with this Kookaburra ball.
Come on, Nutter. Go on, Nat. Go on, boy. Oh, nice, boy.
2 half chances for England and an outside edge chance to Ollie Pope. This was the one to duck it at short leg. That's probably a quarter of a chance. Then that one, we're not even sure if it was the outside edge or the bat hitting the pad. Would have been a difficult one for a Murray Erasmus, that one.
That's nice, Nat.
You can see there's a murmur, but was it the bat on ball or pad on bat? And then that one we've seen from Keaton Jennings. Clutching at chances.
You are clutching as a commentator, calling that a quarter chance to Ben Duckett. You are a hard man.
When there's a graphic that comes up chances, what am I supposed to call it?
That one a quarter chance. The one to Duckett, my word.
Oh, Nutter, that's beautiful bowling, boy.
Can absolutely see you walking past Duckett tomorrow morning and saying, Nas said you dropped the dolly.
Oh, Keaton, yes, boy.
Gets it past backward point. Sweeper will pick it up. Brilliant bit of fielding by Ben Duckett in the deep. 127 for none. .127 without loss. There is that hint of reverse swing with Anderson, but everything is happening so slowly off the track that it gives the batter so much time, and Pakistan looking comfortable in their reply to that massive 657. Few little half chances or a couple of opportunities for England when they need something to stick, something just to get going in that wickets column, because it's at the moment again the openers just building it up. Maybe it's time for some magic. Stokes.
Yeah, the little half chance right at the start off the outside edge from Imam to Ollie Pope. That's an unfortunate miss, to say the least. The one down the leg side off Abdullah, judged, of course, to have just bounced. It wasn't dropped as such. But yes, in conditions like this, you know ever so well that you've got to take every half chance, let alone every full chance.
all very smooth, very calm. So it's a Tapal tea moment in the Tapal lounge.
Ah, the lounge looking very chic this afternoon.
It is quite a boutique little ground, this Rawalpindi Stadium, and the newer stadiums, you're almost cut off from the action, you're so far back, but here everywhere, every spectator is almost on top of the action. Even where we sit as we commentate, we're very close to the action. So that's sort of a characteristics of an old style stadium, and when there's some good cricket happening, there's always an atmosphere, because it doesn't take a lot to fill the ground, and also it doesn't take a lot for somebody to shout from one end and to be heard at the other end. Another field change, deep square, going back. He's generally just attack the stumps. Anderson just checking if that camera is out of the way. And just outside off some inside edge, but no damage done. It's 127 without loss.
Well, we saw the deep square leg come into play this morning when England lost 2 wickets to catches in exactly that position. Not often you can say that was the plan, but if the man is there and the ball goes airborne, then so be it. Someone like Anderson, I think it's normally more a question of trying to put a thought into a batsman's head.
Yeah, son of a former first-class cricketer. The only Pakistani to score 100 on first-class debut and T20 debut. That T20 debut was televised, so it watched quite a lot in Pakistan. He can grow or made his name there, and people started taking notice because of that innings. It's hit leg side, just a single. But Abdullah Shafiq, he's obviously played most of his test matches in Pakistan, and his start to his career has been brilliant. He looks very organized, he looks to have all those shots and seems to have time to play. So even in that T20 debut 100, it seemed as if this guy has time with his shots. He was never rushed in that innings. And shots like that, and you seem to think this guy has a lot of talent. That is just hit over the top and gone all the way.
Well, it's a fascinating contrast, isn't it? Because for so much of the innings, he seems content just to play with the ball on the ground, just tying the ball through the gaps if possible. His defence has been good. And then every now and again, he just seems to think to himself, well, it's about time I just hit one for 6. He does it very cleanly, does it very sweetly. Just a good reminder, for instance, someone like Jack Leach, you've got to settle into that same length. He doesn't want to let him bowl the same way all the time.
Staying back this time, back cuts it, just be the single.
Yeah, the fact that he makes big scores and bats long times is, of course, ideal for this form of the game. I was fascinated by what you were saying about the T20 innings being the one that drew attention to him, which, of course, in many ways is a modern trait around the world. But of course, the other side of that is that, and there are now players focusing entirely on the white ball because that they decide that is their best skill. And for Abdullah, he's making a real success of Test cricket and not always featuring in the T20.
A recent pass, probably Mukarbai has more insights into this. You've got players from Sialkot coming out. You've got Shoaib Malik, you've got Haris Sohail, who plays spin really well, and so does Abdullah Shafiq. That's a fantastic hit down the ground, just evading mid-off. This time it's Imam ul Haq.
Well, last 10 minutes, they've been a little bit more aggressive. They're just coming at the bowlers. 16 boundaries been hit, few sixes also. I like that, being very positive. They're not really stuck at the crease. They're happy to use their feet. And both of them are looking really good. It's a good partnership between these two.
Yeah, just on that, the slight difference is this. You saw that 6 from Abdullah Shafiq. The last 2 attempts from Imam, it's not quite middled them. One through mid-wicket, just went all on the ground because he slightly clothed it. That one at mid-off only just cleared him. I mean, yes, you admire the positive approach. That's something we love to watch, and it's a very good tactic against the spinner to say, right, you're not just going to bowl at me day in, day out and have me defend. So that's all good stuff, but he's got close to getting it wrong there.
Well, that risk will always be there if you're happy to go over the top, and especially when you have all these fielders close to the bat, you might miss Q1 and just have a half a bat or a inside part of the bat and can go to the fielder. This might happen, but if you're set and if you're really feeling good about yourself, there's no harm in being positive.
Ben Stokes gets himself into the attack. Now the field said it suggests that there'll be a lot of short bowling. There's almost a fly slip. Yeah, there's a fly slip. There's a deep square leg in place. There's a leg gully, a short square leg. So he's got that protected there. And for that uppercut, he's got a man stationed not on the fence, but about 10, 15 yards inside the fence, so that anything that is ramped up or sort of played on the offside in the air with that short ball theory. This is what Pakistan did not do. They did not go to plan B or plan C, but England very quickly have started to do this.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has done this a lot and takes the responsibility on his own shoulders of trying to do this. Not good for his left knee, which bears the brunt of the bowling action for him, but he's the one who's happiest to do this, and he'll give it a go for maybe 2-3 overs, that sort of thing. At times it goes horribly wrong. But on a pitch with this sort of slow, low bounce of this sort of nature, yes, you can still make a mistake as a batsman. That's what they're playing on. Yeah, it's worth a go. That's the whole point. Nothing else is happening, so it's worth a go. And he'll throw in the odd reverse swinger as well.
Puts a lot of load on his front knee. That's why you see in his follow through that he's not very comfortable. Normally, you come out of the action pretty comfortably. I know it's a lot of weight goes into your stride, and you hit the surface hard. The hard surface really takes a lot out of you. But in that last action, if you see it again, that he was little bit gingery, I would say, coming out of his action, and I think he's still feeling his knee at times. Probably if he, let's have a look at that, just there, see, he wasn't really comfortable. I don't know if his nails got stuck in the pitch or is just his knee sort of bothering him, but wasn't really smooth, was he?
Nicely hit, nicely controlled and to the fence. Short ball. Well, there's not a lot of pace off the pace, so Imam in complete control.
Yeah, good shot. Played it nicely. Yeah, in many ways, classical hook shot. Round about chest, neck height, that sort of thing. Gets on top nicely, just that little roll of the wrists. That's what they used to say, roll the wrists on top of it. Try and keep it down.
So goes again. Passes the bat. 144 without loss.
Yeah, and Vakar's point about that left knee, we saw it most recently in the World Cup, the World T20. Again, the same point applies to Ben as it does to, say, some of the Pakistan fast bowlers. 4 overs in a T20 game, you can get through. For him, he's having to manage his workload in the longer form of the game, deliberately keeping himself back for the time when the ball is a bit older and he can put in a few overs, hopefully, as far as he's concerned, to good effect. But it is a problem, because if we saw it, for instance, early in the year in the West Indies, where Joe Root actually bowled him in the first Test match, a whole long set of overs at a time when he'd been injured, and we were told, if anything, he'll bowl just a few. Ended up bowling 20-odd overs. That sort of thing doesn't do him any favours.
Beautifully played. The old-fashioned back cut goes to the fence.
Bazid, you were talking about Sialkot and how many good cricketers Sialkot has produced. He's one of them, and of course he looks really, really good. He looks in control there on that shot. He waited and he played very, very late, and this outfield is very, very quick. Talking about Shoaib Malik, Haris Sohail.
Yeah, the point I was getting to, these players of the recent past, there's a consistent preference of actually playing against spin. Shoaib Malik, exceptional against pace. Haris Sohail also likes playing against spin. Abdullah Shafiq, slightly different. Very good against spin, but he's probably the best out of the lot who plays paces well too. More in that Ijaz Ahmed mold. Ijaz Ahmed very good against both types of bowling, fast bowling and spin. So he's sort of almost, I'm not saying broken the mold, but he's sort of the one player now that has come from Sialkot who's equally good against pace and spin.
Yeah, you're right. He looked really good, without a doubt. Looks very compact. The defense is really good and can be aggressive at times when he feels he needs to. But one got to remember that he's played most of the Test cricket over here in Pakistan. Once he plays overseas in Australia, South Africa, England, I think we'll be sitting better to judge him then. But yeah, he's a wonderful player without a doubt. And Sialkot over the years have produced superb cricketers. They're very talented. And you mentioned Ijaz Ahmed, Zahir Abbas was from there. 43 overs been bowled, 149 without loss. Pakistan in control. Zahir Abbas, you would remember, David.
Very much so. Beautiful player to watch. Prolific run scorer. Played a lot of county cricket as well, of course, for Gloucestershire in England, and made stacks of runs, heaps of runs for them. He must hold a few records of his own, actually, centuries in a row in county cricket, that sort of thing. But yes, a very, very wristy, fluent, stylish player. But you're right, the point you make about everyone is that you judge them finally towards the end of a career when they've played in all the countries. Everyone tends to prefer playing in their home conditions to start with, as a very vague generalization.
A bit of pace. refreshing to see.
Yeah, he hits the pitch hard, isn't it? The odd one will keep low, and when he gets it right, that one went quite high actually. Would have been easily wide, but yes, some pace in that.
Karbai, how long can he sustain this?
What, Abdullah or
Stokes? Stokes.
Because you can also say about Abdullah that how long is he going to sort of keep ducking and not getting tempted to sort of hook or pull. Stroke, I think he'll come hard for 3 to 4 overs, but Abdullah's got to watch out. He's going to really pitch it up soon. He's going to try to bring that ball in with that reverse swing and try to target those pads or stumps. So watch out for that delivery. Don't think that he's going to carry on bowling those short deliveries every time, because it takes a lot out of you if you bowl all 6 deliveries short.
Which is why Shafiq will, if he's got his head screwed on properly, realises the game plan is just to weather this little storm.
A controlled pull shot. It's a single, but Stokes in Test match cricket is high octane every time. You saw with the bat the way that he played, and now with the ball he's just coming in and smashing the wicket.
Just thinking, it's so hard to explain to, shall we say, someone as a newcomer to the game of cricket, how Ben Stokes approaches this shorter game, which is meant to be the explosive one, versus the longer game, which is meant to be the considered one. And yet we've seen in the last couple of months he's played a couple of very good innings in the shorter form in T20 and the World T20, where he's had to control himself and win games by doing so. And as soon as he gets to a Test match, all caution goes to the winds. He's hitting it, almost. Well, first ball today goes for 6.
Redefining it.
It's lovely. Yeah, it's lovely, but just makes our job incredibly hard to predict what comes next.
So Test match, all systems go. White ball cricket, just back yourself to bat through the innings and ease through. Confusing all the newcomers to the game. Anybody who's watching it for the first time, David Garver confused him.
Yes.
Absolutely, he's not going to watch
I'll do an hour-long
anymore.
special at the end of play where we can explain all the nuances.
151 without loss.
I was saying it's okay, it'll be dark soon. Light perfectly good at the moment. Sun is setting in its normal position, but just over the stands, over the houses, just outside the ground. 4:38 yesterday was close of play when the umpires set the standard and said, right, that's it. We've had the lights on. Sun's now disappeared. We'll be no doubt plan the same thing again today. It's quite. I mean, I had to giggle, had to laugh slightly when they announced they were going to have 7 minutes extra at the start of the day today and add all the time on at the end. Till 5:35. Well, again, there are 2 chances of that happening. Slim and none, and Slim's left town again.
Yeah, in between all that, it's time for the Sensodyne sensitivity free movement, because life's too short for sensitive teeth.
Well, yesterday the game was stopped at what, 4:38? Is 4:38. I think we might just get a few more overs in today because the sun's still out. Yesterday it was a little overcast and the sun was not there and the lights were on.
Local knowledge, you see, priceless local knowledge.
At this time, yesterday lights were on, but when Pakistan were bowling, there was no one home.
Yeah, so those 7 minutes make all the sense, don't they, David?
I'll come back to you later.
Nice, Natter. Very good, bud.
153 without loss. Yeah, lots of people around the globe can enjoy the pound rating, PTV Sports, ARY, Zap, TapMat, Tamasha live streaming. Outside Pakistan, they've got Willow, North America, Sky Sports, United Kingdom, Sony, Fox Sports, PCB official YouTube and Facebook for non-broadcast territories. So can't really get away from this here, can't really get away from the batting.
This season we had 7 venues where first-class cricket was played, and Rawalpindi was one of the stadiums where we had a fair bit of cricket. Nicely guided away for a couple, I would say. I don't think he's going to carry to the... He's running for third. 9 games were played. Qaid-e-Azam Trophy we call our first-class cricket, and the batting average was 31.37 in all those games collectively. And just in this game, what is the average? 80. Can anyone guess why?
It's a tough one. Let me see. Let's see. Something beginning with G. 5 letters.
Single leg side again. Let's go. Let's go, David.
Well, I'm just thinking. I mean, there's a lot of it on this ground.
Is it green?
But not much of it right in the middle. Is that the key to this?
Is this thing you're referring to? Is that it's colored green? Is it?
Ah, yes, that's right. That's the one. Oh, it'll come back.
So the stats suggest, as Waqar just said, the stats suggest that this is probably the venue that the first-class fast bowlers were looking forward to.
Well, Baz, you yourself showed us the scores on this ground most recently, in the 180s and the 200s, at sides being bowled out. And I've seen pictures, as you have, where the shades, the colour scheme, the Dulux or the colour scheme for that pitch was slightly different. We have a company in the UK, Farrer and Ball, who have all sorts of names for slightly different shades. I mean, there's one I think called Elephant's Breath or something like that, you know. Slightly grey.
Right, Stokes, change of plan, change of feel, slip in place, the square legs comes in. Short mid wicket, so definitely a change of plan now. I think that bouncer theory has been canned. It's now going to be reverse swing, if any.
What's the definition when it just goes straight on? Reverse gun barrel.
Double reverse, so it goes straight on.
So what was that word you were just saying? Start with G, with 5
I think
letters?
we go grass. Come on,
Grass,
come on, grass.
fair enough.
Up north it's grass.
Short, he's ridden the bounce, just helped it on its way to the fence.
I love the ironies. Traditionally, the bouncer is the surprise ball. The last 3 overs, Stokes has had the stock ball has been the bouncer. The surprise ball hadn't come really until the first ball of this over, i.e. something pitched up. Now he's gone back to the surprise bouncer. Just the one man out in the deep there. Whether it was deliberately angled slightly down the leg side to direct it in that direction is anyone's guess, but Ben Stokes will tell you that if you ask him nicely later.
Yeah. 46 done, 161 without loss.
Well, serene progress for Pakistan in reply to England's mammoth first innings score. They're 161 for naught. England have created the odd half chance, but nothing more. They're desperately trying to get the ball working, but nothing yet to separate Shafiq and Imam Ul-Haq, who've both played quite splendidly. Shafiq 12 away from what will be his 3rd Test 100. Imam likes this ground. Tucked in against Australia in March and is tucking in again. Light is fading. Don't know what the conversation is. Maybe drinks is going to be brought forward. The artificial lights are in operation. We went off yesterday at about 20 to 5 local time, which is about 10 minutes time.
Well, I think that's why they were going to bring drinks forward. But I think Ben Stokes pointed to his wrist to say, we're only going to be out here another 15 minutes. Why are we having drinks? And I think the Pakistan batters agreed, and they've cancelled drinks. Common sense.
It ain't always common, but occasionally so. Been a day of 2 halves, really. The frenetic opening from England when wickets tumbled and the run rate was high and you couldn't really take your eyes off what was happening, and then very serene progress for Pakistan this afternoon at a more orthodox tempo.
Very nice knock. Very nice knock.
Light falls quickly here in the north of Pakistan at this time of year. Not for the first time today, Imam comes down the wicket neatly to Jack Leach. A number of occasions he's hit him very firmly down the ground and does so again.
There is a man out, but he's at a very wide long on. So Stokes and Leach are hoping that he'll drag it, and he nearly drags it there, but it's straight enough. You see that man there at long on just hovering a bit wider, and Imam at the moment just going straight back over Leach's head.
With plenty of firepower and battery in there, the Osaka battery contest. Every time a boundary is hit and the Osaka displays on the LED, the batter gets 10,000 Pakistani rupees. Down the wicket once again, hit hard and into the fence.
This is really good batting from Imam. Leach just giving that a little more air, and he's quickly down the pitch, driving that very firmly.
Problem for Leach, he doesn't quite get that overspin. If you compare him maybe to a Nathan Lyon who gets overspin and drop, he's easier to get down the pitch to. Something he's got to work on his game, Leach. Get a bit of overspin so it drops on you. Batters are getting to him easily at the moment, 169 for none. Watch this ball here and look at that seam position. Got to work on his drop. Being brought up at Taunton, where he just fires it in at a good pace on a pitch that spins. On a flatter pitch like this, you need to deceive the batter before it bounces. Part of his game that he'll have to work on.
It's that time of day here in Pakistan. The umpires will have taken a reading yesterday, and that's the reading which will determine the rest of the game, really, how long play can continue. They looks as though it's all right for the moment. And of course, two spinners are now bowling. Will Jacks, who bowled earlier in the day, 10 overs of, well, you'd call it flighty off spin, really. He gave it plenty of air, but he didn't look particularly threatening.
Light looks a little bit better today. Artificial lights taking play at around 4:06 yesterday. Came on at 4:30 today. Just looks like we might get a few minutes more, not too far ahead of yesterday's time.
Well, that's very good from Robinson at mid-off, but Shafiq is safely home. What have you made of Will Jacks's off-spin, Nas? You won't have seen a lot of him in the English summer.
No, I've seen him mainly as a white ball bowler. Say he's a little bit slow for this surface. But this surface, I think he's a bit flighty and slow. I talk about the drop that Leach gets or needs to get. That has to be at pace. At the moment, it's just a bit loopy. That's pretty good, and he does him in the air there. He does him well. That is a good bit of bowling, and an excellent adjustment from Imam to get it over the offside. Jacks was in the game there for a long time.
Well, you could see Jacks's reaction. It was a grimace, but it wasn't a grimace because he's conceded another boundary. It was a grimace because he thought he'd done Imam, who was down the pitch again, but was deceived in the air in a way that he hadn't been in the previous over, and had to really stretch for it. Jacks floats one up again, albeit a little too full on this occasion.
Yeah, he came down leg side of the ball knowing it's going to spin away, but he had to stretch in the end. Jacks might have thought he's in with half a chance.
175 for none. Recalls a famous one-day match at Old Trafford many years ago when the light was fading and one of the players said to the umpire, "It's getting a bit dark, can't we go off?" And the umpire pointed up to the moon and said, "What's that?" And the batsman said, "It's the moon." He said, "If you can see that far, we're staying on."
Who was the umpire, Athos?
It was way before my time. It was a very famous game, actually, Lancashire and Gloucestershire, that finished at about 9:15 in the evening, English time. Mike Proctor bowling for Gloucestershire in the dark. Talk about getting overspin on the ball, Nas. Put it to you as a demon schoolboy leg spinner. How do you get it? young spinners out there, how do you get overspin on the ball? Position of the seam, position of the wrist.
Yeah, revs as well. And at where you're brought up, you're a product of your environment, really. So you can see there's a lot of side spin, but no drop. So get the seam position right, pointing a little bit more towards leg slip with the left hander on strike. A bit more wrist action at the end.
Nice boy.
Yeah, a little bit over the top, sort of over the top. And what that does is has the batsman reaching eventually, doesn't get to the batter in time as they come down the wicket for it.
Ask the question because, Aruj, you often hear coaches in England talking about spin bowling and they'll say, turn the ball like you're turning a doorknob. But in fact, that's only side spin, isn't it? If you're turning a doorknob, you're only going to get side spin on the ball. Imam goes down the ground again. He is playing with Jack Leach here. Stokes is keeping the field up, or keeping the mid-off up at any rate, and encouraging the shot. And Imam is happy to oblige.
Nice boy. That's tonight, Nat. Oh, nice boy. Good day, Natta. Oh, that's beautiful, Nat.
179 for none. It's been a wonderful opening partnership, and what it has done as well is just put a bit of distance between Babar Azam and those first four frenetic sessions of the game, when as a fielding captain you must have been feeling really under the pump, and if he doesn't have to bat today and can bat tomorrow, then these two openers will have done an excellent job for their country.
What do we reckon? One more over. Maybe if a seamer, a quicker bowler was on, I reckon the umpires would have taken him off. Maybe one, maximum 2 overs. Light fades so quickly in this part of the world.
What it has been is two contrasting styles of batting, with England mindset, innovation, plenty of reverse sweeps, hence a scoring rate as well. Pakistan openers, more conventional, orthodox, front of the wicket. Also has to do with the number of boundary balls or bad balls on offer.
Well, they played quite beautifully, both of them. Everything that we've talked about, the context of the pitch and the conditions, applies to them as much as to England's batsmen, but it is different when you're coming in facing 650. It's not quite so straightforward with that scoreboard pressure and having spent 4 frenetic sessions in the field, but these two have played quite beautifully.
Athas, you've converted a few overnight 90s to 100s the next day. 4 times.
Have I?
I've just been told 4 times. What do you think? You go back to sleep, you're obviously still in that 90?
I think it would vary from person to person. Depends how highly strung you are. The man to my right was a bit more highly strung than me. He might have not slept as
easily. A lot
easily.
of people watching his 90s were sleeping well that night, I can tell you.
I think neither Imam or Shafiq will be thinking only about 100 here. They might be thinking about a few more. It's 179 for none.
England had a phase, actually, wasn't so much the 90s to 100s. England had a phase, I think Strauss in particular, where they were not out overnight 100, and the next day would fall within the first 3 or 4 overs. It's that starting again the next day. But Athas makes a good point on this surface. A, it's pretty easy to start again. B, you're not just thinking of 100, you're thinking of big scores the next day, especially the game situation. Lovely for you to be not out, lovely for you to be in, but 650 odd and trail by 478. Pakistan have to get as close, if not past, England.
Floodlights on full beam now. The sun has disappeared away to our right, below the level of the buildings. So dusk is falling quite quickly now. But 2 spinners in operation. We're just going on a little bit longer than we did yesterday. England would dearly love to sneak one out just before the close to give them a lift.
Nice boy.
Talking about the nature of the surface and how it's got plenty of runs on offer. The 2 men in the middle like batting together. Got 105 partnership in the first innings, 252 in the second innings against Australia at this venue.
We saw Joe Root bowl a bouncer earlier in the day. Root came on to bowl a bit of off spin, a measure of perhaps his frustration of not getting anything out of the pitch. He actually bowled a bouncer. I'm not sure Jack Leach has got one in him, but the leg slip. Keaton Jennings is very fine, almost as if he's there for something bowled a little more quickly. Trying to think of other spinners that I've seen bowl a bouncer. Shane Warne bowl on the last ball of a test match somewhere when I think the opposition were 9 down. That was Root's effort, and it was well taken by Pope. Did well to get it above head high.
Remember Shahid Afridi doing that a couple of times. Probably more in a white ball format than anything else, but it was always a quick leggy to begin with, when he always fired them in.
Leach just switching over round the wicket, trying to upset the batsman's rhythm. England sense that there's not much more cricket tonight to be played, so they're desperately pushing for the breakthrough. 181 for none. Well, Joel Wilson will take his light meter out again. No, not yet, he says. Both these teams will make their way in a convoy about 15 kilometers away, the Serena Hotel in Islamabad, from the stadium here in Pindi. Roads get shut around the city to allow both sets of players through. You don't want to get stuck behind their convoy, because the roads get shut and you end up just waiting. It's a bit of a carry-on, this. The umpires just make a decision whether it's light enough to play or get off the pitch. Rather wasting time, and by the time they've wasted it, the sun has fallen a little more and it's now too dark to play. So at the end of the second day, Pakistan have made an excellent reply. They're 181 for none. Both these openers have played superbly. Shafiq 11 away from what will be his third Test 100. Imam, who already has a couple on this ground, 10 away from his. And so Pakistan have done everything they could possibly do after 4 frenetic sessions from England, when they absolutely raced along at quicker than a runner ball to set 657 in their first innings. And Pakistan very solid in reply. We've got 3 days ahead of us, and England's bowlers will be desperately hoping there's a bit more action off the pitch on day 3. Pakistan will be hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, Pakistan can be mighty pleased with this. They've played well. The temperament's been good by both Imam and Abdullah Shafiq, and the intent in particular. They've looked to score runs, and they've done that with some good skill on display. More conventional, but they've looked for the runs. And the England camp as well. 51 overs for them. They haven't been able to pick up the Pakistan wicket.
They're 181 for none in their first innings. Shafiq 89 and Imam 90. An excellent reply from Pakistan. All the bowlers wicketless. There wasn't much from Anderson and Robinson with the new ball. Stokes was rather waiting for things to happen with the old ball, so there was a lot of work for Jack Leach, who got through 19 overs, none for 68. Will Jacks on debut bowled 12 overs of flighty off spin. Root bowled 4, Stokes 3, nothing from Livingston, who spent most of the afternoon off the field. Day 2 done, and England 657, Pakistan 181 for none in reply, still trailing by 476. Well, there's the odd half chance created by England. That catch down the leg side from Pope was given out by the on-field umpires, a soft signal out, but Marais Erasmus determined the ball had bounced, and perfectly reasonably too. There were half chances, couple of half chances to short leg. This one to Keaton Jennings off Shafiq. But other than that, really, it was plain sailing for Pakistan's openers. Played the spin beautifully, both of them actually using their feet and hitting firmly down the ground. And other than the odd half chance, both openers looking relatively untroubled. There was precious little swing with new ball or old for England, and Leach was unable to fashion a breakthrough either. No spin for him. What little there was slow and allowed the batsman to play him off the pitch. Eventually, as yesterday, the game was curtailed because of bad light. 9:45 will be the time of the first ball on morning of day 3. Do join us then for the third day of this game. Pakistan will be batting, and there'll be a lot to look forward to.
It's day 2 of the Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series.
We know what Stokes is going to try and do. That is remarkable. Oh, gone. Slow ball from Nazim Shah. Hit beautifully over wide mid-on. There's a man out there. Has he found it? He has. Finally, he comes down the ground. That's gone high, wide and handsome.
And it will also bring up his 50.
Well, it's been a befitting response by Pakistan. England, of course, piling on the runs initially. Harry Brook was the star of the show for England today, and Abdullah Shafiq and Imamul Haq. We've seen some great partnerships of late by these two, and we saw what they did against Australia in the Test series. They seem to have a liking for Rawalpindi. Well, this is what it's looking like. England made that mammoth total of 657 runs before Pakistan bowled them out. Harry Brook, the top scorer. They had 4 centurions. From a Pakistan perspective, the bowlers found it really hard. Zahid Mahmood taking 4 wickets, and in response, Pakistan at the end of the day, day 2, are 181 for no loss. Welcome to the Inverex Solar Energy Pitch Side Show. Well, it's been a great response from Pakistan. Of course, England dominated the proceedings on day 1. But on day 2, it's fair to say that Pakistan made a good comeback and are looking, well, to build on the partnership tomorrow as well. I've got with me Bazid Khan, and we'll be joined by another guest shortly. Baz, you know, a lot has been spoken about the pitch, but we saw what happened in the Australia series. In response, Pakistan showed strength in their batting. You know, just at the top, when you talk about Imamul Haq and Abdullah Shafiq, Pakistan has always been searching for an opening pair. Do you think they've now got an answer to that?
Yeah, look, they've been consistent for quite a while now. The Test series against Australia as well, and this again, obviously, conditions very suitable to batting, but take nothing away from that. You only play as well as conditions allow you, and they played really, really well. The only factor that you factor in is, yes, England got that mammoth total. The pressure of actually batting second, actually being in the field for so long, and then coming out and putting up a performance, it means a big deal. And also, I think credit to them, even if the pitch is flat, once you're in the field and you're chasing such a big first inning total, to be able to be so composed and then get the runs and get your side into a comfortable position.
It's exactly that composure that I'm talking about, you know, that you mentioned that they demonstrated at the top. Somebody like Abdullah Shafiq, he seems to have brought that sense of calmness and composure. There's always a sense of panic, especially with that pressure when you've got runs on the board, when the opposition has got runs on the board. So talk us through Abdullah Shafiq. I mean, what does he bring to the table?
Yeah, look, everybody talks really highly. First, I saw him in a T20 game where he got 100, and it was the thing that struck me about his game was that he has that extra bit of time. And all these good players, they seem to have a lot of time when they're batting, and he doesn't seem to be rushed at all playing any kind of bowling. So I was sort of a bit doubtful of whether he could be able to sustain the same calmness or look so good against top quality bowling. But we've seen him play against, albeit Pakistan conditions, Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood, and now this attack. So the start of his Test career has been absolutely brilliant. Yes, he will go away, he will struggle, but he looks to be the real deal.
You're talking about his Test career soaring so far. He also scored that 160 versus Sri Lanka. So, I mean, when you look at him, you're always looking for an opener who can sort of convert those starts. When he's out there, you know, he gives you that sense where he has the ability to score big.
Yeah, and the balance that he brings, he's got 100 on first class debut and got 100 on T20 debut, and that shows that he's always been talented. But the process of which he gets runs, he's not the type of player who does not know how to build an innings. Even in this innings, we saw he was very comfortable defending the spinners, and then when the moment arrives, he would pop them over the top or play that aggressive shot. Remember the first game that he played here against Australia, he tried to hit one out of the ground and got caught, and sort of people thought that's not a shot that he should be playing, but he's backed himself to do it time and time again because he knows that he's good enough to be able to put pressure back on the spinners, and that stands out.
What about Imamul Haq then? You know, he seems to love this ground, scored 200s against Australia in these conditions, and now he's on course to get another 100.
Yeah, look, we used to say that Imam, whenever somebody criticizes him, he comes up with a big performance. But now he's coming up with big performances, even if nobody's criticizing him. But he's been very consistent. I think he knows his sort of game, how he can build his game. Very comfortable against spin, that we saw, even very comfortable against pace. I think, yes, again, we were judging him solely on a lot of runs in the home series, but I go back to it again. Be it a really good featherbed wicket where you're playing, or be it sort of conditions which are testing, if you get big runs, you progress as a player, and Imam is getting big runs not only in Test match cricket. We saw in the one-day games he also got runs there.
Well, you're talking about the batting, but the bowlers, of course, they found it really hard. Naseem Shah and Haris Rauf struggled with their share of injuries. Let's see what you have to say. It's time to have your say.
Have your say, brought to you by Inverex.
Well, we've got this aspect where we get questions from the audience, and one of the questions that we've got today is about the Pakistani fast bowling and what kind of options do they have. You know, you look at the next test match, Haris Rauf is struggling with a hamstring. Naseem Shah has been obviously complaining about his shoulder. It's been tough for them out there. Just in terms of the kind of options Pakistan has, just in case they're not able to play, what are we looking at for the second test match?
Well, even I would go even further. We've got 5 test matches back to back. So even if they don't get injured, you need to be able to rotate the fast bowlers. And I was just thinking, who do we have outside the squad? We have Fahim Ashraf, we have Mohammad Wasim, who hasn't played test match cricket. So that's inexperience being brought in. So outside the squad, you've got Abbas, who's not fully fit. You've got Hassan Ali, who's slightly dropped in form. But you'll have to look at those options as well in those 5 test matches. Right now, you look at Fahim Ashraf, you look at Wasim, but I think Fahim Ashraf will have to come into the side, maybe play another spinner, maybe Ibrar as well. But over the course of these 5 test matches, 3 against England and then 2 against New Zealand, remember there are very little gaps in between, so almost back to back with those test matches. You'll have to look at more fast bowlers. Shaheen Shah, hopefully he gets fit, but still you'll need to look at somebody else also from outside the squad too, because I don't think that we have enough of them to be able to rotate them through those 5 test matches.
Well, Mohammad Abbas, a lot has been spoken about him, but he's also struggling with a niggle, which is why perhaps he's not here. But yeah, that was have your say for you.
Have your say, brought to you by Inverex.
Well, a rather positive day for Pakistan today because they made a comeback with their batting. We'll be taking a short break, and when we do come back, we'll be joined by another guest.
Hello.
Audio.
Hello.
back at the Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show, and I've been joined by Imam ul Haq. Imam, you seem to have a liking towards this ground in particular. आपके 200s थे ऑस्ट्रेलिया के खिलाफ, अभी बलोचिस्तान के लिए भी आपने 100 स्कोर किया है पिंडी में, तो पिंडी से क्या ये प्यार है?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। फ़र्स्ट ऑफ़ ऑल मेरे ख़्याल से जो चीज़ हमें मिलती है, हमारी कोशिश होती है कि उस प्लान को पूरा किया जाए, और रियलिस्टिकली आपको पता है कि पिच थोड़ी सी बैटिंग के लिए काफ़ी अच्छी है, तो ऑब्वियसली आपको कोशिश होती है कि जब बैटिंग पिच होती है तो उसको कोशिश होती है कि उसको मैक्सिमम उस अपॉर्चुनिटी को जाने ना दें। तो कोशिश यही थी कि जैसे ऑब्वियसली पहले फर्स्ट डे जो उन्होंने हमारे जो उन्होंने एकदम बिल्कुल, अगर आप उसको क्रिकेटिंग में के बिल्कुल साइड पे लगा दिया, तो हमारे लिए कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी है नहीं दूसरी। तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो हमारे पास एक यही है कि एक अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म दें जिससे टीम थोड़ी सी स्टेबल हो, और उसके बाद देखें कि क्या हो सकता है।
ठीक है, क्योंकि हम इमाम उल हक की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, ही इज आल्सो आवर टॉप परफॉर्मर ऑफ द डे।
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
बाजिद, कन्वर्जन की बात हो, जिस तरह से इन्होंने 50s को 100s में कन्वर्ट किया, आज की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में आपको क्या चीज़ अच्छी लगी?
मैं इससे बाद में भी सवाल पूछूंगा, पता नहीं बताएगा कि नहीं, लेकिन ये सबसे अच्छी बात थी जो शॉट्स इसने पिक किए हैं स्पिनर्स को, स्पेशली डाउन द ट्रैक निकल के जो चौके मारे हैं, क्योंकि डिफेंस पे तो कॉन्फिडेंस है ही इसको, लेकिन वो बॉल पिक करना और कब पिक करता है, और मोस्टली जो स्पिनर्स को डोमिनेट इसीलिए किया है क्योंकि सीधे निकल के यूज़ ऑफ स्पीड गेटिंग टू द पिच एंड हिटिंग इट डाउन द ग्राउंड। लेकिन पता नहीं अब ये किस टाइम पे डिसाइड करता है कि इस बॉल को मारना है, या क्या इंडिकेशन होती है इमाम को कि अब मैं निकल के मारूंगा।
बाजिद भाई, सच बताऊं तो प्रैक्टिस बहुत ज़रूरी है इस चीज़ की। मैंने क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सा कन्वेंशनल खेलता हूं, अगर जैसे अभी हम श्रीलंका गए तो वहाँ पे हमने रिवर्स स्वीप वगैरह और स्वीप कन्वेंशनल की। जब आपको पता है कि आप खुद भी बैट्समैन, अगर ब्रेक ना हो रहा हो तो मेरी कोशिश होती है कि मैं कन्वेंशनल खेलूँ। तो इसकी मैंने प्रैक्टिस बहुत की है, सच बताऊँ तो, कि पुराने बॉल से, नए बॉल से डाउन द विकेट जाके हर दूसरा बॉल मैं नेट में भी ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ अपने स्पिनर्स को भी, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मेरा मैच में स्कोरिंग एरियाज ही हैं। तो उसमें मेरी प्रैक्टिस इतनी है कि जब भी प्रेशर सिचुएशन से जब निकलना होता है तो मेरी कोशिश होती है कि मैं ये इस तरह के शॉट्स खेलूं कि बॉलर्स जो है वो बैकफुट पे रहें। तो कोशिश ये होती है कि जब उसके हाथ से पहले ना निकलें, अगर निकल भी गए हैं तो उस बॉल को फिर मारे मत, क्योंकि बहुत दफ़ा आज भी हुआ है कि मैं बहुत पहले लीच ने बॉल, तो मैं प्रेशर जब शुरू में नर्वस होता है तो पहले निकल जाते हैं, तो उसको मैं अपने बैट को फिर रोक लेता हूँ। लेकिन जब मेरी आर्ट में आ जाता है तो फिर मेरी कोशिश होती है कि मैं उसको सामने जो है, क्योंकि आपको पता है बहुत सेफ होता है सामने टेस्ट क्रिकेट में, कोई सी भी क्रिकेट हो, तो उसमें फिर मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि उसको सामने छक्का ही मारूं।
Right, Imam ul Haq is here with me, and he's also our top performer of the day.
Top performer brought to you by Inverex.
अच्छा इमाम, ये बताएं कि अब्दुल्ला शफीक के साथ जो आपकी एक पार्टनरशिप अभी देखने को मिली है, लगता है कि एक अच्छी अंडरस्टैंडिंग उनके साथ डेवलप हो गई है, काफ़ी देर से इकट्ठे बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, सो टेल अस अ लिटिल मोर अबाउट दैट।
देखें, बिल्कुल ज़ैनब, जैसी हमारी पार्टनरशिप्स काफ़ी कन्वर्ट हुई हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से बहुत अच्छा टैलेंट पाकिस्तान को मिला है, उसको लंबी बैटिंग का शौक़ है, और पिछले 8-9 से टेस्ट मैच हम इकट्ठे खेले हैं, तो उसमें परफॉर्मेंस भी हुई है। श्रीलंका में भी ये बहुत अच्छा खेला है, श्रीलंका में भी हमारी कुछ पार्टनरशिप्स थी, 100 की नहीं थी लेकिन स्टैंड 80-90 का हमारा बहुत अच्छा था। तो एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग, जब आप एक ओपनिंग पेयर के साथ खेलते हो, उसको मेरी बैटिंग का पता है, मुझे उसकी बैटिंग का पता है, और एज एन ओपनर हम बहुत फ्रैंकली उससे मैं बात करता हूँ, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा चुप रहता है, थोड़ा सा शाय पर्सनैलिटी है, तो मेरी कोशिश होती है कि मैं उससे जो हूँ आराम से खुल के बात करूँ, और उसके अंदर का जो वो चीज़ है, अभी भी वो ज़रा थोड़ा सा रुकता है चीज़ों में, तो फिर लेकिन ये है कि माशाल्लाह अभी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सो फार डूइंग सो गुड फॉर हिज कंट्री।
अच्छा, एक जो प्रेशर होता है, ऑब्वियसली इंग्लैंड पुट सो मेनी रन्स ऑन द बोर्ड, पाकिस्तान कमिंग इनटू बैट, उसके बारे में क्या डिस्कशन हुई थी कि जब अब हम जाएंगे तो इसको कैसे अप्रोच करेंगे? बिकॉज इंग्लैंड की अप्रोच थोड़ी फ़र्क है पाकिस्तान से, जिस तरह से उन्होंने शुरुआत की, आजकल जैसे वो क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं ऑल अराउंड इन ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ फॉर्मेट, सो हाउ डज पाकिस्तान प्रिपेयर फॉर दैट, एंड हाउ डज पाकिस्तान, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ अप्रोच डज पाकिस्तान कम आउट विद?
देखें ज़ैनब, टू बी वेरी फ्रैंक, क्योंकि जो उन्होंने पहले दिन बैटिंग की और सुबह बैटिंग की, तो हमारे पास फ़िलहाल जो हमारे पास एक अपॉर्चुनिटी थी कि फ़र्स्ट ऑफ़ ऑल हम इनको मैच नहीं देंगे इतनी आसानी से। उसके बाद जो होगा वो एक अलग है, लेकिन हमारी ड्रेसिंग रूम में प्लानिंग भी यही है कि हम अपनी अप्रोच से खेलेंगे, जो हमारी अप्रोच है, जिस तरह हम मैचेस जीतते हैं टेस्ट मैचेस, और जो जिस तरह हम बैटिंग करते हैं हम वैसे ही करेंगे। अब उसके चक्कर में हम ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव होने के लिए हम अभी आपको पता है कि ऑलमोस्ट 3.5 दिन टेस्ट मैच में पड़े हैं, तो हम अपने पे प्रेशर नहीं लेके जाएंगे। पहली कोशिश तो यही होगी। देखें, ज़रूर डाउट्स होते हैं जब आपको 650 लग जाए एक ही दिन में या 1.5 दिन में, तो प्रेशर तो होता है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। और टेस्ट क्रिकेट में कि यही है खूबसूरत है कि डाउट्स बहुत जल्दी क्रिएट हो जाते हैं। तो कोशिश थी कि गेम को जितना सिंपल रखें, उस प्रोसेस को याद रखें जो हमने प्रैक्टिसेस की हुई हैं। और बहुत ईजी एक बात है, हमारे जो शाहिद असलम है हमारे कोच है, वो सिर्फ एक ही बात करते हैं यूसुफ भाई कि वॉच द बॉल। तो जितना आप सिंपल रखोगे चीज़ों को और उस सिचुएशन के बारे में नहीं सोचोगे कि जो उन्होंने जो हमारे 650 लगा हुआ है उसको नहीं सोचोगे, सिर्फ अभी फ़िलहाल अपनी बैटिंग करोगे, आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता व्हेन द गेम प्रोग्रेस, तो उसके बाद आप देखोगे कि क्या हुआ।
ये तो हो गया आसान सवाल, ये तो सारे उसने आसान सवाल कर दिए। कल जाहिद आया था, कल जाहिद मैंने उससे ये पूछा कि इतनी मतलब 500 स्कोर हो गया आज, तो अब ड्रेसिंग रूम में कौन माहौल ठीक करेगा? उसने कहा जी इमाम जुगते लगाएगा। आपने कौन सी जुगत लगाई कल पे?
अब टीवी पे बताने वाली नहीं है, मैंने तो ग्राउंड में
थोड़ी
बहुत
सेंसर करके बता दे।
ग्राउंड में ही बहुत सारी लगाई थी। लेकिन देखिए मेरा कैरेक्टर कुछ ऐसा है कि एक तो मैं थोड़ा शॉर्ट लेग पे भी फील्डिंग करता हूँ, तो मैं कोशिश करता हूँ रिजी बॉलर को और बाबर को हंसा के रखूँ, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली बाबर पे ज़्यादा प्रेशर, तो बाबर जब इतनी मार पड़ रही होती है तो ऑब्वियसली ज़रा काफ़ी मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो आपको पता है, देखें जो हमारे कंट्रोल में है वही उस पर ही फ़िलहाल बात होगी। तो ड्रेसिंग रूम में जब टाइम मिलता है, जब वाटर पे टाइम मिलता है, तो मुझे तो बस एक ही याद आ रहा है कि मैंने तो बस ये कहा कि मैंने कहा अभी तो इनकी तबीयत ख़राब थी, तो ये ऐसा कि अगर इनकी तबीयत ठीक होती तो इन्होंने क्या करना था।
ये बहुत से लोगों का वैसे सवाल था, बट कल का दिन तो शायद पाकिस्तान के लिए उस तरह से नहीं था, बट आज कुछ विकेट्स भी हासिल हुई पाकिस्तान के लिए। एक ओवरऑल बैटिंग में भी थोड़ा बेहतर किया, और क्योंकि हम विकेट्स की बात करें, लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द फॉल ऑफ विकेट्स फॉर टुडे।
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
नसीम शाह की 3 विकेट्स।
स्लो रन किया, उसने देख लिया था कि शायद पीछे जा रहा है। ज़्यादातर टेस्ट मैचेस में ऐसी विकेटें नहीं मिलती, लेकिन जिस तरह इंग्लैंड खेल रहे थे डीप स्क्वायर लेग पे, फ्लिक और पुल शॉट पे आउट हुए, बाउंसर पे नहीं आउट हुए, लेकिन इंग्लैंड ऐसे खेलता है।
Fall of wickets brought to you by Invirex.
बॉलर्स बेचारे थक नहीं गए इन कंडीशंस में। ऑब्वियसली नसीम वाज सेइंग कि उसकी शोल्डर में भी थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, हारिस रऊफ का भी, सो टफ कंडीशंस फॉर देम।
देखें ज़ैनब, ऑब्वियसली आपको पता है रेस्ट नहीं मिला, T20 वर्ल्ड कप से आ रहे हैं, तो 4 डे क्रिकेट भी कम खेली है, तो एक टाइम थोड़ा सा टाइम लगता है मेरे ख्याल से। तो काफ़ी टफ था फास्ट बॉलर्स के लिए। और देखें यही टेस्ट क्रिकेट का मज़ा भी है, और टेस्ट क्रिकेट इसीलिए टफ भी है। जब मैं हारिस को हम छेड़ भी बहुत रहा था, तो वो ना 2 दिन से जो है ना वो बहुत उई आ कर रहा था नेट में, तो मैं उसको बार बार यही कह रहा था, मैंने कहा अभी टेस्ट मैच में बहुत टाइम है, थोड़ा सा आराम से रहे। तो अभी क्योंकि टेस्ट क्रिकेट ऐसी है, आपको काफ़ी कुछ सिखाती है, और ख़ास तौर पे फास्ट बॉलर्स के लिए बहुत टफ है। लेकिन अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जिस तरह आज थोड़ा सा हमारा वो रिदम एक थोड़ा सा वापस आया, ऑल्दो हमें काफ़ी कुछ सीखना है बॉलिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, और उसमें मेरे ख्याल से ज़रूर वो कोच और कैप्टन मिल के बात करेंगे। लेकिन फास्ट बॉलर्स के लिए टफ है, क्योंकि आप मैच तभी जीतोगे जब आप 20 विकेटें लोगे, उसके अलावा आप जितना मर्जी रन कर लो।
अब आगे 3 दिन बाकी हैं, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रह सकती है? ऑब्वियसली इतने रन उनके भी लगे हुए हैं। आई मीन, हाउ आर यू looking at this? Is it session by session? How are you approaching this total really?
ज़ैनब बिल्कुल, अभी तो हम सिर्फ सोच रहे हैं कि बैटिंग करनी है। इसके अलावा टू बी ऑनेस्ट हमारी ड्रेसिंग रूम में भी कोई बात नहीं हुई, क्योंकि 657 बहुत लंबा स्कोर है, और अभी सिर्फ यही है कि हमने सिर्फ बैटिंग करनी है। देखते हैं कि ये गेम हमें भी नहीं पता कहाँ जाएगी, अभी इट्स वेरी अर्ली टू से समथिंग। अभी 3 दिन टेस्ट मैच में पड़े हैं, तो पूरी कोशिश है कि जितनी लंबी अभी जो हमारे हाथ में है वो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा सा जो मुझे लगता है कि अभी हमें सिर्फ बैटिंग का सोचना चाहिए, हमने बैटिंग करनी है, और अल्लाह करे हम इस तरह बैटिंग करते हैं, तो उसके बाद देखते हैं कि जो हम इस टेस्ट मैच को अगर बचा सकते हैं और अच्छा खेल सकते हैं, और किस तरह अगर आगे चांस मिले तो उन पे प्रेशर कैसे डाल सकते हैं।
4 सेंचुरीज उन्होंने की हैं, तो 6 पाकिस्तान की भी होनी चाहिए।
क्या है कुदरत का निज़ाम है ना।
बिल्कुल ऐसी।
चलें, ऑन दैट नोट, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर टाइम इमाम, एंड थैंक यू बाजित टू यू एज वेल, बट वी विल बी meeting you once again because it's day 3 of this Dafa News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test series. We'll be seeing you live at 9:15 from Rawalpindi Stadium. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's coverage. We certainly did, and it was great to bring you all the coverage. We'll be back with Inverex Solar Energy Pitchside Show tomorrow.
It's day 2 of the DAFA News presents KFC Pakistan versus England Test Series. We know what Stokes is going to try and do. That is remarkable. Oh, gone. Slow ball from Nazim Shah. Hit beautifully over wide mid-on. There's a man out there. Has he found it? He has. And finally he comes down
the ground. That's gone high, wide and handsome.
And it will also bring up his 50.
घूमेगा Catch it! Catch it! Taxi. Outstanding, buddy. Nice point. Yes, root. Very good, Stoker. Oh, Keats. Catch it! If it's not. Good knock, good knock. Good knock, good. Very good, Nut.